So great to have you all here. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you here for your first time or welcome you back to the great state of Utah, Park City, and the Deer Valley recreation area. Great to have you here. I am so thrilled to have us back together. I have just enjoyed reconnecting with people. For those of you who are new here, thank you for coming. We have lots of folks who have joined this important work during these few years of chaos. And for those of you who have been with us for many, many years, we have missed you. We have missed you. It's time for us to be able to refocus again on our charge of improving the experience of collecting data in the pre-hospital setting and the quality of that data that results. And this meeting is just key to that. This meeting is what has made that happen. And regardless of all of the different directions that our attention has been pulled to and from during this past few years, we have, for the first time ever in the history of NEMSIS and in the world, have all 50 states on the NEMSIS standard, submitting to states and submitting to the National Registry, 54 states, territories, and districts. So that is incredible work. I'm not sure whether we meet that milestone because of or in spite of COVID, but I'm incredibly happy to be able to report that. We will collect, not for the current year, but we will collect 50 million EMS activations this year. Some states submitting some historical data, but incredible that our servers will collect that much data. So thank you so much for being here. Let's talk a little bit about the meeting. I am not going to spend a lot of time up here because we have a lot of important things to cover and we are booked every minute. So let's dig in. I am Clay Mann. I'm the principal investigator for the NEMSIS Technical Assistance Center, which currently resides in the Department of Pediatrics at the University of Utah School of Medicine. We have over 118 people who are attending. We have a large virtual group with us. So what we're going to try to do is have very fast runners. We're very communicative in this meeting. So we're going to have very fast mic runners so that we can have these conversations, ask these questions, come up with solutions. If when you get the mic, if you would state who you are and just what state you're from, just really quickly, so that the people online will know exactly who's speaking to them, that would be incredibly helpful. Every meal that I can think of is taken care of for you while you're here. We have a great dinner planned for tonight, and of course lunches and breakfast and lunch tomorrow. The internet access that is posted on your agenda is changed. We tried to make it simpler, so it is the lodges. And I don't know if it's now more confusing that it's a different code on your agenda. Restrooms are just go straight back through the double doors. You'll be able to find those. The meeting evaluation this year, we read every word of those, and it's been incredibly helpful for us in the past. So if you'd be so kind as to complete that, it will be online this year, and you'll receive more information regarding that. As we try to do every year, we try to have a fun activity associated with this meeting. So that will be true tonight. After dinner, there will be a shuttle and some personal cars. I'm happy to drive. Others in the NEMSIS team will be driving. You will, at your leisure, and if you're interested, we're taking you down to Main Street, where you will participate in a photo scavenger hunt with the possibility of winning these great prizes that are put over on this table over here. So, and you'll receive a voucher for Java Cow for an ice cream down there, or a coffee while you walk Main Street. So that will be open to you. For those of you who are very inhibited, we will do s'mores again on the back deck. So if you just want to hang around, that would be great as well. All right. So did I miss any high level logistics, Julianne? Oh, to turn them off. Okay, just turn off your phones. Turn off your phones. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the meeting ground rules. For those of you who have not been here, really, I think the reason why we can do what we do like a very well functioning health information exchange among us is because we come to this meeting and we're able to lay aside vendor relationships or market relationships or other relationships and have the vendors speak candidly, the states speak candidly about how we can improve this system. This is what's made it work, is that we can do this together. I truly believe that. And so that will be true. We want to know, we have been pulled in so many directions over these last few years. We have a lot of new areas and landscapes to discover. And we need to spend a lot of time looking at our bottlenecks. How can we become more surveillance type? Things like that are going to be important concepts that we're talking about in this meeting. So let's talk about what's the underbelly of this. What is not working as well as we'd like it to. Just be mindful of others. We'll try our best to talk about limitations or difficulties, kind of keeping it open and keeping it respectful. And then really, because so much has happened over the last few years, this really needs to be a strategic meeting. We have several people taking notes. And so the way we want this to work is as we bring up topics, we bring up questions, we bring up limitations, we're able to quickly go through ideas that will be flushed out over the next calendar year, right? So if we're talking about versioning, which we will, if you have, just throw those ideas out, throw your concerns out, we will aggregate all those, and then we'll spend lots of time on V3 implementation meetings talking about how we'll fix those. So be mindful of the agenda. We're going to stay right on track in regards to time. Be conscious of the virtual participants. We have a virtual participant advocate, Chris, in the back of the room. So he will have the mic often and will read to us the questions that are coming across from the virtual group. If you have things or ideas that come up after we cover a topic or during a break and you want to make sure that they're documented, we have these whiteboards up here and would love to have you just write down your thoughts. And so that we make sure that those happen, but we're able to move through the agenda. Chris will be doing the wheel of prizes after lunch and after each break. You folks will remember that from our virtual meetings. So come back in, lots of opportunities to win prizes. At the breaks, there'll be snacks and treats. And so we'll have lots of time to talk about, come back to your seats quickly. Talked about the tonight. So we'll talk more about that as we get closer towards the end of the agenda. Checkout tomorrow is at 10 a.m. That's a little bit earlier than probably you may plan to end the meeting. This whole area over here will be available for luggage. So check out, bring your luggage. We'll just put it in that alcove. Yeah, and then reach out to us. If you have any questions, we have lots of folks up here. I think you're mostly familiar with them. If not, then come up and talk to me. Happy to point you in the right direction. All right, so Park City, I'll just really quickly talk about Park City for those who haven't been kind of here before. It's a great place to be. We'll be going down. That's available to you. That closes, I think, at 6. Is that right, Julianne? So you'd have to pop out quickly to get here. At the resort, Main Street is right here, so it's not far. I don't know. This is maybe a mile. I don't know. Would you say, folks walk that all the time? So yeah. So it's about a mile. So it's a quick walk or a quick Uber, or they have transportation here that will take you down there. So that's great. All right, Eric, I am going to turn the time over to you. And I can just switch out the computer. Is that correct? Okay, great. Yep.
So good morning, everyone. So 2019, the last time we met in person, I was very new to NEMSIS and learning a lot. I spoke that year with Dr. Kramer and I was scared to death. Standing before you today, I'm no less scared and I'm quite humbled. I get to work with the state data managers, the vendors, and people who work on a project who have accomplished something on a minuscule budget that the rest of the healthcare industry in the United States of America has not been able to accomplish. And that's a pretty impressive feat. and you should be extremely proud of what you've done. You and your predecessors in your positions who had the forethought and foresight to develop this national data standard and get it in place in all 50 states, 3 territories, and the District of Columbia. Something that in the beginning, in talking to some of those folks, I don't think anyone ever thought would be successful. So you should be very proud of that. We're going to talk about a number of things very quickly this morning. I told the group last night in boot camp, I always go back to the previous meeting. In this case, I went back to the previous in-person meeting in 2019 and take a look at the agenda. And I looked at the boot camp presentations packet that we put together in 2019 just to see what was in it. And to say that we've accomplished many of the things that are on there, and some of the things we have taken to levels beyond, I think, what we thought were going to happen in 2019 is an understatement. So a lot to build on, a lot of great stuff to talk about. And we have a lot of guest speakers here this time from federal agencies and non-federal agencies that are going to really focus on NEMSIS outside of the pre-hospital environment, talking about the connectivity to HIEs, talking about the hospital integrations. Rob's going to talk about how data was used and how data is used in the associations and when you're lobbying with your local and state legislative and political people. So a lot of great stuff. My only ask is this: be respectful of one another, as Clay mentioned earlier. And if you have questions or concerns and you have things that are bothering you, please let me know. You will not hurt my feelings. You can say anything you want to me. I'm very happy to take all kinds of criticisms and concerns because that's how we make this thing better. If you hold back, I don't know what to focus on, and that makes it very difficult. So we can't have a meeting without talking about COVID, unfortunately. And this presentation will not go the entire time because I think everybody is fairly COVIDed to death at this point, no pun intended. But in terms of data, COVID presented some very interesting situations that had not been encountered before. So the timeliness of data had always been discussed, but it seemed like the focus, even for me, was on getting all the states and getting everybody on the data standard. So timeliness became a big issue very quickly. But one that came up before that was, even though we have this data standard, what do we do when we have to modify that data standard or add something in a very timely manner? So here's the way it played out. COVID started. All of your representatives and people that you support wanted information from your ambulance services on how many of these patients have we seen? Where are they going? To what hospitals are they going? What signs and symptoms are they having? Services started to get inundated with questions. Well, the signs and symptoms thing we kind of had down. We had this ILI thing in place, and we had certainly disposition worked out. But what we really didn't have was a way to build out this sort of case definition for COVID. So we talked about it. All these meetings are going on at the federal level. They're going on at the state level. We're having these integration calls with the White House, with HHS and others. There's people assigned to an official government task force. All this is going on in the background. And what that really equated to was time. We were looking to the CDC for the definition that they were going to go with for basically COVID. What was this thing? The problem was we failed. I don't say we failed. We failed to recognize the urgency at which you were getting asked for data. So the localities were looking to the states, and the states were looking to the task force for what is the definition of this? What are we going to call it? And because we were slow to come up with that definition, waiting on others, people developed their own. And then we had to backtrack a little bit to get everybody on the same page. So if there's one lesson learned out of the COVID response, that if we had something new that started tomorrow, let's take monkeypox, for example. What's our case definition for monkeypox going to be? And are we going to be able to get that out in a timely manner? And timely is not 3 weeks, because your governor or your local council wants to know at the end of that 24-hour, first 24-hour period, have we seen any of these? And every 24 hours after that, how many? So we know we have to be more responsive. So what's up on the screen is a part of a document that has not been released. It's just one part of it. There was a team put together under the Federal Interagency Committee for EMS to establish an after action report somewhat for COVID. It has a different acronym for response, but Dave, can you tell me what it is? Because I can never remember it. Obviously, Dave's speechless too. We refer to it as the after action report because us old school guys that worked in emergency management know it as an after action report. But the way we approach this, we divided the after action report up into 7 different categories, and we're not going to talk about the other 6 because obviously our important part is the data piece. So they pulled together a group of subject matter experts for each of the 7 different categories to be reviewed, and then one for the overall response. For the data, we had data managers, we had people who were using the data, we had people in the federal task force. And then after that, we've circulated a couple different drafts through many different people to get their input. We had vendors as well that looked at this. And this is the high level chart that's in each of the sections for the data piece that sort of gives you an overview of what was discussed relative to data and information. So the first section in this is challenges. And obviously, if you've been around me in any of my meetings and any of the meetings that I have at DOT, the first thing I always talk about is money. And the fact that we don't have any, and the fact that we need money. And here's where we need that money to go. That money needs to go to the states, to the state data managers, to the state EMS offices for distribution to the local agencies in support of their EMS data collection and NEMSIS efforts. That's the #1 priority. We can fund a TAC, we can fund a national system, but we really need to focus on getting that money out to the states and to the localities. So that personnel goes not just for the NEMSIS updates or software or work, but it needs to go to buy equipment. It needs to buy the servers and challenges that the states have, the pipelines in and out for data to the different sources. All of those things are discussed as part of the resources, not just hiring a data manager for each of the states. We talked about timing and staffing constraints, that when this thing happened, this COVID event or the next something like it, that wasn't the time to spin it up. I'm sure all of you can hire people in a very timely manner, a couple days, right? Maybe next day. But at the federal government, that's a 6 to 8 month process to get the PD out, to get the person in the seat, probably a year. So the staffing and timing constraints are very important. And we know that there's not bandwidth in the system today. Very few of you have full-time staff just working on EMS data. But when these things happen, you're treated as if you are, with the constant requests. We also talked about training for a number of different sources. The obvious one is for the individual EMS clinician gathering the data. So when we create these new data elements, this new case definition, we got to train them on it, and we have to train them on it very quickly. So that's not a butts and seat class, right? They can't come to training while they're out trying to provide care in the middle of this new pandemic, epidemic, or disaster event that's happening today. The other people we realized we had to train were the people that we were going to provide reports to. Do they understand the EMS data that we're putting in front of them? What's the difference between COVID, the definition from the CDC, and the ILI definition used from EMS? What do these graphs really mean? What do you mean by disposition? Not everybody goes to the local hospital. All of these things had to be spun up very quickly. There was obviously an increased cost, right? We were doing a lot more. Everybody was either at bandwidth or stretched in the very beginning. So as you brought on new resources or resources to help, that money had to come from somewhere. Did it come through support from the Fed for the operational response? Did it come from the local operational response budget? Or did you just take it out of Hyde? The second one that was a little interesting was the sources of truth. So in the absence of a standard, who did you believe? So as we started to put out the definition for what we were going to use for this ILI response, it was bumping up against definitions that were already established. And that was a bit interesting. And then we were bumping up against the CDC's definition, and we had to explain that EMS personnel are not definitively testing in the field. So that's why we use influenza-like symptoms and not specifically a COVID diagnosis. There was also this overall lack of where do you go for information on the COVID response? And EMS.gov sort of became that de facto place for the EMS environment. The CDC was the source of truth for a lot of things, but a lot of people beat them up in a lot of reports about the timeliness of them getting out information. The lack of approaches for resolving data conflicts. We meet once a month with the data managers. Was that enough during COVID early on when we were trying to establish a lot of these policies and practices? Probably not, but it's also not realistic to say, I'm going to try to meet you every week when you're up to your ears in work to start with. So we need to, as we move forward, have a definitive way to get out updates specifically to the data managers. We were reaching out to the operational folks, but on the data side, we were doing everything we could through the TAC, but you guys were getting pounded for requests and we were answering your requests, but I'm not sure we did a good enough job in getting it out across the board. And then the inconsistent and changing guidance. And I think that came primarily not just for EMS, that was a part of the whole response. There was inconsistent guidance coming from multiple agencies. That settled down about 6 months into it when everybody started looking to EMS.gov for the EMS piece. We sort of learned HHS's role and the CDC's role. And then emergency management was unique in this because HHS had to essentially work with emergency management in a way that they had not probably worked with in many states ever, unless you were subject to hurricanes, tornadoes, and natural disasters. So a lot of things went on, a lot of things we learned very quickly, we responded to and changed, but as we move forward, do we have a process in place for them? There was a discussion about the timeliness and actionable data, and that really goes to the operational piece. So slow in getting out reports, standardizing reports. At one point, several of the vendors in the room got together and decided that this is what we're going to put out. And this was partially at our request. This is what we're going to put out regarding PPE use and what we're going to call how we're going to term PPE, and we're making sure we're capturing everything the same way. Now that might sound small in terms of a task, but when you think about the fact that everybody was buying resources by the truckload and by the airplane cargo plane load, we were trying to make sure that you were consistent with what people were requesting at the federal level. There are always information sharing barriers. If there's one thing we can improve on, it's the information sharing piece. There is nothing that we're doing that's a technology challenge today. Nothing that we're going to discuss in the next 2 days is challenged by technology. Our biggest challenge is ourselves. In the federal level, the state level, the local level, who's going to share what data with whom, getting MOUs in place, data use agreements, all that is wonderful, but it takes time. And during an operation like this, it is just not possible to rely on that. The last thing I'll mention in terms of this is the varied state and local legislation. There are local and state legislation policies, practices, protocols, statutes in place that prohibit things like specific data sharing that was needed for this particular event. So we have to dust those off and look at them. We have to think about the timeliness. In your case, it was very good in most places. In some places, we still had some timeliness challenges throughout the country. So what did that mean? And the way this report is set up, we sort of pinpointed some specific tasks that we think need to be focused at the various levels of government. The federal is expanding NEMSIS state and local data. We go on to talk about the need for resources to support that. Develop NEMSIS like 911 data system that's looking at the dispatchers, the CAD data, being able to integrate that clearly into the NEMSIS system. Crisis standards for data, to develop clear clearance processes for that guidance, and try to do this. And one of the reasons this is really listed at the federal level is try to do this consistently. I hear a lot of folks say, well, in my state, well, in Georgia, I'll pick on Cassie, well, in Georgia, or, Amber, and well, in Colorado. And that's great. I understand that your budgets are specific to you. Your policies are specific to you. But people on the outside of the borders of your state are impacted by the EMS services in your state. So if I can get people to think outside of your state geographical boundaries, that would be spectacular. And that's why some of these things are listed at the federal level. Nationally, we need to educate on regulatory guidance. We need to keep pounding this thing with HIPAA. We had 3, and I remember one from the East Coast specifically. The hospital flat out said in a letter, we refuse to give you this because it's a violation of HIPAA. So what did we do? Send that over to our colleague, Ryan Stark, who's here, Paige Wolfberg Worth, and said, hey, can you help us out with this real quickly? And he did. Data sharing agreements, get those in place up front, make them vague enough that we can operate in regardless of the type of pandemic or emergency that we're facing. Improve collaboration among associations. That one was a little bit of a challenge. Some of the EMS associations work very well together, some maybe not so well together. But the collaboration between them was critical, because we were getting a lot of information them to support the NEMSIS data reports that we were sharing with the task force. At the state level, the integration between 911, EMS, and specifically public health is of dire importance. And the public health piece was a little different. In some of the areas, we did not have good relationships with the public health folks. And some of the services, it's just like emergency management. They work with these people all the time, and others, they had to figure out who the name was they were going to call and what the telephone number was they were going to dial. So the last thing I'll mention in terms of state is looking at the states in terms of this data clearinghouse. So each of the states had a respective set of data that they were reporting out to the governor's offices, and then the governors were getting together and having their discussions. And then a lot of that information was going to the federal task force. In the meantime, there was an API set up so that the NEMSIS data could go to the federal task force. We asked for expanded data use agreement to report that data out at a local level. I'm happy to say that most of the states allowed that to happen. So it gave HHS an even greater look, and it also gave them an understanding of what was available in the NEMSIS data set. So for the first time, we had federal HHS pulling up data from EMS from NEMSIS at a national level and really diving into it to see what was there. Establishing relationships and mutual aid agreements, very operational, but they need to be in place for data sharing as well. And then provide education on the benefits and rationale for enhanced data collection and sharing. So essentially, where can we go from here? Each one of these things in this report is expanded out upon with a heavy emphasis on the need for resources, not just money, but personnel, and a focus on the state and local level where that support really needs to be in place. That's the beginning of the after action report, which in some ways serves as a checklist of projects for our office, not just on data and information, but on 6 other major components of EMS. I'll stop there and just say, you'll see this document hopefully in the near future. It's in the clearance process with FICOMS. FICOMS ultimately has to vote on it and approve it. And with that, I'll address any questions, comments, or concerns about this document, what I've said, or the COVID response in general. Is it Ann from Arizona? If you weren't here last night, you wouldn't get the joke. Sorry.
This is Anne from Arizona. I had just one thought and one question as we went through this. So I remember not just with COVID, but with opioids or anything that kind of comes up faster than we think it's going to. The question I think I get first from our side is, what can you collect, like right now? What do you already have? And then what is going to be available really quickly that, agencies will actually fill in properly and all of that. And that's always the thing that's, hard, because if we don't already have it, we don't have a fast way to do it. And even if we do custom elements, you know how it is with getting agencies to fill them out. So that was kind of our, any future issue, it almost has to be something where we kind of know in advance. Yeah. And then my question was, you mentioned that the states, most of them, I think you called it, I think it was a DUA, for local identification. Was that a temporary one for COVID?
That was specific for COVID.
Okay, so
for
because I know you were
ILS.
trying to get it expanded for like the permanent, what is it, the MOU or whatever. I just was wondering.
No,
about that.
there's the way we've approached this, and we'll talk about this. Actually, we can talk about it a little bit later too, but there was a data use agreement, a letter that went out, and that letter went out from the HHS lead for the federal task force that basically said, can we expand the use of COVID ILI data down to a more granular level than we're allowed to report out with our current data use agreements. Our new data use agreements in 3.5 are a little bit more, we're allowed to go out past the state level, which we've not been allowed to do in the past. That one was temporary. It's specific to COVID. We still have it in place. We still report out COVID data. But we're not, that doesn't give us the right to do it for anything else. That's just specifically for COVID. The one that's in play now is the one for the Office of the National ONDCP for non-fatal opioid overdose. That's the one that's out now. Several states have already approved it. Several states had some questions. We're addressing those. We've taken that similar process to help support things like this, and as address one of the check boxes that we have here. We've worked with NEMSIS to put in place a NEMSIS liaison position. So this will be someone who works with all the NEMSIS councils, but works with the NEMSIS TAC, specifically on NEMSIS. For example, when the next COVID-like thing happens, basically, if we need to go to the medical directors council of NEMSIS to get an answer of what we should be collecting and how it should be termed, we can go through that liaison person directly to that council. We didn't have that access before, or it was, and it certainly wasn't streamlined the way it should be. So that's one of the other particular tasks for that individual. Did that answer your question? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thanks. You covered some of the things that I wanted to discuss just briefly about. COVID taught us a lot that we need to be able to adapt and adjust rapidly. And this system does allow us to do that. Many of us can push something out within just a few hours to do a monitor on some things. It sure seemed like we were all walking on eggshells. Do we add this? Do we not add that? Are we going to be in trouble for adding this? But I think the COVID experience taught us that we can adapt rapidly, push something out. And I think we just need to have that process in place. And it's going to take all of us. It's going to take the vendors. It's going to take the field personnel, the data managers, that we can push something out and monitor stuff very rapidly. And then also get a lot of the epidemiologists to follow along with us. But, I thought it's just almost what you echoed there is getting this process in place so we could react much more rapidly than what we did with COVID on there. So I applaud you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and the key to that, Jay, is consistency across the states and the operational programs, because all of you are going to the same pot of money, or you're asking for resources from the same place. And when you start to ask in different ways for the same thing, it creates confusion in the federal government at a time where you truly don't want confusion. Other questions or concerns about COVID response, COVID data? Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so thank you. Chip Cooper online asks, please address adding ONDCP people to seeing granular data for opioids without states being notified or updating DUAs.
I'm not sure I understand the comment. So we have the request out to do that. We would not do that without the state approving it. Clay?
I think the question that Chip is asking is, the Office of EMS sharing granular data with other federal agencies.
So the way that this request works, that data would go to ONDCP. That data would be theirs then to share as they determine based on their request. So for the specific data elements that they asked for and the specific reports that they're going to put out, and I think we demoed one of their dashboards, at least with some dummy data or blurred out so you could get an idea what that was at our last version 3 call, our last state directors call. We can certainly do that again. It's not our intent to share that with other offices. That's a request specifically for that office. And that's how we intend to work with this before. You're actually going to get another one of these requests, I believe, here in the near future. That request is going to be related to climate and heat related emergencies, because that's a big interest for this current administration at this point in time. So this is our new process for handling these things, and working through that NEMSIS liaison to make these things happen are going to be critical. But when we give that data to the office that's requesting it, it's their data it's not their data. They're not getting the data, they're getting the analytics. But basically it's their report, it's their information to share with whom they see fit as defined in that data use agreement. It's not ours to take then and send it in different directions. It's a one request, one delivery operation. Is that clear? I'll make sure I'm not confusing anybody.
Yeah, I think it's clear. I think the basic premise that was brought up on the 2 meetings that we had regarding the ONDCP dashboard is there may have been, because it's our first experience doing it, right? And there may be some concern about the fact that other federal agencies may be able to see granular data.
Not unless ONDCP would make that available to them. That's not our responsibility to do. That's theirs. This is a
Eric.
request specifically for them.
Hi, Eric. This is
Not
Chip.
mine.
I think I'm
We
unmuted.
will,
Can you
as
hear
we
me?
get into these and we start to do this more and working with NEMSIS and working with the state directors and the medical directors when necessary, and the pediatric people for the pediatric things. I think we'll get a little bit more streamlined in the process, but this is a learning curve and our way to engage them and engage you, and keep us out of the lesson I learned very early, that the state data managers don't always speak for the state directors. Yes, sir.
To release Chip to be able to just make sure that you answered his question. Is that possible to do? Okay.
Can you hear me, Monet or Eric or anyone?
I think we're trying to have Chip be able to be heard. Is that correct? Owen and team. Okay, no worries. We're good unless Chip.
Other
had some
questions,
other-
concerns? If you do, please let me know. There'll be a lot more about these processes and how we're going to make these data requests moving forward. And we'll talk about those in our breakout probably for a few minutes as well. Okay. Enough about that. You're going to switch computers. So while Clay is switching computers, I want to introduce our next speaker, our keynote speaker. And his information is listed here. I'm just going to read the first paragraph. Rob Lawrence has been a leader in civilian and military EMS for 3 decades. He's currently the director of strategy implementation, Pro EMS, and he's in its education. He works for Prodigy EMS in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and part-time executive director of the California Ambulance Association. For the duration of the pandemic, he served as the American Ambulance Association representative to NHTSA, to the Office of EMS Pre-Hospital Task Force. And it says that data is Rob's favorite 4-letter word. Really, folks, the reason Rob is here is because throughout COVID, on all the calls, Rob was telling us how he was using NEMSIS data with his local and state legislatures to make things happen. And it's in that respect that we ask him to be here today, not just specifically to COVID, but to things like wall time and other operational uses for your NEMSIS data. So with that, Rob, thank you for being here this morning. Oh, yes, sir. The other reason we ask is that we wanted someone to speak who talked funnier than I did, who had a different accent than I did. So we asked Rob to come in to class it up a little bit. So was that 30 seconds? Darn good.
Well, good morning, everybody. First of all, you didn't expect to hear this voice out of this American NEMSIS conference speaker, but my name's Rob Lawrence. I am, as you just heard the introduction, I wear a number of hats around the place, and I'm convinced the reason I'm here is for the 140 or so occasions that we met during COVID with the Office of EMS. I was the one that continually questioned Clay and his data and his information, and I used the word "yeah, but" a lot, and Clay would go, "Great question, Rob," and then we'd have this exchange. And so this is Clay's revenge and getting me to come and speak. I saw, first of all, before I get into the sort of the session, is that you've all got little tags on representing whether you're a Fed, whether you're a government person, or whether you're a developer. So if you're a Fed, hold your little white marker tag thingy up. Who are the Feds? We've got a few Feds in the room. Okay, if you've got a yellow tag, hold your little yellow tag in the room up. Okay, if you've got a green tag, hold your little green tag up. Okay, so what we've got here at the moment today, right now, are tribes. Okay, we've got the green tribe, we've got the yellow tribe, and then we have the Feds. Okay. What I want to see by the end of this session, not this session, the end of tomorrow, is actually those tags turned into this. I want to see the rosette, which is everybody together, and it says hugs only. All right, that is your mission, and my challenge to you to actually come away with the multicolored road next year. Clay, no tribes, just rosettes. Okay, there we go. That's my challenge to you. Okay, so moving on. Yes, I am the man in the red pants, and if you follow me on social media, we do this thing on the escalator where you get the length of an escalator to answer my insightful and cunning question. And it's a good challenge. You should try it sometime. Come and join me. However, I'm also had the good fortune to be appointed by my employers at Pro during the pandemic to actually be pretty much attached to the American Ambulance Association, to be the chairman of communications, and actually to do two things: to talk about politics and to do publicity. Because without the publicity, we can't influence the politicians. And so that was actually a key activity that we continue to this day. And the way that we attract the politicians with the publicity is through accurate, timely, and really great information, intelligence, aka data. Now, Eric was right, okay, because let's see if this will work. Data is still my favorite four-letter word. Thank you, Eric, for saying that. And I now have I discovered that Remley Crow also has a favorite. Data is also her favorite four-letter word, as is taco. So we have lots of four-letter words flying around. But it has always been my favorite four-letter word. This is actually from the Zoll Summit in 2013, where I still talked about data being my favorite four-letter word. I consider myself an early implementer of data, right, or data usage, because I firmly believe that without the current information that you guys are creating, are generating, are pushing through to people like me, we're not going to be able to win the current situation we're in. And I'll talk more about that a little bit later. I became very interested in information. My first career was as an army officer in the British Army. And we conducted this thing called IPB, which is information preparation of the battle space. Okay, it sounds like sort of an interesting title, but actually people think wars are where you literally fix your bayonets, you run straight up the middle with your bayonets fixed, lots of smoke, lots of charging, and that's the end of the war. Well, actually it starts a long time before that, because we have to prepare the battle we're about to fight. Okay, right now we have to prepare the battle we're about to fight. Okay, we have to actually look at what the circumstances are. We have to look at what the conditions are. We have to look at what's favorable. We have to look at what's not favorable, and we have to look at what we can realistically achieve. And so I came from that environment of being a military planner into EMS. And actually, I'm like, this is the same thing. This is why I love data, love information, and love intelligence. And so in the military, it's all about, and actually not in the military, it's everywhere, okay? It's about identifying what it is we want to collect, working out a plan of how we're going to collect it. This should all sound very familiar to you. This is actually what's known as the intelligence cycle. Analyzing that information that we get, and then working out how we're going to apply it to the next battle, to the next situation, to the next scenario, in order to be successful. And so that's my background, and actually that fits perfectly into what we're doing and we've always done. Now, data, of course, is a great thing, and it's about what you do with it, okay, that counts. And this is a classic, and some of you may have seen this before, but in the Second World War, they did an analysis and an assessment of aircraft that actually made it back from missions and raids. And they identified that the aircraft that came back took the hits on the wingtips, in and around the cockpit, and on the tail, okay? And therefore, let's strengthen those bits. Well, hang on a second. The aircraft that didn't come back had their engines blown off. Sorry, wrong way around. They came back with the wingtips missing or with the tail missing, and therefore they needed to do something. And so actually they said, well, let's strengthen those bits, and then more aircraft will return. So it's about what you do with the data that counts. And that's the point I want to make today. Numbers must tell a story. For whom does this number tell a story? Okay. Now then, we've now identified some generational gaps here, because some of you at the back, actually, some of you gentlemen with the shiny heads immediately put your hands up, right? And some of you didn't, okay? So what we've got to try and do here is make sure our data and our numbers can actually transform from that into a story, okay? And if you don't understand that number, see me later and I will sing you the answer. Not right now. Now, a few weeks ago, I did the opening session at the opening of Pinnacle, the Pinnacle conference. And my contention was that right now we in EMS are in a pickle. Okay, we talked 10 or 15 years ago that EMS was at a crossroads. We talked about how we're going to fix ourselves, how we're going to move forward. Well, of course, what's happened lately is we're back at the crossroads and we can't work out which way to turn. And there's a number of political things that are going on there. And also, obviously, just the realities of where we are in 2022. I also said in that opening session that in EMS, we're always in the crap. It's just the depth that varies. Okay, and so sometimes we can almost see the surface. Sometimes we're right down near the bottom. And that for us right now is a problem. And this is where I really want to sort of help you think about whatever you're doing here today, whatever you do in life. Actually, the end point is people like me and many, many, many others that are using the information, the data to actually help influence change. Now, I think somebody already quoted Darwin. I'm not sure if it was someone in the audience, but I totally agree. Okay, Darwin didn't say it was the survival of the fittest. Darwin said, for those who are able to adapt and to change will survive. Okay, and we're at that point now, that seminal point where adaptation and change is actually now our key activity because of the realities of what's happening in 2022. So in 2020, for many of us, okay, now let's see who the geeks in the room are. Of course, the only Doctor Who was these doctors. Okay, and of course, if you are a true Doctor Who fan, you'll know that not all of them are up there. Who's a Doctor Who fan in the room? See, data guys, Doctor Who fans, hand in hand. Excellent. Of course, that was 2020. We now know who the real Doctor Who is. Who's the real Doctor Who now? Anybody? This is the real Doctor Who. Okay. And of course, this is the point that our world changed, that things moved to a point where we're now into that Darwinistic approach to we have to adapt in order to survive. Now, I talked about numbers, but good data really does tell a good story. And who'd have thought back in 2020 that we would have an EMT on the front cover of Time magazine? Okay, this is an EMT, actually a paramedic from Emirates EMS in New York, and actually coming back to my point about publicity and about politics, we actually work very, very closely with our national media outlets to let them know the pain and the suffering and the issues that we were under at the start of the pandemic. And actually things like this enabled us to get somebody placed, okay, put up or shut up, send us a photograph, send a photographer around. And of course, that ended up as the cover of Time magazine. So we used that. Then, of course, what do we do then? We walk it up to the hill. We talk to our elected officials, and actually we let them know these are the troubles we're in. These are the issues and the situations that we are dealing with on the front line, and at the tip of the spear, as one of my good friends said. Of course, there's other sorts of data which we are recording, and This is an interesting one. It comes out, and I'm going to use NEMSIS's EMS by the numbers throughout the rest of this session, because I think this has been an absolutely brilliant. I can say brilliant every third word now. So this is an absolutely brilliant data set for people like me who are briefing our elected officials, who are trying to convince people that there is an issue to be addressed, or there's a problem to be solved, or there's something to be looked at. Because actually this, as Claire's already said, now represents up to 50 million episodes of care, or 50 million episodes of arrival, or 50 million episodes of intervention. And so this is absolutely a key document for me and for others. And I always, and this is also how in my writing, and also I'm a frustrated journalist. I write and broadcast for EMS1, and I use NEMSIS data and NEMSIS a lot to illustrate my points that I wish to make. Now, if anybody can work out, of course, we love a good graph, and of course there is some real spikes and peaks in this. And so, is it the payday, the payday drink? Or what else is going on? So if you work that out, let Clay know, because I keep asking Clay this question. So, you know, we have a drinking problem, Clay. I mean, not Clay and I have a drinking problem, but we have a drinking, well, we may do, we never know after this. And of course, we're recording, and during the pandemic, we of course saw some fairly horrific, dramatic issues with our patients, with our population at large. Of course, what we know from the initial spike was, of course, this was pre-vaccination, and we saw that certainly in the New York area. Of course, that had an effect on us. The population wasn't vaccinated, and neither were we. And so we have, Dave's in the room somewhere, we started to maintain this line of duty death log, and it's just an Excel spreadsheet, but actually and we still maintain this today. And I'm delighted to say we've had nothing to report for how many months? Where are you? There you are. How many months have we not reported anything? Excellent. We love that. We love not reporting data, particularly, well, some do. But so again, this is a powerful set of information that we were able to use because, for example, if you're in the public sector, you're covered by line of duty death. If you're on the ambulance next door that's in the private sector, that's actually won the contract to deliver a 911 service, there's no federal line of duty death benefits, even though you're doing the same job. And so for some organizations, that becomes a major tool, a major piece of information, a major piece of intelligence in order to say, hang on, we're doing the same job here, but actually we're not receiving the same benefit for the same level of patient interaction, the same level, dare I say, of bravery. And so it becomes an absolutely key measure. Now, I put both sides up here because when I used to be the chief in Alameda, California, and so I actually had this photograph on a sort of rotation, one on the front, one on the back. Depending on who came in, I'd flip it around. Brooke knows what I'm talking about. But actually, information and data will help us with 4 words, okay? And these 4 words are in my mind the whole time, okay? Those 4 words are all those in favor, okay? No matter what we do out there, no matter how good we are, no matter actually how indifferent we are sometimes, okay, any federal, any political, any state, any local change comes down to a vote, comes down to those 4 little words, all those in favor. If we haven't done the groundwork, if we don't have the information, if we don't have the work complete, the case made using data, intelligence and information, then we're not going to win those 4 little words. And so again, arming your end user, which is me and others, with that information that's timely, accurate, helps us win the political battle. And that's what we're trying to do right now, is win the political battle, whether it's funding, whether it's terms and conditions. Of course, the other one we have to deal with are these people, and we are constantly in the press. And, you know, there's a number of things I would suggest you not to Google. Now you're all online, you know, don't Google, you know, former paramedic, because that's normally somebody that's done something wrong. Don't Google the words ambulance and crash together, but we're going to talk about that in a minute. So I can see Brooke smiling already because you know where I'm going with this. And so we have again, we need that information, we need that data in order to brief and sometimes counter brief our press. And one of the issues that I deal with my American Ambulance Association and California hat on is you get a journalist call you saying, my city, my county is failing miserably. We've never seen anything like it before. And actually, you know, it must be just us. They must be terrible. My response right now is, guess what? We're all in the crap. The depth is fairly deep and everyone's in the same. And here, and we've started to do this at AAA and shared amongst our state associations, is we're actually harvesting every news story through the various searches that has anything to do with staffing, that has anything to do with ambulance delay, that has anything to do with funding, that has anything to do with COVID, and anything to do with rural areas. Because what's happening is one locality, because they're working in silos too, can't believe that actually their system is the only one that's having these issues. And so again, harvesting this information, turning it into intelligence, handing it back is actually giving our ambulance association members, or indeed our ambulance and EMS community, a little bit of breathing room from their locally elected officials, who in turn are under election pressure to actually get an answer. And so again, data and information and collection, remember, collection and collation and use is saving our day. EMS was never busier, okay? And obviously we've had lulls. We had that point where COVID struck, people stopped calling, we furloughed and laid people off, and then guess what? COVID came back, and all of a sudden all those people that went never came back, and hence the pickle that we're in. And our friends at EMS1 have just completed, and along with Fitch and Associates, have just completed the 2022 what paramedics want survey. We're trying to work out where everybody's gone. We're trying to work out why we can't recruit anybody. We're trying to find those people. Now, what do we know? We know that during COVID, community colleges closed down. We couldn't get people through the pipeline. We couldn't actually get them into their clinicals. We couldn't get them to come to work for us. That's resulted in the hike in prices and costs, and some ambulance services now offering $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 sign-on bonuses to come and work because we can't get the people. We can't get the people, then we can't man the trucks. We can't man the trucks. We can't fit the patient. And don't get me started on hospital delays. Actually, I'm going to start on hospital delays in a minute. But so we have, again, a lot of information and intelligence in order to go back and say, this is some of the situation, some of the issues that we're dealing with. Now, if you talk to the National Registry, and I talked to the National Registry only last week and interviewed them, they will tell you that we've never seen so many paramedics come through for testing as we have right now. So my first question, your first question, is where the hell are they? Okay, and we have actually a maldistribution of the workforce. They're in the wrong places in the country, although, you know, they're not going to move. And so we still have an issue. We also have another problem with our political masters, in that we probably all know that reimbursement for ambulance journeys, first of all, we only get paid 9 times out of 10, 9.5 times out of 10 if we transport to a hospital. For many of our patients, and of course, you know the data, you're seeing it, for many of those, that's the wrong place. However, the current setup is that we take them to a hospital. Now, we are being hounded by the Surprise and Balance Billing Act that said, actually, you know, we can't actually send a surprise or balance bill. And actually, in ambulance terms, it's actually the balance bill. It's the difference between what we have stated we need versus what the insurance or what Medicare or the insurance actually gives us. And to my mind, the surprise is the amount that insurance thinks that that it costs us to do business. We have a cost of readiness. Okay, for that 1 hour we spend with the patient, we're probably waiting 24 hours for that call to come in. That's the theory. And so we have to be able to demonstrate how much it costs us to do business, us, the EMS world, to do business. And so we're about to get into the ambulance cost collection study. Why? So we can say for once and for all, this is how much it truly costs to do business, because actually the Medicare rate that you're giving us doesn't even cover the cost of the call. If you're in California, anyone from California, by the way? One. Welcome from the People's Republic. 2. Of course, we are currently battling for Medi-Cal, the rate, because we can't afford to do business on the amount of income that we get. And so cost collection data is now coming to the fore. Some folk out there are actually burying their heads in the sand. Oh my God, no, I can't be doing this. Oh my God, I've now got to show what I'm worth. Unfortunately, it's here, and we have to be enthusiastic about this particular set of data, this particular set of inputs, because once we do that, we can demonstrate to the feds, hold up the white tag, this is how much it actually costs to do business. This is the cost of doing business. And so that's the next thing that's coming along in the next year or two for us as an EMS profession, EMS industry. People get tied up between profession and industry. And so that's an issue that's coming up. Offload time. Who has heard of APOT, ambulance patient offload time, wall time delays? You all have, right? Who's having major issues with that in their states right now? Or who had major issues with that in their states? Okay, everybody's got their hand up. This particular chart has worked really, really well for me in terms of briefing politicians, in terms of highlighting and really identifying the issue. The problem is, of course, when we go off a COVID spike, as we've been doing 3 or 4 times now, everybody goes, ah, great, it's over, it's done, it's finished, it's not a problem anymore. Of course, when you look back to the reference years, and Clay has very kindly, and the team from NEMSIS have very kindly left those reference years for us, we can say, well, it may have gone back to what the new normal is, but actually we're still not there yet. And so we are causing some major issues amongst our EMS systems. We've had offload wars. If you speak to, and I don't know if Ryan Stark's in the room, but PWW have been very animated appropriately about this, and about the fact that if we are sending people to wait at hospital, then of course, A, we're not getting back to the next patient. It's potentially a kickback because we're now being forced to bring our patients to this hospital and stay there with them, and also provide care at our expense for that hospital. And of course, we can't get back to the next patient. Clayton Kazan, who's the medical director for LA County Fire, quite appropriately said, if the situation was in reverse, you know, we wouldn't run into the hospital and steal a nurse and actually get back on the truck, but the hospitals are running out to the ambulance and stealing a paramedic to look after what is ostensibly their patients. And so this is a massive issue that's ongoing still. On the right-hand side, as you're looking at it, is a note from California has now had 3 hearings for ambulance patient offload, as we call it in California, bed delay, wall time, there's so many names for it. But the point being is that we get stuck into a continuous loop, because of course in the hearing are EMS and fire, who are actually saying, listen, here's the data, here's the evidence, here's the NEMSIS by the numbers charts that talk about the fact that we've been at the wall for 12 or so hours, and then the hospitals will say, actually, you're bringing us the wrong type of patient. First of all, half of our patients don't need an ED, they need perhaps some sort of behavioral health, mental health crisis situation. Okay, solve that one for us. And then of course we then get stuck into the perennial nursing ratio. There is a nurse to patient ratio which is unlikely to change, and so we get stuck into these continual loops. But the information, the data is absolutely critical in showing actually how we've got to deal with that. The other thing, if you are certainly California and many other places, if you've applied or if you've been successful at an RFP, you're delivering the service for that municipality, then there are fines involved when you can't attend the next patient. But the RFP small print says hospital delays are no reason to be late for the next patient. It's actually written in the contracts. Hospital delay is not our problem, says the person issuing the contract. It's your problem, the person that's delivering the ambulance service, but you're stuck in a catch-22. I can't get to the next patient and I can't get away from the hospital. And I've now got to pay a massive fine because I couldn't get to the next patient because I was late. And so this becomes an emotive and emotional issue. But again, information, data, the ability to talk about how when we arrived at hospital, how long we were on the wall for. Now, of course, there's that perennial issue, and ambulance crews are, dare I say, creatures of habit. Some of us were those ambulance crews once. The point you press clear at hospital isn't necessarily the point you move on. There may be somebody to talk to, some snacks to grab, etc. And so sometimes we have to battle a little bit back and forth over when's the data point we use. Is it the point the ambulance, the EPCR is signed and the crew is cleared, or the point that the wheels turn and the patient and the crew leave the hospital itself? And so that is a challenge for us. Other data issues that we're really using data to great effect right now is in the drug wars, the drug situation that we have. Again, we're starting to see the fact that whilst we had COVID, we actually thrived. Our alfresco pharmaceutical street side fentanyl dealers had an absolute ball. And of course, that meant that we were put under even more pressure. And so the ability to use our data and our information in order to identify where our hotspots are, in order to identify how we can then be a part of the public health solution, has been absolutely critical. This is from my time as the COO of Richmond Ambulance Authority. We actually used the First Watch system, and we shared it with our public health department so that every time we had, firstly, an administration in the lock zone, or every time we had somebody that had been in the system that appeared again. So actually we had, we all talk about our frequent flyers. We had a high flyer program where we could see people that were coming back into the system again and again and again. And so the ability to understand where these things happen enabled us to actually to assist with our public health interventions. And so again, that data, that information that comes from running a call that goes through the system, that comes back into us, that you develop, that you are processing, is a key activity. Cardiac conditions, okay? So let's go back to the 70s where Eisenberg et al. Said that if we can arrive on scene within 4 minutes and deliver BLS, sorry, and arrive there and deliver ALS within 8 minutes, then 40% of patients will survive. What happened there was then that we went, okay, this becomes the standard for the delivery of EMS and the response time forevermore. In the UK, that paper by Eisenberg was seminal because we created what was called ORCON, Operational Response Control Standards, that said that for a life-threatening situation, ambulances will arrive within 7 minutes, 59 seconds for 90% of the time. Okay. In the US, a lot of contracts and a lot of organizations have those same similar response time measures. And of course, it made sense then. It made sense that for emergencies, we would get there as quickly as we can within the response time and actually save a life. However, what we failed to do was to say that this particular category of life-threatening call is only a small percentage of the overall calls that we do, yet we are, and you know where I'm going now, Brooke, right? We are actually driving very, very fast for a lot of the time for things that could potentially be so mundane that we're going to wonder why we did it. We're going to create patients out of pedestrians. We're going to create more ambulance crashes that we know what to do with. And it is not a good solution. And so whilst we did the right thing a while ago, of course, information, data, science, and research, of course, has now given us the opportunity to say, well, not all of these are, the patient isn't going to die. And actually, I saw going back to one of those news stories a few weeks ago where the locality went, we're late, the patient, what are we doing here? And the response was, well, did anybody die? That's brave, right? Because the answer is no, nobody died because it was so low acuity for this particular person that complained that actually we could have been there tomorrow. We could have sent a community paramedic round. And so we now, of course, are using good information and good data to actually help us along. And these are just some of the sort of response time standards and some of the things that the standards that are making us get there quicker, perhaps. Of course, if you Google the word ambulance and crash, this is what I did a few days ago. I Googled the words ambulance and crash, and in here you can see there is ambulances and crashes. Now, arguably, we don't know the backstory to all of them. We don't know who was at fault. We don't know whether there were single vehicle accidents. But what we do know is we could reduce the damage and the carnage by actually only driving when it's appropriate to that call. And again, information, data, research. And I keep looking at Brooke because she is up to her eyeballs in this particular piece of research and particular study to say we can actually slow down when it's appropriate, but maintain, the rapid response when it's needed. But that's actually not all the time. Now, in the UK, when I arrived here in the US, I was actually astounded at the EVOC class, the emergency vehicle operator course. I remember thinking those cones probably wouldn't get out of the way as I'm driving to a patient in an emergency. Okay, I can drive through cones, I can reverse, I can do that sort of 2-day class. In the UK, we spend 2 weeks with a police driving instructor learning how to negotiate a very heavy vehicle in traffic, in the open, etc. And perhaps that was even wrong, but the fact is that I feel that I've had my driver training. I was not so sure about the American version of emergency vehicle operator training, for example. So, and that course then leads into that other great ambulance argument and complaint. Well, don't call me the driver. Okay, paramedics hate to be called the ambulance driver, but my contention is, if you're not the driver, who is? You still have to get there. It's actually, 1/5 of the emergency response is actually responding. It's what's called a response. So we must make sure that we A, don't crash, but B, again, using information, evidence and research and data, that we're responding appropriately to the call when the call needs a fast response and actually not when it doesn't. And I think there is more doesn't than there are does. That's actually a word. So I want to kind of start to finish with a little tale. And of course, the other thing about data right now is there's federal, thank you, feds, there's money everywhere. If you know where to apply for it, if you have the evidence and the information and the data and the case to create anything, whether it's from the larger federal governmental Washington level loans that are coming up, whether it's the crash money, what's the correct term, Dave? Help me out here. What he said, okay, the National Roadway Safety Strategy, and I'm going to give you a real good idea in a minute. And of course, again, data, information, the public health information from your localities or your states will help your users and your folk to actually build the case in order to get the money in order to buy new equipment. Money's too tight to mention right now, in the words of Mick Hucknall, if you're a child of the 80s. By the way, this stretcher here is available on Amazon. You can visit Amazon and buy this fantastic ergonomic stretcher today, and I can have it to you within 3 days. However, of course, we went from these stretchers through a grant funding system as an assistance to firefighter grant. A lot of your ambulance companies don't realize that the assistance to firefighter grant has an EMS element to it. I'm looking at you, Rick Patrick, right? There is actually an EMS element to the assistance to firefighter grant. And the year that we applied and were successful, half the people went, really? There's an EMS bit? We can get EMS equipment? Good Lord. Well, we came away with $330,000 from the assistance to firefighter grant that year. And how? Because we knew what our population at risk was doing. We could actually talk about the types of call volume, the issues that we had to deal with, the fact that we need to upgrade our stretchers because musculoskeletal injury was actually the biggest cause of workman's compensation in our organization. How many medics are in the room? Okay, keep your hand up if you remember the day your back went. There we go. Thank you very much. That's all I've got to say no more. All right. So, of course, in this day and age, power stretchers, power lifters, wings on the stretcher to contain the girth of the bariatric patient that we're inevitably lifting, stretchers that can actually lift, pneumatic devices to keep the patients off the floor, are all available to all of your states and all of your organizations with a little bit of know-how, with a little bit of knowledge, and actually some great grant funding. It's all out there. So it kind of leads me on to talking about vehicle crashes. Okay, this is NHTSA, so I'm obliged to say the word crash 15 times before I get off, otherwise I won't get any dinner. But of course, it is a serious issue, and it's something that I really just kind of want to wind up with, and we can sort of take any questions afterwards. But so in my city, when I was the chief in Richmond, Virginia, I was there for 10 years. We had a problem that people were incapable of crossing the street. Okay, go figure that. And so we did some spatial analysis, and we worked out that it was around the downtown political governmental area and over by the university, Virginia Commonwealth University. And what we also worked out was that it was actually right about now, this time of year, when all the freshmen are arriving at the college, and that's the sort of upper left-hand blob there, that they were getting knocked down crossing the street because a lot of folk weren't used to actually living in the city. You know, couldn't conduct themselves across the street in a safe fashion. We also noticed that when the clocks changed, and if you're a data scientist, think about this, when the clocks changed, all of our federal workers or our governmental workers in the state were now crossing the street. One day they're crossing the street in the light, the next day they're crossing the street in the dark. Guess what? Getting run over. The other anomaly we found was in the training period leading up to the Richmond Marathon, that the people in their very stylish black lycra running at 5 o'clock in the morning, we're getting run down by cars. So again, there's some great public health lessons there. So we decided to do something about it. And well, first of all, we did a root cause analysis, and this is actually our conclusion as to why these people were getting run over crossing the streets. But further to that, go back to my stretcher. I took $330,000 to buy new stretchers, and it's federal money. And we bought the stretchers, and then the stretcher company went, but there's a discount and there's a trade-in, and here's your money, here's some money back. Anyone ever tried to hand money back to the feds? Anyone ever handed money back successfully to you, Rick? No. I'll answer that for you. And so we're now in another pickle, another EMS pickle. And the pickle was, what do we do with it? Well, luckily we got a list of things you can do, and public health was one of those things. And so we're in the middle of people getting run over, going back to college. We're in the middle of trying to work out how we can come up with a public health solution to this. And this is how we turned our data through our assessment, through our analysis, into action. And so I decided that we use the medium of rap music to actually help us solve this problem, because we had a university that was quite progressive, that loved something different. And so this is how we applied a federal grant to get the word rap producer onto my resume. And by the way, we had to close down a street in Richmond, and I discovered that one of my billing managers was actually an amateur rapper who wrote this for us. His friend was Reggie Smith. Any idea who Reggie Smith is? No, I didn't. Apparently he does the track cutting for Fiddy. Anyone know who Fiddy is? 50 Cent. I didn't know that. I had to look these things up. And so we ended up with this particular little PSA that we did. And then everyone got really excited, because I went to the Richmond Police Department and said, can you close this road? And the head of Richmond Police Motorcycle Division was actually Captain Will Smith. So I then come back and say, oh yes, I've got Will Smith on the video as well. And everybody got really excited. And I went, no. It's actually Will Smith from the Richmond Police Department Motorcycle Division. So anyway, so this is data into action, into something that you can actually take away and use. And by the way, this is on YouTube. You can use this anywhere you go. Hopefully this will work. And so spot the cameo from Rob.
That's how I business, see your friends, and the races on the highway, you're not going away the sidewalk. You know what section gave you the visit from the local paramedics, you put the critical for the medical business. Just do this pedestrians and cyclists, even skateboard, the store sidekick, they jumps into our driving or car or use hands free island, and will you really go a little bit for the mistake?
That's crash. That is, thank you. Dave Bryson. So when you start to see applications for your crash fund for rap videos, you're welcome. All right. Because that's how we turn data into action. And I couldn't resist taking this photograph last night. If you were at the rainy Schmore event, you know, some of our folk are absolutely determined to get the job done. And that's my challenge to you right now. Oh, that's my challenge to you right now, that come together this week, get the job done, wear the rosette. Okay, because as you know, I'm not a manager, I'm not a Fed, I'm not a vendor. I'm actually a wholesale user of what you produce. And I want to be able to do it to the best joined up fashion possible. So thank you very much for letting me ramble on. I really appreciate your time, and that's how you can get hold of me or find me on social media. But thank you very much indeed.
Got it. Yes,
You said that just the way I wrote it. Thank you.
okay. You're on. And I believe you're gonna be with us.
Yes,
The rest of
yes.
the conference.
Yes.
So please stop Rob in the hallway. Great resource. We really appreciate him being here with us. Thank you so
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, we've got time in the schedule for a 15-minute break. We've got some snacks put out for you behind you where registration was. We've also got drinks up here. We're gonna do 15 minutes. What time is it? Okay, so let's come back at 9:35. We do have a split session. So this is the only time that we're gonna break the group into two groups. Up here in the Evergreen Room will be achieving and maintaining software compliance, best practices and stakeholder input with Jen Correa. And downstairs in the Spruce Room, which was right off of where we had s'mores, right off of where breakfast was, Eric Cheney is going to go over the National Roadway Safety Strategy, how to present meaningful reporting of transportation-related injury. So 15 minutes, and then find your room that you're interested in. The only one that will be live streamed is the Evergreen Room. So the vendor compliance session will be live streamed here. And then when we end that session, we're going to do Chris's famous prize wheel. So you've got a break, you've got a session, and then it's prize wheel. I'm just setting you up to look forward to Chris's cool prize wheel. All right, 15 minutes, and then we'll see you back. Thank you, everyone.
Maintaining software compliance. Most of the vendors know about the application for compliance process. And once you apply and fill out the application, you have 90 days to complete it. Under special circumstances, we can extend that a little bit as long as your software isn't expiring. And then we have a whole other conversation about extending. So we don't have that happen too often. There's pre-testing package on there that gives you all of the pre-testing materials you could need to see what you want to do, what you want to have in place for testing. There is a new policy. If you attend the V3 calls, you've probably heard us talk about it. Your user accounts are now locked if not accessed anything within the last 6 months. So please put a reminder in your task list or something like that that says, oh yeah, I got to use that NEMSIS login at least once every 6 months so it doesn't get locked. It just adds a couple extra days while we wait for the IT help desk to unlock your account. So it's just a good practice to do that. And then of course, don't wait till the last minute if you can avoid it for doing your compliance testing. Maintaining the compliance. It is the responsibility of the vendor to maintain current contact information with the NEMSIS tag. So we do our best to keep your emails and phone numbers up to date. I was surprised to find out how many phone numbers I don't have. I know a lot of us are not in the office anymore. We're working remotely and things like that. But sometimes it's quicker and easier to make a phone call and say, hey, I have a quick question than it is to send an email and try to explain in an email. So it's always helpful to have phone numbers. You are responsible to have 70% attendance at the twice monthly V3 implementation meetings. If you don't attend regularly, there are some really good conversations on those calls. And recertification is required by NEMSIS every 2 years. And then I put up here some frequently asked questions that I've gotten in the last 6 months or so. And then I'm hoping one of our goals on here today is to come up with some more questions that you guys might have that are asked that everybody may have. So please feel free to ask questions. Do codes have to match the test cases that we send you for testing? Yes. So your customer has the right to ask to collect a certain code, and we need to make sure that your system can collect those codes. Why do you test on custom elements? Samantha? Sure. Heck yeah.
Hi, this is Samantha with ESO, and I do have a question about matching the codes on the test cases. So specifically, if it is a list that has a defined list by NEMSIS, and if we're talking, say, like injury, why would we want to add a code for a test case that is like 1 digit off from the defined list value? Because to me, that is indicating that NEMSIS wants to expand codes and let anybody choose any code.
We want people to use the defined list, but there are going to be times where we have to expand on those lists, right? Think of COVID and things like that, where it wasn't on the defined list, but it needs to be added. And so what we're testing in the software, if a code doesn't match an existing defined list, is that your software can be updated for that code.
But isn't that tested with custom elements? I mean, it's
Not in something that takes ICD-10 or RX norm or SNOMED.
so then I would suggest at that case, choosing something that is not so similar to one on the defined list.
Okay.
Because to me, that is confusing to the customer for me to have a value of injury in a traffic accident, passenger. And that's what is in the test case this year.
So you test in a production environment the customer sees?
But that is one of the requirements of the compliance test, my understanding,
Is that you test in a production environment?
that you test with the software that is in production.
You have to test with the software that's in production, but you can, I don't think you have to have your testing environment be in production. It just has to match.
The takeaway message is that we need to keep the codes different enough so it doesn't look like we made a single digit mistake in the test case, right? It's a completely different code than they find in the defined list, and that's a great idea.
Absolutely. Hang on one sec, because the people virtual can't hear. No, that's okay. I did it a couple times yesterday too.
Okay, so just say words. It's confusing because a lot of those new values don't even have like a definition to go with it. So it might be just a random code and not have an actual, like if it's a medication, it won't say what the medication is. It'll just have a random code. And that often gets confusing. I feel like that's happened in the last 2 or 3 compliance cycles.
Are you saying it's like not a valid code
The
or?
code is there, but it doesn't say what like if it's aspirin, for example. So it'll have your actual value, but it won't have the definition of what that value means. And it's usually a value that we have to kind of create on the fly.
Okay, so you're saying like in the HTML documents that you guys are entering into your system,
Yes.
it will have the code, but it won't have the name with it.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, we can put that down on the list to consider adding the description along with the code to the HTML cases.
And then I guess with kind of going back to Samantha's comment with like the custom element, like we are creating custom values within the custom element. So it kind of seems redundant that we're creating custom values that are outside of the defined list while also creating custom values within the custom element.
But defined lists don't require custom values to be made because they're ICD-10, they're within the pattern, they're RX norm, they're SNOMED. The ones that are different aren't in the defined list, like an injury and primary impression and things like that. Those we have stuck, I believe, and there might be 1 or 2 because I haven't reviewed everything, but I'm pretty sure that all of like the impressions. Oh no, sorry, that's ICD-10. Cause of injury is ICD-10. I'm trying to think of one that's not.
So is
That's a
it,
drop down
is the-
that we have changed and I can't think of one.
so is the process that you're only creating like custom values for like the SNOMED and the RX norm? And then is that correct then? Am I understanding that correctly?
So a custom value would be something that's in a element within NEMSIS that has like the descriptions and like the codes. So 4212033, right? If we added to e-disposition 12 an additional code, that would be a custom value. But adding to the ICD-10 list or SNOMED or RX norm, that's a pattern, and anything that fits within that pattern. It doesn't require a custom value be developed. I guess that's maybe where it just seems a little we have the.
There we go. Samantha with the SO. My understanding is the reason we went to the defined list was to standardize the set of values that NEMSIS is receiving for ICD-10, SNOMED, and RX norm.
Mhm.
So then why are we testing off that list? Because, so currently, what it says here is state and EMS providers agencies can determine codes. The entry list is not on the state data set, right? So you're giving us a test value that is not part of the state data set, saying this could be an additional value. True, it can, and there are some states that do. But now with the defined list, the driving point should be to get everyone to use that list. Why are you encouraging us to go off?
We're just testing that you can. That's all it is. We're just testing that you can match the pattern. And I do get with the 1 digit off and keep it. And trying not to do something, like the allergy to hair dye, I think is one of the ones that wasn't on the old list.
Right. Well, I'm just, that's a different list because that one's suggested and I feel differently about that list. I feel much stronger about the defined list. And I feel like it's conflicting data for you to say, we want to drive everyone to be using this list so we can have standardized data across the nation that we use. And then saying for compliance, we want you to add anything we give you. To me, it feels it's a mixed message. Yeah.
So maybe this is something that's going to be a larger conversation that's, we have on a B3 call, or that we take and maybe it's the decision gets made later that no, we won't do anything that's outside of the defined lists. Because I can't stand up here and say, okay, yeah, we'll do that way. But it's a good point.
So Keith Finch with GMR, I think the point that Jen's trying to make is the defined list is NEMSIS ideal world. But until the states adopt that defined list 100% and don't add additional codes to it or additional expectations, it's really kind of, this is what the world would be nice, but your software has to prove that you can adapt to the state's needs when they want something additional and add the code. So I appreciate it, and it proves the point that we can still adapt to states as they need it.
Maybe we can make
Brenda.
that much more demarcated within the test cases. And so it's clear that we still need to test for that ability because that will always be true. But yes, we would love to get the states to standardize on the defined list.
And this is Brenda from Florida, and that's the only point I wanted to make. What's important to me is that my vendors can utilize my list that I put in my state data set. And that would be my defined list. So that's what I'm assuming you would be able to do compliance testing, that they can utilize what's in the state data set.
And I didn't think this was the question that was going to have a lot of conversation. I'm just saying.
You ask a bunch of data people a question in a room, you're going to get 30,000 answers. I mean, it's statistics, honey. This is Peter Brody from New York State. But we also need to respect that what Florida is going to need as far as the space shuttle, people falling alongside or being dragged along by a spaceship is going to be very different from, and her significantly warmer, hurricane driven climate could be very different from my sub-frozen tundra that we have for 6 months of the year. And when they start having snowmobiles crashing into trees, let me know.
And thank you, everybody. And this is exactly what I wanted, though. So I am glad that you're all talking. So yes. So I have a feeling you're going to hear more on this topic on some B3 calls in the future. Does compliance need to be done for 3.4.0 and 3.5.0 for softwares that have both versions? And the answer is yes. And no, having a 3.5.0 version and just translating 3.4.0 data to 3.5.0 will not get you past compliance testing. So it needs to actually be able to operate in both versions if you're offering both versions. Do I need to collect, send, receive, and pass? Oh, So this is a question I got asked a lot and I figured I'd just put it up here. There are two different types of software, right? So your states or your local agencies that might be processing their own data, but for all intents and purposes, I'm gonna say states. They will ask you to be a receive and process. That means all of the EMS provider agencies that collect EPCR data and send it to you in a bridge or anything like that, that is receive and process. And then that data either gets sent to NEMSIS or sent to the state. Collect and send, that is what your field personnel are using. So that is the EPCR being filled out and getting sent to your state or your local EMS agency. So there's a difference, and there's a difference in the testing process. So if anybody that doesn't already know the difference wants to be walked through, wants to know more, please, more than happy to do that. We can schedule a little 30-minute call and I can tell you how they're tested differently and what the parameters are, if you want more understanding on that. And then why is my software name on the compliance page listed this way? However, the vendor submits it in the application for compliance testing is how it will be listed on the website. So if you do notice an issue or an error, please send me an email. I'm happy to correct it, but that's why sometimes it's different. If you use all caps, I know this sounds funny, but if you use all caps, that's what I will put on there. All caps, because I'm assuming maybe it's a abbreviation or anything like that. All right, and so let's add some frequently asked questions. Okay, so I know there's more questions out there. I just don't know what they are. As many of you know, I started in January, so I haven't had a chance to answer everything yet. And there's Mike Renner, so.
Could you just say that you're gonna use on the website, whatever e-record 03 and e-record 04 are?
No, your the name on the software. So when you do your application for compliance testing, it asks your company name and then it asks your software name. Those will be listed on the website exactly like they are in the
From
application.
the application.
From the application.
Hey, Jen. One of the things I've noticed with the NEMSIS 3.5 transition page is there's a lot of states that are looking to transition or they've put their expectation date on transitioning to 3.5. However, there's not been any resources that have been, sent out to any of the vendors. Is there a push for NEMSIS to kind of take the lead on that, to kind of organize and, ensure that they're actually going to send resources?
Oh, good.
So that's a great question. So, and that's part of the reason why NEMSIS will be funding that NESEMSA liaison position, is that position will help us track states' migration plans, update them if necessary, and if they're coming up soon, making sure that their either tools and products are available on the NEMSIS website. So that's a great question.
All right, so what I think needs to also be, it's too bad there's no way to really document it, is just because a vendor has met the certification and compliance doesn't mean that their application is ready. And that can be months later before the application is ready. And what I mean by that is that, yeah, it meets all the requirements. It can do everything that you've asked for, but it doesn't have all the bits and pieces of the other things that the customer wants in order to make the change. And so that can be a delay. And what I did is I looked, and we have like 22 vendors in the state that submit data. And of those 22 vendors, I want to say there's only 6 that are on your 3.5 list. The rest are not there. How are we supposed to plan an implementation if the vendors who submit currently not even on your testing list, and we don't know where they are? So it's going to be kind of difficult for us to come up with a plan to submit the data and be compliant for the whole state if we don't know where all these missing vendors are. I mean, they could be being sold out to somebody else. It could be combined. It's very difficult for us to plan.
So I will say there is one resource on the V35 resources page that is the vendor and state plan for transition. I just recently updated it, and anybody whose date had passed, and keep in mind, a lot of these questions were asked before COVID. So anybody that the date had passed, I put TBD. So if a vendor wants to send in their estimated date that they plan on transitioning to 3.5, I'm more than happy to update that. That would be a good resource for the states. Also, if the states plan on updating their date range, happy to update that as well.
Hey, Jen, one other item that was shared yesterday that may help with this, trying to time things correctly. On our website for those software companies that are in the process, we don't list the product that's in process. And so maybe we can do that just so they can see what's upcoming, who's in the what additional products are in the pipeline rather than just the vendor with the buyouts and other things. That's now been kind of difficult. So maybe we can add that. And then I also want to mention, I mean, this is the chicken versus egg question we always have with the new version, right? And so I don't know, does California wait till some, magic 90% or compliant or something like that? I think it's probably just valuable for states to make sure that they have a line in the sand that vendors can work towards.
And I do know that we put out a call for the states, anyone who has V35 resources, even if you're not ready with your official data set and you've got a list of fields that you plan on collecting, a PDF document, we will list it on your V35 resources page. I know Arizona has recently put up a couple of documents. They're not XML, they're PDFs, but at least it's kind of trying to give you an idea. So definitely encourage states that are working on it. We're more than happy to post your resources that you have ready and available.
Hi, Samantha with ESO. Is there any expectation from when a state gets a state data set fully posted, ingestible, to when the vendor should be able to accept it? So for instance, if, a state says they want to go live on January 1st and it is December 1st and we don't have that state data set, is that something that we really should be held accountable to?
I'm going to let Clay answer that.
No, it's a great question again, and maybe we can have this liaison person help with kind of a scheduling, right, and timing, and you're planning in 6 months to go live. You should probably try to have these things in place by that time. We can work with that liaison person to see if we can come up with some kind of a schedule. That would be very helpful. Any thoughts, Josh, on that? Yep.
Yeah. Well, personally, I think the answer to your question is no, they should not expect a 30-day turnaround over the holidays. Yeah, so there's some recommendations in the state data set guide and also in the schematron guide as well. And if I remember right, both of those recommend at least 90 days of advance notice. Now, I would say that, an update to an existing 3.4 state data set is one thing, right? They added a facility. Okay, that's easy enough. The new publication of a 3.5 state data set or schematron is a different thing. And personally, I would want to see more than 90 days advance notice for that, some time to get ready.
And remember, guys, as long as it took your state vendor to produce the documents and come up with the documents and work with you and develop it, at least part of that time, the people who are sending you data are going to need to do the same thing. And then you also have the fact that your EMS provider agencies, the people who are actually filling out the EPCRs and utilizing it, will need to have time to get it into their systems, get their people trained. So timing is incredibly important. I'm a big fan of communication, and I think that more than anything will make the transition. It's never going to be smooth. I could come up here and say, oh, it'll be smooth if you do these 10 things, but it's never going to be perfectly smooth. So
Brenda from Florida, just a clarification, Josh. That was a recommendation for 90 days. So if I, as a state, am going to have my procedures and medications, for instance, in my state data set, you're suggesting that then the vendors would have 90 days to be able to implement that. I need to read the fine print more.
Yeah, for
Samantha's why you're-
example,
Is that why you're asking that question? Because Florida's timeline.
yeah, let's,
Okay.
so for a simple example, you recognize a medication that, you know, you've added, your medical director has said, hey, agencies at the paramedic level, here's this new medication you can use. So you add that to your medication list in your state data set, you publish that through the NEMSIS TAC. You might do that in the March, April timeframe and give people till July to have it implemented, that kind of a thing. Not 3 quarters later, no.
And it really does kind of depend on the change a little bit too, and things like that. So, oh, we have someone virtual.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. So Benny was asking in the update emails, can you please notify us when you post state updates?
That should be coming out every Monday to the Google group. And if Benny, if you're not seeing them, send me an email. We'll look into it.
And then Chip asks, do vendors have an order of resources that would be helpful to them, such as getting the schematron done and then define the, then define the final data set released in that order?
Yeah, that's a great question. Is there a priority list? Maybe we could do something in that regard as well and pass that to this liaison position.
And they can't hear you. And here's a little plug for my vendor meeting that we're trying to throw together, vendors in the room. This would be a great discussion on that call, just saying.
That's what I was getting ready to say. I think we all talked about coming together, coming up with the defined list, what it is that we each need, because each one of us have different needs, and how the software systems work. And then one suggestion I would like to make is maybe we could have the vendor contact list. So when the states are doing their 3.5 implementations for the agencies in their states, that the vendors can also participate and know what communication is going out and how that we can better serve our customers.
Oh, that's a great idea.
New York has another question. Is there a deadline when the 3.4 submission ends with the end of 23 or the end of 24?
End of 23.
End of 23. Is there a deadline somewhere out there that software vendors need to meet in order to make sure that they're transitioning all of their clients by the end of 23?
For those of you virtually, I'm looking at Clay. I don't.
We don't define that,
Yeah.
but we're hoping that they're all internally doing that, right? Building their processes so that they're meeting the deadline. But if there's a standard approach that we could provide that may be helpful to vendors and to states as well, right? Trying to prepare with.
Match up with my colleague across the room. I have 17 software vendors in my state, and 3 of my largest and those with the highest number of agencies are not on the approved list yet. And we don't even know whether they're testing, whether they're testing or not. So
that there is on the technical resources page for compliant software testing status. At the bottom of it, if you scroll all the way down, there is anyone who's involved in initial testing for V3.5. That will be listed there. So that'll at least tell you anyone who's actively testing. Anyone who's prepping for testing, I think that's going to have to be a conversation you have with those vendors. Yeah. And maybe that transition plan, if we can get that updated for all the vendors, another push to get that data, will help. So you'll be able to see that, oh, they're planning on completing testing by March 31st. They're going to probably fill out their application around the start of the year because they have 90 days to complete from when they.
So the elephant in the room, I didn't mean that.
COVID anyway. Is any talk about extending 3.4? If we don't have enough vendors that are ready to make the transition, just in looking at the ability to build and get the system ready, but then you have to deploy it and train. It's a big step and it can take, I'm guessing it's going to take months to get people trained just in the use of the new disposition, replacing e-disposition 12. And if we're going to go from, you know, sending 4 million records or almost 5 million records a year down to, you know, 2 million, is that something that everybody's willing to live with because the other vendors aren't ready?
Yeah, so I can respond to that a little bit. I mean, it's a great question. Are we going to extend 3.4 right now? No, right? And can you train on the changes in e-disposition without all software moving over? Probably yes, right? People won't be able to see how it's actually presented within the software that they're using for those who haven't had a chance to pilot or demo the 3.5. But yeah, you're right. This is always a chicken versus egg. We continue to talk about the chicken versus egg. And I think the best we can do is just provide plans for each. I think this liaison person will also be very helpful. That's why we pushed and why Eric pushed so much for this new position is someone who's like actively working within that structure to get the information from the states and serving that back. We'll continue to try to provide as much information as we can on the vendor side. I think just having this additional partner will tighten this up, but it's good questions, really good questions.
So that we only have 10 minutes left, so I wanted to push a question out here real quick. When it comes to certification, as we know it, annual certification for most of the vendors are every 2 years for NEMSIS. We think it's too hard. The states think it's not hard enough. We continuously test elements that we never use, are never, you know, entered in conventional PCRs. Where's the discussion on maybe making the process more efficient as far as what we're required to test? Maybe it's just us. Okay.
So that's a great question. I'll respond to that a little bit. We're going to be talking about a schedule for versioning of NEMSIS that allows for more frequent information on what we're going to call minor revisions. So I think that will help a little bit in that it's not like all at once kind of a thing, but how we could just reduce the burden associated with compliance and number of cases. I don't know, we could talk about that. Maybe that's another good topic for the vendor meeting, you know, to discuss how best to do that.
Amber, Colorado. Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. I wonder, as part of your FAQs, some sort of way to actually line out. I know we talk about this all the time and the vendors probably know way better than the states do in some regards, but what exactly is being tested with both the different kind of workflows for the agency compliance testing versus the state level compliance testing. So we have a better understanding of where the focus is really lies in testing. And then we might better understand maybe what's not being tested. So we're not blindsided later on. And then that can maybe lend its way to this conversation about, is this really something we need to focus on for compliance testing? Is this something that the agencies need, that the states need? And maybe cherry pick from that list or establish a priority for those iterative type of testing phases. Just a thought.
I think that actually might be a great idea.
I wanted to speak to, I think Clay had a really good point about the discussion with versioning, but going back to what Keenan said too, it hurts to lose those resources of building custom elements that are never going to be used. So I think when we talk about the versioning, if we possibly could just implement some of the new fields that actually will be used like in a year or whatever we decide on, I think that would allow us to test to make sure, yes, we could create the custom elements the way that you guys can consume, But also it's not just wasting these resources and development time on something that just is never going to be used. And I think personally, it would help us to make sure we're on top of the different versions. But it also would help you guys in the states as well, because you know that all the vendors have the capability to fulfill and adapt as necessary.
Yeah, I think we kind of answered that because that's been brought up before in the last few years. And I think we kind of answered that this year. Our custom elements in the 2022 cases were strictly related to COVID-19, things that you were probably asked to look at and track. And so I think we kind of did respond to that request. And I know we talked about utilizing national custom elements in our testing environment. And because we do recognize that that is a big development, time and effort on the vendor's part. But we also have to make sure that we're testing you on what the states want to know, that you can look at an active case and say, okay, we can get this added value, or something along those lines. But yeah, I absolutely recognize that. We're down to about 3 minutes. Adam? They adjusted the time a little bit, so that's,
All right. And so
they don't want me to talk.
these are two quick clarifications, hopefully. One, it behooves vendors to use the state data set, but it's not part of the compliance testing process, right? We don't have to show that we import a state data set file in any way and process. Right.
You do not have to show us that you ingested it programmatically.
Right,
No.
exactly. And then two, I'll reach out to Mark. Mark, do you have any other, with the e-record 04 versioning? There's major, minor. Do you have still any concerns about that? Does NEMSIS need any guidance on versioning? You used to say that there are so many versions coming in, but obviously there's a primary version and a minor, or build version, that kind of thing.
Right. So a lot of those problems were solved with the annual testing in terms of the problems that we were having and seeing. And we could only correlate those back to the fact that look at how many versions this guy's got. I mean, it's tons. So we've noticed a huge reduction in our failures. If I'll get 18,000 records a night, and I might have 4 that fail. So versus the same number coming in and having 1,200 fail. So the only thing that we've changed is just asking for more frequent testing in order to make sure that everything was compliant. So to answer your question, I haven't even gone back and looked at that recently to see, because we're not having the problems that we had originally.
Okay.
And I do think that there's another session later about the versioning.
Yeah, we're going to talk more about versioning. And so these types of questions, I think, will be illustrative of that discussion. So bring those same questions to that section. Yep.
And are we taking a 10-minute break? Or is this a 15-minute break? And I do apologize for the change in the timing. Oh, we're going to do the prize wheel.
Right. So the other folks should be coming up. So there's a short break here just for the other folks to come up, and we'll make sure that they're finishing up.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you,
So we
everybody.
can-
And thank you very much for the conversation. We're absolutely not joking when we tell you we want to hear what you think. And just plug in the vendor meeting again. I really do think these kinds of conversations will be very useful.
Yay. Wheel of prizes, everybody. Who's excited? I know it's not a presentation on data, but it is a prize wheel. And then there are prizes at the end. We're going to spin the prize wheel. Everybody who is registered, that is in person and online, is on the prize wheel. If your name comes up on here, you get to pick one of the lovely blue bags over here on the table that have been lovingly curated by the NEMSIS tax staff. And if it's someone who's online, we will ship it to you. So let's see a big spin here. For the first spin, we're going to do 2 spins on this break. We'll do 1 more spin later today, and then we will do 2 spins tomorrow. Spun it way too hard. Now it's not going to stop. Big money, no whammies. People of a certain age remembering that. What was that show called? Pushing your luck, push deal. Goodness. They're so tiny, I can't see the names. Jason Azuma. Is that in person or online? Must be online because they're not here. Okay, make a note for Jason Azuma. We are going to remove his name from the wheel. Do one more. Push your luck. That was the name of the show. Press your luck. And there's a guy who won a whole bunch of it because he memorized how the board worked, right? This is a free and fair one here. And I will turn down how long this takes. This is just the anticipation killing me. Dun, dun. Oh, one more. Petra Bauman here online. Wonderful. Well, big round of applause for our winners. Everybody, big round of applause. Thank you very much for participating in the conference and in the Wheel of Prizes. I'd like to turn the time over to our presenter. Turn it over to Clay.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Perfect.
So we have a little bit of extra time. We're running about 15 minutes. Great suggestion that if we introduce ourselves really quickly, at least in the room, that could be valuable online and for also the folks. I'm gonna quickly pass the mic around. Just indicate your name and state or agency you're representing. Thank you for sitting down because I'll be starting with you. So, all right, so just quickly pass the mic, 15 minutes, we'll go through the whole room.
I'm Amber Vietanen from Colorado.
Bill Clark, Colorado.
Keenan Early, Zoll.
Lauren Hogg, Zoll.
Adam Milfreed, Zoll.
Elizabeth Lobato, Zoll.
Wendy Miller, Zoll.
Josh Legler, a contractor to the NEMSIS TAC and some states.
Carissa Bowman, the last soldier. Barbara Stepanski, County EMS. There you go.
Rob Farnham, Montana.
Sherry Graham, EMS System Manager, State of Montana.
Jennifer Wilson, ESO.
Andrew Hawthorne, ESO.
Samantha Helge, ESO.
Ryan Stark, Paige Wolfberg and Worth. Ken Foster, Indiana.
Lisa Winter, Data Coordinating Center, IT PMO.
Rachel Abbey, Office of the National Coordinator for Health IT.
Jim Adair, Idaho.
Ben Fisher with the NEMSIS TAC.
Hi, Rick Patrick, United States Fire Administration, U.S. Homeland Security.
Jennifer Korea, NEMSIS TAC.
Lori Lundy, NEMSIS TAC. Eliza Little, State of Connecticut.
Rob Lawrence, Primus and British Ambassador.
Felicia Alvarez, Utah. Kelly Pithan, Emergent. Wilma Benton, State of Alaska.
Kevin Haywood, Nevada.
Robin Hughes, Global Medical Response.
Keith Finch, GMR. Doug Butler, Image Trend.
Peter Brody, New York State.
Daryl Parker, Pennsylvania.
Jay Osby, State of Wyoming.
Cassie Longhart, Georgia.
Joe Farrell, Biospatial.
Jay Torgerson, Unified Fire Authority in Salt Lake City.
Rob Ayers, same organization, Salt Lake.
Brooke Burton, Unified Fire Authority, National EMS Management Association, and National EMS Quality Alliance.
Joe Cartier, State of New Hampshire. Chad Poor from Kansas.
Dan Van Orney, Image Trend.
Samantha Garsky, Image Trend.
Troy Lashinsky, Image Trend.
Ann Bosbrink, Arizona.
Kelly Clark, Image Trend. Kaylin Irwin, Image Trend.
Peter Geisert, Oregon.
Ella Ribchick, Wisconsin.
Andrea Forquette, NEMSIS TAC and IH USA.
Amit Trivedi, HIMSS, IHE USA.
Sean Ramsey, Emergency Networking.
Chris Marth for Sunset. David Saylor, Beyond Lucid.
Christopher Hanka, Angel Track.
James Fox Sancio, formerly Striker.
Kim Beresford, I'm also with Sanzio.
Ann Halsether, First Due.
Drew Burrell, Creative VMS.
Ty Carhart, State of Florida.
Srikiran Bhatta, Florida State.
Brenda Clodfelter from the great state of Florida.
Jeff Jacobson, EPS Systems.
My name is Mark Roberts. I had to ask Tom, again, sits next to me, what is my title since I just started? Because that hasn't even been said. So he emailed me back and said EMS systems consultant or general in charge of a lot of things.
Chris Hoffman, Business Data Analyst with the NEMSIS TAC.
Gente Alexandre, I'm with NEMSIS Tech, the administrative assistant.
There's Tom. Tom, do you want to?
Sure. I'm Tom McGinnis, the Chief of the EMS Division for the California EMS Authority. And whoever typed my picture in that presentation, I do accept royalties. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate everybody going around. Julianne. Does everybody know Julianne? I think probably Eric, I and Julianne probably don't need any introductions. I'll let you go ahead and move. I'll let you know though, we have 40 states represented here today and online. That is the largest number of states we have ever had in regards to attending this meeting. So thank you. Okay, Julianne.
All right. Hopefully, I think I know all of you in here. So just in case we haven't met yet, I am Julianne and Julianne Ehlers. And I will find you and visit with you if I haven't visited with you yet. Hey, Lynn, I've not visited with you yet. Okay, see you right there. All right, our next presentation, we're excited to have, I think we've got 3 presenters for this. This session is Introduction to Pathway to Production and the Data Interoperability Project. Their bios are in your agenda. So if you will look back there, Amit Trivedi is with us from HIMSS, Health Information Management System Society. Okay, thank you. Andrea Forquette, and she is with IHE, International Healthcare Exchange, right?
Integrating the health enterprise.
All right, come on up and we'll get this. And then Josh Legler. All right, we've got Josh. Let's pull up your presentation. If you use this mic and our floating mics, can we get?
We're actually mic'd up.
Oh, you are mic'd up. Okay, then I will. Is this the one? All right.
Okay, great.
And who wants the clicker?
I'm Josh.
Do you want
Yeah, I'll
the
take
master
clicker.
clicker? I'll pass it.
And let me see if my mic works. It does? Wow. Okay. I don't hear myself. Anyway, oh, I see. Okay, so people online can hear me. And now everyone can hear me. Okay. All right, now that it all makes sense. Okay, well, I have Amit and Andrea with me today. I'm going to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves a little more as they take each of their piece of the presentation. They'll have the bulk of the presentation today, but I'm gonna give you a little bit of background and kind of foundational stuff about interoperability between EMS and the rest of healthcare. And that's what we'll be focusing on in this session. In addition to Amit and Andrea, then on the NEMSIS side, there's myself and Clay. And I would also like to call out Lisa Winter, who's sitting in the back over there. Lisa Winter is our project manager to keep all of us on track for this project. So she kind of sits behind the scenes, and a lot of you might not see her very often, but you'll just know that if stuff happens in this project, it's because she kept us on track. So we're really grateful for that. Here's our agenda. We're going to go, I want to kind of set a foundation of a goal that the NEMSIS TAC has. when it comes to interoperability and integration between EMS and the rest of healthcare. And that is getting outcomes into the national database. Then I'm going to turn the time over to Amit to talk about IHE USA, and then to Andrea to talk more specifically about the project that we're undertaking with IHE USA to address this goal. At the end, we want to give you some next steps, and also we have a few questions for you just to help us get a little bit of information from you. So here's our goal for the NEMSIS TAC. It's to get outcomes attached to patient care reports all the way to the national EMS database. And we drew up this little diagram in our outcomes work group in the past year or so. We recognize that EMS providers who go on a call are going to deliver their patients somewhere, either directly by transporting them or by handing them to another provider to transport. And they want to know how that patient did at the hospital. What was their outcome? Furthermore, they might be transferred to another hospital for a higher level of care, and they want to know what the outcome was from that hospital as well. And then the state wants to know what those outcomes were. And then at the national database, the priority is to get the outcomes from the transports. So for each agency for each patient care report that was a transport to a hospital, what was the outcome from that hospital? That's the goal of the NEMSIS TAC. Currently, our current status is 1.2%. So looking at all the PCRs from 2021, where a patient was treated and transported by this EMS unit, 1.2% of them had either an ED disposition or a hospital disposition recorded. So we clearly have lots of room for growth here. Broken down by vendor, it's kind of interesting. It's pretty much the same for every vendor, except that there are a handful. There's one vendor. Now, these are vendors that have submitted at least 1,000 PCRs to the national database last year. And there is one vendor, 40% of those PCRs have an ED or hospital outcome. And interestingly, a few vendors in that like 5 to 20% range, just 4 of them, not very many. And then everyone else is just kind of at the baseline, that 1.2%. Breaking it down by EMS agency, this was looking at all EMS agencies with at least 100 calls in 2021 that were transported to a hospital, or sorry, that were transported. Again, 8,000 out of 10,000 have exactly 0 PCRs with outcomes attached to them. So that's like 80% of those agencies. But there are a few here. There's even one where 100% of their PCRs in 2021 had outcomes. But there's a few here, on this steep curve that had something more than 0%, something more than 10 or 20%. So it's kind of interesting that it's happening in a few spots, but it's just not happening nationwide. And that's what we want to address, is really get this operationalized. So that's the NEMSIS goal. Let's bring this curve up. And any goal or obstacle that you face that aligns with this goal, then that's what this project is about. We want to help you with those goals. So if you say, well, in order to get outcomes, we need to be able to send the PCR to the hospital first, then we want to help you with that. Or if you say, well, in order to do that, we first need to do a patient lookup while we're on the scene, then we want to help you with that. Whatever it takes to get everyone to overcome whatever obstacles there are to raise this curve. So NEMSIS is contracted with IHE USA to help us make the connections and build the relationships with the other side of that exchange, with the hospitals, the HIEs, and so on, so that we can accomplish these goals and kind of address these barriers that might stand in the way. So with that, I'll turn it to Amit and then Andrea, who will walk you through kind of what some of the opportunities we have here, ways to start addressing this.
All right, well, thank you, Josh. Thank you, Clay, and thank you, all of you, for having us here today. My name is Amit Trivedi. I'm the Senior Director for Health IT Standards and Informatics at HIMSS, Information Management Systems Society. We run big conferences, both nationally and globally, so it's nice to be back at a conference. It's actually been a while even for me, so nice to see everyone. As Josh mentioned, what we're trying to do is connect the dots between some of the national initiatives that have been going on for quite a while and some of the local, regional, and state initiatives. And in IHE, which is, it stands for Integrating the Healthcare Enterprise, IHE USA is the National Deployment Committee for IHE International. So it's an international standards and profiling organization with dozens of member countries. My team is responsible for deploying interoperability in the US and supporting US implementers. A lot of our focus has been on deploying IHE profiles. How many of you are familiar with IHE or IHE profiles? Thank you, Rachel. I was hoping you would be. Rachel, of course, is with the ONC, so I was hoping she would be familiar. And we actually do have a cooperative cooperative agreement with ONC to help advance the FHIR standard. And it's a different FHIR than most of you are familiar with. It's with an H, Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources. So it's the newer standard that's out there that promises to kind of take us to the new web-based API economy and more granular exchange of health data. But before we can get there, there's a lot of stuff that we still need to figure out in our day jobs. And so part of the promise of this project is to bring in some more stakeholders to help support some of this activity. So IHE USA was founded by and is supported by both HIMSS and RSNA. RSNA is the Radiological Society of North America. So two big international nonprofits that are also supporting us from the standards and interoperability perspective. I mentioned IHE International as our parent global organization, ONC as a partner in our cooperative agreements. We work with NIST, the folks that develop standards and tools nationally. They develop a lot of our schematron validators and tools that we use in our testing events. We're close partners with HL7, another standards development organization. And one thing to clarify is in any IHE profile, we're really bundling standards. We're not developing our own. So when someone says, I use HL7, I don't use IHE, that doesn't quite make sense because we use all standards. In addition, we're bringing some of the HIMSS perspective. We have state and regional chapters all over the country and internationally. And then other folks we work with in the industry, including the Interoperability Institute, affiliated with groups like MyHIM, Michigan Health Information Network, and then the interop community. The interop community is a group of standards and interoperability enthusiasts that are working to develop open source testing platforms and sandboxes to help a lot of these activities nationwide. And so if we look at where we are today and the interoperability landscape, there's a number of different activities, initiatives, and regulations that have set a floor for interoperability. Unfortunately, a lot of people look at that as the ceiling for a number of reasons, and most of them are related to lack of resources, lack of funding, and too many other competing initiatives. But today, we feel we have a solid floor and foundation for interoperability between the regulations that have come out, like HITECH Act, the 21st Century Cures Act, the technology that's been put into place through the ONC's Health IT testing and certification program to promote interoperability, new standards that are in play, like FHIR, as well as the other regulatory building blocks and levers like meaningful use and conditions of certification, and the US core data for interoperability. Some of this may be familiar to you and some of it may not, but part of what we'll be able to do working together in this project and for the near term is to learn how these tools can help you unlock EMS data and either get the data you want or send the data you need to the folks that need to receive it. And so one other thing I wanted to mention is that there is a bigger federal health IT strategic plan, and much of it is centered around outcomes. And that was one of the reasons why we partnered with NEMSIS and partnered on this project with the longer term goal of getting to those outcomes, but knowing that there's a number of smaller pieces, actions that we can help support that'll get us there. And so what we bring to the table from IHE is a number of different activities and events to help folks understand a little bit more about the standards landscape, interoperability, where they are, levels of readiness, and how to participate, engage, and advance into this interoperability. So first off, we have the Path to Production series. It's a digital webinar series, 2 half days every 2 months. It's set up for us working professionals who don't often have time to sit in webinars and sit in conferences. So all of the content is free. It's also available for 90 days on the platform. Really, the main focus here is education and awareness. On top of that, we have standards acceleration programs. The next one will be at our Connect-a-thon in mid-September. And this is, again, an augmentation of some of the Path to Production events with in-person boot camps, workshops, education activities centered around the Connect-a-thon. Our Connect-a-thon is actually a week-long event held every year in North America, in Europe, in Japan. And at this event, we have over 100 different vendors come with their products for interoperability testing. This event's been going on for over 20 years. It was founded at RSNA back in their parking garage. It's since moved to Atlanta, actually, for this next September. This event, like I said, has hundreds of engineers from health IT system developers, medical device manufacturers, HIEs, public health agencies, state health IT coordinators, and folks are working on interoperability testing for some of these specifications that have been productized. So not just tabletop exercises looking at the specs, but actually folks who have implemented a specification and now are trying to test with each other. One of the things about this event is that it has catered to more national and global type interoperability. IHE stands for Integrating the Healthcare Enterprise. And so a lot of the work in the past 20 years has been at the enterprise level, i.e. hospitals and hospitals only. But we're moving past that to the ecosystem. So we've added devices, apps, and other domains. And one of the reasons we're working with EMS is that we believe there are a lot of opportunities that we can help the EMS community solve, and together we can help other domains as well. And then finally, the last event we have is, last type of event we have is called a project-a-thon. Whereas a connect-a-thon tests specifications at a basic level, a project-a-thon allows us to overlay additional constraints, whether they're state, regional, national, local requirements. So all of this speaks to supporting testing and implementation and driving further interoperability into systems that are in production. And one last thing, and we'll make these slides available, including links to all the material. Folks will be receiving invitations to the Path to Production event at the end of the month. 2 days, like I mentioned. The first day, we're going to be kicking off with a keynote from Clay and a launch to the wider industry about this program. And then the second day, the first day will be filled with on-demand content, a little bit of more bite-sized pieces of the building blocks folks need to understand to kind of get participating in the conversation. The second day, we'll be hosting an industry listening session with folks from the NEMSIS TAC. All of you are invited, and we'll also be inviting other folks from the industry to participate. And my colleague Andrea is going to go into a little bit more detail about the e-Outcomes project, what we'll be doing at Path to Production, and some of these future calls. So Andrea, if you want to take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone. So when we're going into the path production, this is the piece where we're talking about standards and projects that have been like these standards that have been developed at this point and using them to your advantage. And so we have our path to production series at the end of August, which will go through some of those details. But then we are going to lead up to something called the Connect-a-thon in September. And we understand that at this level, we're not looking for conformance testing. We're looking for, can we do something here? And so what the goals that I had laid out is that in the coming Connect-a-thons, I want to prepare everyone to be able to receive a discharge summary from a hospital system. And that is our baseline query type. We can do it in CDA, or we can do it in FHIR, or we can do a FHIR specific resource query as well. So these are the three approaches that we will be starting with in this path to production to go through. And so for September Connectathon, which is right around the corner, we kind of want to have a prep sessions for you, practice sessions. We don't want to say come to this event and then throw everything on you right then and there. So we'll have some events at the path to production about how to prepare for Connectathon and what you would be looking for in an official sense. And then we'll also be having weekly Friday calls between now and September with vendors like Epic, who is willing to help prepare you for the event where we're just doing a baseline query. Can you ask for this? Can you make the connection to the hospital? Can you ask for a discharge summary? And can you get it back into your system? Those are the three things we'll be testing for. And those are our general goals, because this is the first piece of the bigger picture. We want you to be able to get your outcomes back. That is our main goal. Additionally, the other profiles that are in IHE are the referral for interfacility patient transport. So that is sending a patient summary to EMS for an interfacility transport. And then the other one is the paramedicine care summary, which is sending the information into the hospital. And then an additional one would be an international patient summary query, which is a query for a patient summary when you're outside of a hospital setting in the field to a health information exchange. These are a little bit more long-term goals, because e-outcomes is our initial goal, and that will be the, I would say, easiest thing to do at this point, to try to make that connection between EMS and hospital systems and kind of give a space for everyone to have conversations to discuss. And so when we're looking at the landscape of the e-outcomes project, and then the profile that we've been working with in IHE, core spells quality outcomes reporting for EMS. And we're kind of looking at the workflow. So we're talking about using a health information exchange in between on this one, where you can send quality outcomes data, query quality outcomes data to either between hospitals or between states. And then, as you can see in the bottom piece, that's where the paramedicine care summary would take place, and the international patient summary, if you were to want those pieces of the puzzle as well. This one is also one of those things where if there's a referral from a hospital to an ambulance service, where you can get that outcomes information as well. So we are looking at getting information from a hospital you transported from, and getting that outcome information from any interfacility transports that you can use. The 360X profile that's kind of referenced in the middle is for closed loop referrals. So that would be getting that referral at the point of discharge and getting that information before your crew even shows up to the hospital as well. And these are kind of just overviews of these workflows of what we're looking for in the data exchange. But again, we're focusing on outcomes at this point, and our first will be for the discharge summary queries. And so I'm gonna hand it back to Amit for kind of the roadmap of everything, but those were just like the overview of the goals of what we're looking for in the next few months. And while there's one Connectathon in September, there will be another one in February. Yes, there'll be another one in February. So this one, if you're not able to get and meet to your goals in this one, we'll still continue to have those prep sessions with the EHRs to kind of prepare you for the next Connectathon. So it's not a missed opportunity if you aren't able to successfully test anything at that point. So I'll hand it over to me.
And so here's a visualization of that. Part of it is these activities take a while. And I was in the previous session about testing. When you have a new version, et cetera, it takes a while for folks to understand what's going on, what are the changes, how many resources will I, what's the ROI, all of that. And so really what we're trying to do is lower the barrier of entry for folks that have not been doing national interoperability projects for the last 10 years. And so starting in August, end of August, we'll have this path to production. Actually, starting this Friday, we're going to be having weekly developer meetings. And Andrea mentioned, like, one of the things that we can bring to the table are developers from other areas. So we have pretty much speed dials to, the Cerner, Epic, GE, Athena, Allscripts, the folks that have been participating in ONC certification and health IT testing. I ran a test lab and certification body at Verizon, and then prior to that, CCHIT for about 12 years before coming to him. So through that, I tested probably just about every vendor that went through that program. And so we've learned a lot through that process, and I think we know how to help folks that are new to the game or new to this particular piece. And so we have the weekly developer meetings to get us ready for the Connectathon. At the Connectathon, we're setting up a kind of curated opportunity for the EMS stakeholders to get even a better opportunity in front of these vendors to get some basically hand-holding to work on developing some of these queries and learning how some of these profiles work. But the bigger picture is also, at the end of this roadmap, we show the HIMSS Global Conference. And so a big part of what we do is also telling our story and raising that awareness both at the highest level as possible. And so that's what our opportunity is at the HIMSS Global Conference in April and future conferences and other national conferences like that. And at HIMSS, my team also helps run and support this area called the Interoperability Showcase. Maybe a quick question. Has anyone here ever been to a HIMSS conference? All right. How about, have you seen the Interoperability Showcase? All right, so that's an area our group helps develop, and I'm biased, but I think it's my favorite part because it shows interoperability in the real world. So we have a huge exhibition floor with lots of vendors and lots of demos. But when you go into the Interop Showcase, the only way you can get in there to present in the vignettes and demos is by participating in things like our Connectathons and demonstrating that you have multi-stakeholder interoperability using standards. And so I'd love to see EMS vignettes represented in the Interoperability Showcase, and I'm pretty sure we will be seeing that in the near future. So a couple more pieces on how to engage. And again, this is all in the slides, and you will be hearing more from us. So Andrea didn't mention this, but she's also the co-chair of our Patient Care Coordination Committee in IHE. She's also the lead SME for EMS on my ONC cooperative agreement. We have our Path to Production industry project launch at the end of the month as part of Path to Production. We have our prep calls every Friday. The Connectathon is going to be this September. This is your invitation to dip your toe in the waters, have a friendly invite, come and get immersed in the interoperability events. We'll have another one in February 2023, leading up to the HIMSS conference and the Interoperability Showcase. Also wanted to plug the ONC technical forums. Both Andrea and I will be presenting at different forums, hers on the 9th, mine on the 23rd, and we'll be talking about this NEMSIS project as well on those. And so part of this is raising the visibility of some of the excellent work that you all are doing at the highest levels too, so we can get some more support, funding, participation, and engagement. So do you want to walk through some of the questions, or should I?
I'll walk through them.
All
Okay. So one of the things when we're looking through some of these standards, we want to know how many, I guess, raise your hand, how many of you are familiar with CDA or CCDA, clinical continuity of care documents? All right. And how many of you are familiar with FHIR? So FHIR, FHIR, right? And I want to know how many of your systems are developing with CDA right now, or CCDs. Okay, I'm just
a little higher, just one minute.
Just a little higher.
Is it 2, 3?
I think it's 3.
Okay.
And then how many of you are using or developing fire in your system at this point?
1, 2,
1, 2,
can we say
3,
3 or 4?
4. Yeah.
4, okay.
And how many and just how many of you have any familiarity with the ONC certification criteria or USCDI? If that might be more familiar. Okay.
Okay.
And then how many of you have participated in an IHE Connectathon? All right. And then a fire Connectathon held by HL7. How many of you have participated in that? All right. So I see there's a lot to achieve here, right? So
Well, I look at it
Yeah.
as incredible opportunities.
yes.
One of the things the ONC certification program did was set requirements for those EHR vendors in inpatient ambulatory. One of the things USCDI does, the US Core Data for Interoperability, is list the data elements at the granular level that must be exchanged if you have them. So knowing some of this information could be helpful as you negotiate interoperability, because one of the things I know for sure is happening is there's interoperability exchange, deficit. Folks are asking for a lot of information, but you're likely not getting much back. And it seems to be happening all across the ecosystem. So what can we do to not only help folks send the information that folks are requesting, but make sure that they can get the information back easier. And this is one of the reasons why we're working with the MS folks on one side and the Epics and other inpatient ambulatory certified vendors on the other. We can half the time to get that information because we already know what they absolutely must do if you ask them for it. So thank you for answering these questions, and there's going to be a lot more to come.
Well, I think I wanted to ask one more question, and that was, and I guess it might open up to a little bit more of a discussion piece. And I think that would be, does anyone have any very specific points on like your pain points with any of these? If you've been developing in fire or CDA, what are like your specific pain points that come with trying to make these interoperability connections? Like anything that comes off the top of your head, like what are the things that you find to be the most difficult when it comes to that information exchange?
And I don't know if we'll get that answer right away with like only about 6 or 7 folks working on this development. But part of that issue is readiness, right? So how many folks are ready to make that plunge, or how much closer might you be than you may realize? I also know we have a mixed crowd here. Not everyone here is a developer, but if you have a development team back at home, this is the information you want to get in front of them.
Mm-hmm. All right. That's what I wanted to ask as a last question. And then this is an overall resource page for everyone. So a lot of the profiles that were mentioned in those diagrams before, these are the direct links to these profiles, like specification documents. So for IHE, you can access any of these documents without having any membership in IHE USA. And so you can take a look at them and see what they have that you might be able to see or understand. Or if you don't understand, that's something that you can reach out to either me or me about to help kind of walk you through those. But this is for you. And just a side note, the paramedicine care summary isn't an active update. So if you want the most recent form, it's a working Word document right now. So you'll have to email me if you want that Word document for review.
And the last thing I want to say is we're here wearing our IHE hats, not trying to sell conference subscriptions or booth spaces or any of that. We're here wearing our do-gooder hats. And so like, I understand some of this stuff may not make sense at all, but we're here to help. We'd love to answer questions or figure out how we can show what these building blocks for interoperability are and how you can use them. So thank you again for your time and really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Lori, have for some questions and discussion. Okay, great. I really liked Andrea's question. I want to broaden it a little bit. So Even if you don't have an answer about, well, you know, this little technical thing is the next thing that we're working on. If we back up and you just say from whatever position you're in right now, whether you're a software developer, whether you're a state data manager, when you're looking at interoperability between EMS and the rest of healthcare, like what's the first barrier that you are facing that we can potentially help you with? I think we have Peter here. Is there, okay, he said money. Okay, that was a quick answer. Do we have the mics? Anne in the front. And then right behind Anne after that. Go ahead.
The two that we've noticed in our state, because we have an HIE integration, or we're trying to, is apparently the data is not always sent in a consumable format from the hospitals in like individual data points that can be sent back down to our state system. And also the hospitals seem interested themselves, but the software providers for the EMR, and that I think would be the biggest one, is just getting them to understand this is important, wanting to be part of it, and motivating them to work with each other, and then also make it a standard, because I think that has been our biggest areas.
Yeah, I'm really excited about what they announced here with these Friday calls they're going to start up, where Epic has committed as a company to have a representative on those calls. So we can start to build those relationships with the EHR vendors.
Send a question to question. We'll get resources. And so that's what we.
Yeah.
And the question about money, funding, that's massive, right? Like our mission is to advance interoperability. And outside of meaningful use and ONC funding, it's been pretty light. And so this is a global issue. If things like COVID haven't raised the bar for the type of funding, and ONC's funding was reduced. What do we need to do? So it goes back to the story and telling the story at the highest levels, because that's what we're also looking for, because we need funding to support all of these states to move all these activities.
Yeah, and one of the things that I think is worth understanding, not understanding, I think worth note. Yes. One of the things I think is worth noting is that, with the quality, the core profile, that is intended to be an international profile piece with US specific elements to it. We're talking about this profile in a way that if the hospitals do not send you data in the way that you want it, this profile is supposed to give you the opportunity to ask them for the data in the way that they have it, and then you can make it into what you want it to be. So that you don't have to make sure that you regulate the hospitals or systems to say at the end of the month, you need to send me all of the outcomes of these patients that we gave you. It's going to be more of a, hey, I haven't heard anything from you. I'm going to ask your system what you did with all the patients that we sent to you, right? And those are the opportunities that we want to give you, is like not to have to depend on the hospital sending you data, or making sure that the data is accessible in multiple ways. So either they send it to you, or you ask it from them, or you send it to the state, or the state asks it from you. That's what our goals are, to help you with those progresses.
Is hospital participation right now mandatory or voluntary?
With this project, it is voluntary. So at this point, we're trying to show the progress that they can have as well. Because as soon as they're able to send information to you, they can ask for their outcome, not their outcome, but their quality metrics from you, that they're also interested. So that's kind of like how we're trying to get them involved in. And we have I think Allscripts and Cuvera, while they're not, they'll be with us in kind of this journey with our pieces. As soon as we have a few step up, then there's their competition of participation. So it is at a volunteer level, but because this is a very new and uncharted area, that we're hoping that these few first steps is going to generate more involvement on their end.
Just a quick follow-up question to that. So have you worked with any of the professional organizations like the hospital associations or the health information management associations? Because a lot of this stuff with blocks, so we found trying to set up programs is that, we're getting HIPAA thrown back at us. We're getting a lot of confusion about can we share the records. So what have you done to address that?
Well, so, I mean, this comes up all the time, right? Everyone uses HIPAA for any excuse they want. So, but yeah, that's one of the things through HIMSS. We have a ton of nonprofit industry association ties, as well as, you know, all those other ties to those groups. So, for example, for the hospital, right? There's a number of ways we can go about it. One way I like to go is like, you know, who are our friendlies, right? So what state are you from?
Utah.
Okay, good one. Yeah. So there's folks we can work with in Utah, I'm pretty sure. The other thing I was thinking was, so with HIMSS, we have things like the Davies Awards for you know, hospitals that have advanced interoperability. We have MRAM, OMRAM, which are different maturity models. And so I'm trying to build some of our standards activities into those. So part of it is if you're a Davies Award winner, so one of the top 20 hospitals in the nation, we can go to them and say, hey, you're one of the leading interoperability hospitals. What are you doing around EMS? And are you sending outcomes back? Oh, no, why not? You know, and you know, pull them into the fold that way.
Awesome. We have a couple questions from online audience. So Benny, first question is Benny asks, can we work on connecting to all the hospitals through IAG?
That's the plan, because we don't want one-off interfaces, right? So that is the plan.
To say, yeah, I would also say that we'd also support the not just connecting one-to-one to each and every hospital that there is, but we're also looking to see how to support connections to health information exchanges so that you don't have to make those one-to-one connections to each one of those hospitals. So we can accelerate and standardize that connection a little bit more. So like I said, that's the plan. Maybe not one-to-one direction with every hospital out there, but hopefully the connections with the health information exchanges and helping with those connections as well, with at the vendor level will help you connect with those hospitals.
Wonderful. Then one more, Chip has said that legal documentation to overcome privacy reluctance with hospitals. Hospitals not having IT support for setup. I believe he's saying that those are issues. And hospitals also worry about how much outcome goes back to EMS. We don't need all discharge problem lists, many of the times, just the ones related to the EMS incident.
So I would say that's a complicated question. I think that has more to do with the development of the standards that we put into it, right? So I believe one of the pieces we have is like just looking at the discharge summary and then taking whatever problems and procedures that were done related to cardiac event. So you're looking at conditions that are related to cardiac in that discharge summary elements. When it comes to doing something at the very specific level, you get into that pushback from the hospital saying, I don't think we can do at the specific level. And then at your end, we're hoping the quality outcomes profile, you can say, I want every patient with cardiac condition from our end that we sent to you that had these procedures or medications given to them in the hospital, or vice versa. That opportunity to use the data specific queries to the hospital will relieve on their end having to support what every piece that you would like to have them send back, and you have more control over what you would like to ask them in that sense for your measures. And then the patient ID and capture, that is a current piece of the use case we're still trying to figure out. We have to find a standard way of which that you would receive the hospital MRN assigned to that patient and connect it to your ID in your EPCR to make that query. And there are a number of patient matching profiles in IHE, patient matching for health information exchange pieces, but that is still part of the use case that we need your help and the developer side and the vendor side on here to find out what that process will look like.
We've tried several different projects using this, and the one thing that we ran into each and every time was the patient matching.
Okay.
And making sure that we had the proper MRN for that facility as well as the encounter number. And if either of those two didn't work or weren't complete, then the process failed. And they've done things including scanning face sheets. There's been a number of things that we've tried, and they all seem to be cumbersome. So anything that could be done that would help with that would be, I think, would be a great advancement.
Yeah, I would say we can make that a goal of discussion in some of our prep meetings and in additional meetings that we have as a topic of discussion, because that is, again, the most important part of this is be able to find the patient that you transported. And we might also need the hospitals in the room with us to kind of tell us what they can do to help too. So that the burden's not always on the EMS side. So we need to have that as a priority topic of discussion to have with the vendors that are at the table.
I was gonna say, we can also bring cybersecurity and privacy resources to the table. My team at HIMSS also manages the HIMSS cybersecurity and privacy community and committee. And so there's a lot of folks there that we can bring in. We also have folks on staff, including someone who chairs the National Bar Association's healthcare group. So
Okay, we have a couple minutes left. If there's any other questions or any other responses to that question of like, you know, what's your next barrier, the barrier you see right in front of you that you need to address. But you saw there's lots of stuff coming up, you know, Connectathon in September, that's like 3 weeks away or something, and all these other opportunities. Don't feel bad if you miss one, just jump in and catch the next one. We're going to try to ramp up as quickly as we can, but we're kind of, at least I personally have felt like I'm building the train track as the train's coming, and we're trying to get information out as much as we can. So we'll try our best to get this information out over and over, give you those opportunities to sign up for these things, to participate. But you are welcome to contact us and say, hey, you know, I want to participate. How do I do it? And we'll get you plugged in for sure. So any other final thoughts, questions, anything we can respond to? Okay, great. Well, thanks Amit and Andrea being here today. They'll be here the whole time. Feel free to chat with them and get to know what they do. Okay, thanks everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's almost time for lunch, and I just have a couple of quick announcements. First of all, for lunch, we're going to have lunch today downstairs, and there'll be a buffet set up. You can sit either in the spruce room, which is right down the stairs. If you go to the left, you'll see a room down there, or there's lots of seating outside on the patio as well. So grab your lunch and join us outside as soon as we finish up here. And then just a couple of announcements of your options for tonight. We will have dinner served tonight from 5 to 6. And then after dinner, we have a few activities. One of those is that we planned a scavenger hunt for downtown for anyone who's interested. And before you go to lunch today, if you're interested in doing the scavenger hunt, come see me over here. I've got a list of things you can find, and I can also help assemble teams. We'd encourage you to go with a team of a few other people. Could be someone you know or someone you don't know and would like to get to know some new people. We can help facilitate that. And then how that'll work is we have a shuttle that'll pick up you and your group, and some cars going as well down by the front lobby at 7 o'clock. And then you'll return by 8:30, and you'll turn in your form to show how many pictures your team found, pictures with objects that you're looking for. And you'll get 1 point if you get a picture of an item. So for example, there's a ski lift on here. If you get a picture of a ski lift, you get 1 point. If you get a picture of your team with a ski lift, then it's 2 points. And so we have prizes for the top 3 teams for however many, whoever gets the most points. And then we also have coupons for downtown. There's a ice cream coffee shop called the Java Cow, and that's where the shuttle will drop you off and pick you up. And you have $7 to spend there for a drink or dessert tonight if you're participating in the scavenger hunt. And then if you're not into that, you're welcome to stay. We'll have s'mores on the patio again tonight for anyone who'd like to just sit and mingle here as well. So you are dismissed for lunch. And if you have questions or you want to participate in the scavenger hunt, come see me and grab a sheet on your way out. Thanks, everyone.
All right, we're going to spend 30 minutes here going over some additional revelations and other work that's happening in regards to the NEMSIS UUID. So I know we have a bit of a mixed crowd here in regards to what the UUID is and what are some of the extensions that folks are thinking about in regards to its use. So I was going to go over it just real quickly, just in just a couple quick minutes, talk about what the UUID is, why we incorporated it, why is it part of version 3.5, and then what has been happening over the last few months. Mr. Eric Cheney has been very involved in some projects that are very interested in its use. So we need to talk about it as an industry, as a group here, both on the state side and on the vendor side, as to how best we can ensure its implementation, because it is going to be a very valuable addition to NEMSIS version 3.5. So a UUID, it stands for a universally unique ID. I'm going to go very quickly because most of the NEMSIS folks are familiar with it. It's in version 3.5. It's basically such a complex code, you can see it there, that even though independent engines are generating UUIDs, right? So every implementation of software is generating independent UUIDs. They just will never co-occur. You'll never have a collision, right? The fact of a collision happening, you're much more likely to win Powerball, right? So they're unique to time and space, over time or any space. So it's a valuable addition to NEMSIS because, as was mentioned during the first day, we continue to have problem tracking our DEM files, right? So the value of adding a UUID to version 3.5, particularly in the DEM section. So every now personnel, every vehicle, every device has a unique UUID, and you'll be able to track that device or track that personnel or track that vehicle over time within an EMS agency, right? So if you update your DEM file, you send it in again. NEMSIS is always a wipe and load system. So they take the old version of the DEM file, they wipe it, they replace it with the new one. UUID will really help us to ensure that that connection is made correctly and we're not guessing, what was the agency that first sent this? How do I bring this together? What elements do we use to match them? It'll just be done on a UUID. So that's the value of the UUID. But one of the other attributes of the UUID is there is a UUID attached to the EMS record. So there's lots of UUIDs in the DEM file. There's one for the actual record that's being developed for that individual EMS activation. So again, this speaks to the idea that we've been kind of all under pressure to kind of consider, right? Is NEMSIS is going to become syndromic or a surveillance of syndromic type issues. There's a call to have the data quickly, maybe before a record's done. We're so fortunate to have Ryan here from PWW. He's going to talk to us about all those questions we had about how often can you update a record or can you submit a record that's not complete? And is that a closed record? Is it a final record? All those terms we use, Ryan's going to help us with that tomorrow. But this allows that to happen, right? So an EMS crew could, submit a record long before it's completed, go back and complete it. The UUID goes back up to the state and to the national registry. The UUID matches up the records. And so the wipe and load system is much more efficient. Well, that's what we included it for. But there's been this broader vision of how the UUID could be used to bring together other data sets. And the American College of Surgeons worked with us very early as we were implementing UUID. So we have worked a lot with the American College of Surgeons to ensure that the trauma registries that are collected within hospitals, trauma centers, utilizes that UUID to bring together in independent data sets, the trauma record with the EMS record. The UUID doesn't do the matching, right? So even in this scenario, right? So you have a trauma registrar sitting in a hospital, they're a level 1, level 2 trauma center. They have access to the hospital record. They have access to the EMS record. How that comes together, we can talk about. There's solutions in this room for the way that happens. But the trauma registrar has the PII, the PHI associated with each of these records. They have the whole record. And they actually, oh yeah, this is Nora Jones, who was injured on State and Main at 3:30 yesterday. So they're able to bring those together, right? These are the same records for the same patient. And then that UUID flows automatically into the trauma registry record. Now, even if these, for all these systems, the state databases and the national databases, even if you just send limited data sets up, so no PII, no PHI, that UUID exists in both records. So now independently, any researcher can query our system and query the American College of Surgeons system and identify the same patient with no existing PII. So that's, as you saw that number, it is just a number that identifies a record. It doesn't identify a patient. It doesn't identify an EMS agency or a provider. It literally just says this record belongs to this record. And there's no floating PI or PHI. So that's the history. And we have existing tools. So we have a plain language guide that was built for states, for you as state data managers and others to contemplate the use of this UUID within your state. And then we've also developed some technical documents as to how we anticipate that the UUID could be collected and could be stored in the field level product, and then in the trauma registry receiving software. So that's all been worked out. So those exist. Well, what's happened as of lately, and Eric, if you want to speak to this, I would love to have you speak to it because you're the one that's been intricately involved in this. But part of the bill, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, does, and I know it's hard to read because there's a ton of footnotes associated with it, but what it basically says is that the CDC and DOT are to work together to develop a national registry of highway crash data that includes demographic information in regards to the patients. To make a long story short, what Eric has been working hard on with his partners within his agency and also with CDC is developing a national registry of all car crashes, right? So the bipartisan bill is specific to MVCs. Well, when they started to think about, well, how are we going to make this work? How are we going to bring together all this data from all these different sources? We're going to do probabilistic linkage. The CDC has tried that and it's not worked. It's failed. The NHTSA side, DOT with FARs and codes have also struggled with it. So they have latched onto this idea of the NEMSIS UUID. And Eric, I think it's one of two models that they're forwarding. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So one of the two models they're forwarding is UUID. And the idea is until and hopefully as they build out the national standard, their data standard for what crashes should be, and get states to adopt that. Because I believe the last number I heard was 17 states had fully adopted the MUC data standard for crash, which is that model uniform crash criteria. So until then, this was a great process. And then afterwards, depending on how that model develops, this could be the piece to link not only EMS, but the hospital and trauma registry. This was developed with the American College of Surgeons and the SEMSO. So the state directors, the states, and the trauma center should be fully engaged and aware of the process. So you were 2 steps ahead already. The other piece of this seems to be the inclusion of law enforcement and how that could work with the law enforcement crash data sets as well. So that's a part of the internal NHTSA initiative, and more will come out as they release their white paper on how they see all that coming together. But the good news is this type of thing and the EMS pieces and things we've talked about earlier are built into it.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. And so exactly how that model will work whether it will look like this or be different from this model that was associated with trauma registry data. We're not exactly sure, but clearly I think what we wanted to talk about was just this idea that this is going to happen. And it's going to happen more than just between NEMSIS records and trauma registry records. And its use is going to expand. And clearly there will be different use cases. But what I wanted to spend a couple of moments talking about is just ensuring that we have our ducks in a row to make the initial use case work that we've talked a lot about that. And that is connecting with trauma registries. The ACS data set has a landing spot for the UUID. They're now changing it to one-to-many. That was a concern, right? That it was just a one-to-one and you could have multiple records associated with a patient that could be incorporated with that trauma registry record. So they're doing that work. They're very compliant to whatever we ask them to do. So I just wanted to check on our side. So I'll ask these two questions. The first one is we have those technical documents. We've talked about that. The two landing zones are ESO products and image trend products, basically, right? The trauma registry products across the country. And then the others as the field provider software kind of providing that. Are there any technical aspects to that exchange that while you've been developing that we haven't kind of solidified yet in either of those technical documents that I know we've reviewed? And I wasn't going to take the time to review them. Can either on the ESO side, image trend side, or any of the other products, of course, that are providing that EMS data set, UUID, have any questions about that process, that actual technical exchange? You good? Image trend good? Okay. Okay. Would you write down that image trend said sure somewhere down there? Oh, yeah, Dan.
Hang on one sec.
You're referencing passing data between states and hospitals, basically, right?
Passing
To the trauma systems.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, to your product here and to whatever. I know there's different models for how this works and how this person sees these, right? And that will vary.
I guess my only question might be, I know in Josh Legler, your recent presentation, I guess we call it, you mentioned something that we hadn't thought about in that we should be matching not only on UUID, but also those 3 state agency number identifiers. Do you see that playing into this yellow arrow here or not?
Okay.
Yeah, so when a state system is receiving updated PCRs, new or updated PCRs from local systems, it's important that you're looking at the combination of state agency and the UUID of the PCR to track that PCR. The UUID does universally identify it though. So just having the UUID alone is going to identify that record. I think the comments in that training were more along the lines of like, if agency A uploaded a PCR and then a different agency sent a PCR with the same UUID that agency A had sent, you would want to block that as a security issue, right? Because it came from a different agency, something's up. But the UUID should universally identify the PCR. I hope that helps.
Yes. Yeah.
This isn't really a technical question, but this is probably a state data manager's question. Something we may need to look at in the spirit of transparency. Are we going to need to update our data use agreements with NEMSIS for sharing the UUID? Now, I don't have an answer for that, but it might be something that so we're not hiding it from somebody and they find out. So I'm just bringing it up for thought discussion or not.
Yeah, it's a great comment and it relates to that second question that I had up there, right? I mean, UUIDs, your Microsoft products use what they call a GUID. It's a UUID. You don't sign anything, but there's UUIDs associated to everything you do in Microsoft, right? So it's completely void of any PII, PHI. There's no relationship at all to anything but a vaporware record, right? So yeah, but you're right. We're going to have to discuss that because it does look like a unique identifier. And we're getting to work through that. But let me just ask just real quick. I got we've got our ESO guys here as well. Any questions on your side either? Okay. Well, yes. Another question over here.
Okay, maybe this is a silly question, and maybe this is for ESO. Does this mean that all of our trauma systems, so if our facilities in our state are using a product, say, other than our EMS EPCR vendor, will ESO need to build connections to our EMS EPCRs? How are those two going to talk? Yeah.
Can you bring a microphone back to Samantha? Thank you.
So if the agency collected the data in 3.5 and the trauma registry is accepting the data in 3.5, both are set up to accept the UUID and to use that as the matching criteria. If the trauma registry in Colorado is using an ESO product, that work is already being done. Via the UUID, but only in 3.5. So the UUID is an attribute on eRecord 01. And I'm not familiar with the trauma registry product, but I know I've sat in on a couple of calls where they've worked on how to pull that data into the trauma registry. Yeah, that part, I don't know the specific technical aspect of that.
Can we get the other microphone?
Yeah.
It's a very private conversation. No, I was just saying where I get confused is how the trauma registrar actually accesses the UUID from the EMS record. You know, I understand when there is already a connection between the software system, like our trauma registrars can connect to the EMS records in ImageTrend because they're both ImageTrend. But if one is ESO and the other is ImageTrend, how does that connection get made?
My understanding is if they're pulling in the NEMSIS 3 record into the trauma registry, which is my understanding of what they're doing, then they're pulling in that UUID with it.
And where are they getting that record from?
In ESO land, it is part of the process of when we are sending a record, if it is identified as a record that should go to a trauma registry, we are then sending it directly into that trauma registry. There is also a manual component where people are manually entering data. That piece I don't know. I only know the automated piece where we are automatically sending the record through.
Okay, maybe other folks understand this.
I will talk to the person who manages that product and I'll see if I can get an answer for you by the end of the day.
Thanks.
Thank you. Great question. Then we had a question over here as well.
I was just curious, you said that it's unique to time and space, but is it potentially reversible? So if you knew the function used to produce the UUID, could you recover any information about the location of the incident or the time of the incident?
So if your question is, could you go back to the generator and regenerate that number? No. Of the record of the EMS call? Oh, the generation of the record. I don't think so. I don't think so. There's nothing in a UUID that indicates the record or the time it was generated or, yeah, where it was generated. I don't think. Josh has a definitive answer.
Yeah, the RFC standard for UUIDs has 4 algorithms. 1 or 2 of them are based on like the MAC address of the device that created the UUID and also involves some time sequence. But the version 4 UUID is the one most commonly used, and it uses cryptography and random number generation to avoid those problems.
Yeah, good question. Good question.
I was just wondering on the matching question, could the matching be done through Hospital Hub? Is that something that Dan Van Orney can tell us will work and guarantee us right now?
All right, so we're online. We have some questions here. The Chip Cooper was saying that the DUA is more about granting access to someone outside. How is that controlled? Who is the gatekeeper nationally? Do we get access to all trauma records if we agree?
Great. So that gets to the second question I had. So thank you very much. What we need to do in addition to provide you with the tools that you need to be able to go to your states about this. We have that existing tool that has that kind of cartoon case use case, and there's a lot of language associated with that that's helpful. The UUID as it sits in each of those individual registries, as you saw in that, I need to go back to that again. The use case. Yeah, every trauma registry record will have a UUID associated with that chip, and you'll have access to all those, right? So all records here should have a UUID if the patient was transported by EMS into that facility. And then, of course, those related to EMS records should be in your state registry. Does that answer your question, Chip?
We'll watch for his response on there. In the meantime, Michelle Jones was asking, is an integration going to be required in order for registrar to get UUID? We have image trend for EMS and ESO for trauma. We currently have no connection between the two.
Right. So I think this is a build that's coming. It's associated with version 3.5. But yeah, I think there will be integration between those systems, and then they'll be able to pass a UUID between the two. I have a question here with Ann.
What about trauma centers that do not report to TQIP? I'm just wondering, because we have trauma centers that don't report to TQIP. So in our reports, we potentially would count them as traumas. You guys would never get that.
Right. So you'll have it. You'll have it here. And if you've got hospitals that just is important, lots of hospitals do this, right? I mean, lots of hospitals bypass the state trauma registry system if they don't have a strong system. But you're right. If they're maintained here, and researchers try to utilize this, if this process works and states agree to it, then yeah, they just won't find a connecting record. Yep. Any other questions? We're out of time, but again, if there are other questions, I'd love to talk to you about it, and please provide parking lot questions if that would be helpful. But I think this is something that's going to be incredibly valuable for us to continue to communicate about and to make sure that we have systems in place. I would love, and we'll get on the DMC and see if there are other products that we can provide to your state that would help them kind of understand the value here, and that PII and PHI is kind of a non sequitur here, right? Even though it's a unique identifier. So I'll turn it over to Julianne.
Keeping up Rick's
Yeah.
PowerPoints. All right, I'm just going to take a real quick minute to introduce our next speaker. We're excited to have Chief Rick Patrick with us today, the Director of the National Fire Programs Directorate. U.S. Fire Administration. I'll give you a little bit of background on the National Fire Programs Directorate. They lead the administration, data, research, prevention, and response mission. The next level, Mr. Patrick has been actively involved with emergency services organizations, taking on key leadership positions, and is a seasoned and fun public speaker. You guys will really enjoy Rick. He served as a chair of the Congressional Fire Services Institute National Advisory Committee in Washington, was a former chair of the National Association of EMT, Health and Safety Task Group. It's a long list. Go ahead and go in your program and read the bio for Chief Patrick. We're really excited to have him here. He's got a lot of great perspective and experience in the field, and especially when it comes to connecting NEMSIS and NFIRS. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, and he'll also be available for questions as well.
Thanks, Julianne. Good afternoon. You can say a lot when you write those things about yourself, I guess, but no, in all seriousness, where's my Pennsylvania colleague? Florida colleagues? Any Maryland colleagues? Perhaps online? I say that because those are the three states where I spent most of my active career. Mostly in Pennsylvania. I still maintain my license as a paramedic, or my certification, to be politically correct, in the Commonwealth in Pennsylvania. Worked too hard, so 40 years later, I still keep that current to be able to hopefully talk the talk and walk the walk to a degree. But I'm a retired deputy fire chief out of Florida as well with that. And I reside in Maryland, so that's where the three come together. But on behalf of Dr. Lori Moore Merrill, who is the United States Fire Administrator. She is a political appointee from President Biden. And how many of you know Dr. Lori by chance? Several of you in here. So Lori is a passionate person about data. And what we are doing at the National Fire Incident Reporting System is in no small part because of Lori. Prior to Lori coming on board with the current administration, we had already started some initiatives regarding NFIRS and improving NFIRS into this century. But the stars have aligned, and we now have a catalyst, if you will, throughout our leadership in the U.S. Fire Administration, as well as FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the Department of Homeland Security, to take us to a new level. And I share that with you as it relates to this title, because there's two specific things that I wanted to highlight with you, and then really engage in your questions, maybe discussion, or your input into what I'm calling right now the next generation of NFIRS. How many of you are familiar with NFIRS? Okay, so that's the right answer for this room, I guess, but I actually had a couple of people that I spoke with in the last 24 hours that asked me what NFIRS was. So I figured it might be appropriate to just address that specifically. But thank you for the opportunity for having me here and to talk a little bit about NFIRS and what that is, and specifically why NFIRS and NEMSIS. And as it was pointed out to me by your colleagues, this is the first time that the fire service, at least at the federal government, has been represented with this group or in this association. And we're in a new world, we're in a new dynamic, and I have carte blanche privilege, if you will, to engage with all entities and aspects of emergency service operations on umbrella of my responsibilities. I will apologize briefly if I seem short of breath. I am. It is a combination of the altitude with immunocompromisation, if that's the politically correct word with that. So I am not infectious. I don't have COVID, but I'm missing half a lung. So, and that's not too far long ago. So I just wanted to share that. You don't have to come rushing up if you think that I'm really seriously short of breath. I'll let you know. But anyway, as that relates to the United States Fire Administration, how many of you are familiar with the National Fire Academy? So about a third, maybe half of the room with that. When we talk about the U.S. Fire Administration and people say, oh, the National Fire Academy right away. Sometimes people will say, oh, it's the National Fire Academy and the U.S. Fire Administration is part of that. And that is a common theme across the country. Well, that's my sister entity. So that's the outward facing part of academia and doing education and training specifically in the advanced levels for the fire and emergency medical services. We're not a fire school. We don't put wet stuff on the red stuff. With that, with one exception of live fire, with that, everything else is collegiate level. Some is postgraduate level education. Everybody that participates in this room probably right now, if you're involved in the emergency services and being data managers, you're involved in the emergency services, you are entitled to actually come to Emmitsburg to any of our courses or take our online programs that we have. The only burn sessions we do have to do with arson investigation. We run a joint program with ATF, and essentially all federal law enforcement fire investigators and many state and local fire investigators come to take our courses on that topic, but that's the only live fire. As it relates to me though, and this relates to the stars you see above Hotfoot on the screen, and Hotfoot is the logo of the U.S. Fire Administration, but those 4 stars represent our statutory authorities and responsibilities. And the one is the education and training that I just specifically highlighted. The other 3 fall under my directorate, which is the National Fire Programs. So we own the other 3 of the 4 responsibilities of the U.S. Fire Administration: data collection and technology, research, and prevention/public awareness. I have 50 full-time and contract staff that are under my directorate that we cover a gamut of all things for fire, life safety, injury reduction, protection, but it's all about data, right? So everything that we do on the data collection that we receive and we analyze, we feed internally primarily to start with. So the Fire Academy uses the data to base the academic programs that they're building and they use and enhance to all the other services and programs that we offer. But why is this important in the larger picture? Well, statutorily in 1974, when the U.S. Fire Administration was created, one of the fundamental issues dealt with the data of fire loss in the country. And at that time, we had 12,000 people that died in the United States from residential fires alone with that. Today, that number is right around 1,400 as we speak right now. So year to date, there's 1,444 people who have died, citizens, in residential house fires in the United States. So if you extrapolate that out through the remaining part of the year, we'll probably be around 2,000, somewhere in that area, maybe a little bit more, but a substantial decrease from 1974 over time. But that was the fundamental purpose of creating the U.S. Fire Administration. And as it relates to developing NFIRS, the National Fire Incident Reporting System itself, the goal was, and still really is, to capture fire department responses in the United States to what? And then whatever that is, analyze that and provide statistical reports and share them with the nation for whether it's researching, legal beagles, get that information all the time, academia. And EMS services are using that data too today to justify, support, enhance, and build upon the that they do. One of the challenges, though, that we have had is that this program, NFIRS, has not really been updated in a full course slate since 1999. So we're 23 years into not having a true modernization of the entire system. So just think back 1999 to what maybe the fire issue and the responses that fire and EMS responded to at that time were to what they are today. And that's what's really driving some of the modern changes. And you'll hear me talk about that a little bit coming up. We still identify the amount of responses there are in the United States. They're running right around 29 million annually. That's we're in the 3rd year running right around that number. We may exceed 30 million this year for the first time. That's total responses. Anybody want to take a guess or roughly what the percentage of all those calls are of actual fire? I heard 10, 4. Who just said 4? Oh, okay. Well, you get the prize. So you get the prize. It's actually 3.9%, but you might already be on the website and looking, but Anyway, so what's that leave us with? What's the EMS volume in that number? 20? 90? 75? Everybody's Googling real quick, the old professor, huh? So by our numbers from NFIRS itself, 64.2%. That I can tell you that's exactly what it's going to be today, and it's what it's going to be tomorrow. You know, it might be 0.3, you know, and the next day it might be 0.1. But nonetheless, it's running around 65% by the data that's coming into NFIRS of the responses. Now, that being said, there's roughly 30,000 fire departments in the country, right? We have 24,300 that actually voluntarily report into NFIRS. And I stress the volunteer side because that's one of the hiccups we have with that. Now, there are carrots and sticks that apply within there. Certain states in the nation mandate NFIRS participation, but the overwhelming majority do not with that. At the same time, every state in the US has an NFIRS program manager, just like you folks are for NEMSIS and EMS across the board. So all 50 states, 6 US territories, and several tribal entities participate in NFIRS to come up with that annual 29,000 responses that we do estimation methodologies with to calculate for those that do not report into NFIRS across the year, and then we publish those reports. So that's the general overview. So in the bigger picture about data and where we're going, and I'll talk about how the NEMSIS part comes into this, if it's not already clear at that point. I wanted to point out again about this 22, 23-year-old system. NFIRS works. I'll be the first to tell you, it does what it was statutorily charged to do. What it doesn't do is give us real-time or near real-time data at the federal level in any timely manner to make informed decisions for risk assessment and risk analysis. That just can't be. In this day and age of data and defensible decision-making driven by evidence and data itself, you know, trend analysis data over 3, 5, and 10 years is very important to look at many different things, obviously. But in order to know what's going on in such a dynamic and changing world, we can't be waiting. We're still waiting for a couple states right now to submit their 2021 data into NFIRS with that. That's a problem for that. For the local units where that's a common myth, people say, well, that applies to the data all the time when it comes to my fire department or my fire district. That is not true. Fire departments, fire districts, or any organization providing data into NFIRS has immediate access to their data. They always did, and they can use their data as appropriate for that point. But in being able to paint the larger picture, that creates a lot of potential challenges. So we're going forth under the president's executive orders to enhance customer service, essentially, surmising that to the nation and utilizing with the cooperation of FEMA, the ability to make programs more accessible and more user-friendly. That's one of the other issues associated with NFIRS. With more than 500 data sets, it's very complex, as you may know. All the modules that are in there become an issue from the standpoint that there's no requirement to fill any of them out. That's going to be corrected in the new system. With that, we understand we have issues across the board of the quickest way to get to end, END, the end, right? I'm charged with filling out the chart. I don't want to fill out the chart or the report into the department, or it's just one of those things I have to do. So how many clicks does it take me to hit send? And there we lie with the data we get. That's reality. It may happen in NEMSIS. I'm not an expert there. I'm not an expert with NFIRS. I just want to be clear with that. I have the privilege to lead a team of 14 people in my directorate that are the experts. So we have data scientists and statistical analysts and the like that take care of all of that information for us. But we are being driven to the cloud-based system, and we're going to streamline the data set. It is questions that we get from vendors on a regular basis, more so now than before, and their involvement. I will tell you now that the direction that we have from The fire administrator is that the vendors will not be involved within the determination of the data set, but they will be right there at the top of the list as soon as that has been nailed down to what that's going to be. We are refining the entire data set for NFIRS. The preliminary meetings for that have already occurred, and we're moving full steam ahead with this new system. We're actually working on a contract basis now to move the system outside the federal government as well. So that's another positive plus that that we see in the overall utility and agile aspect of the data system when it comes to fruition. When that's going to occur, the speed of federal government, is a little slower, if not much slower, even than the state level of government, obviously. But we are heading there. So the modernization and the technology itself, you can see on the screen as to where we're going. I'm not going to read slides, but what I wanted to do is point particularly to the upper right graph, just to kind of give you the pre-decisional layout of what this system is going to look like itself. So the cloud is NFIRS. That's where you can figure all the data. The goal is that the fire department data will be going directly to that from the vendors to the cloud. And from there, you'll see that the data gets fed other ways, to the states, to local entities having greater access to national data, not just their own data immediately. They can query it any way they wish to at that point. NEMSIS, the part on NEMSIS, I'll come back to in a little bit and talk more specifically about that. The Department of Justice is a huge player in the current first system. They'll continue to be. We have an excellent relationship with Department of Justice as it relates to BATS and their other internal systems. But as you well know, it's also directly related to the public safety death benefit as well. So those are other areas within the NFIRS construct that we work with. So we will address all that as this system is being developed. Somebody made the comment earlier, throwing down the rails as the train is coming down the track. Well, I'm looking at this as we're building an F-16 in flight, pretty much at the same time, but we have a lot of subject matter experts involved in this. This is not a solely based fire service driven entity. We are working with some of the largest corporations in the world as it relates to the data aspect as to what we're going after here. So that being said, it truly is, in my aspect, about having data for evidence-based, defensible decision-making. That's what we're after. It's no different than the fire chief or the EMS officer that shows up on the incident and does size up on a 360-degree examination of the situation. That's the information to make an informed decision at the time with that. Obviously, we want some more solid data for the follow-on, and whether it's resource allocation, risk assessment, the level of resource allocation an entity wants to give, by the municipality. But where we lack is, frankly, in my opinion, the lifeblood aspect, as noted there, with the knowledge associated to the power of data. It's not toward you. I don't mean that, so please don't take it as an insult. But as a fire service person who practices using data before it was a thing many decades ago, I didn't even realize the power of what I was doing at that point. It just seemed to make sense. But where we lack in the fire service is an understanding of the importance of writing a chart or a report right at the beginning when that incident's over. I know a few fire service schools that teach documentation or writing reports in firefighter 1 or 2. Yet I don't know of any EMT classes or law enforcement classes anywhere in this country that don't talk about documentation in the first week of the course. That's a problem. And we are consciously aware of that, and we are working toward that. So, I don't want anybody to think that, gee, he's painting a picture up here and, you're only going to end up with what you get at the end of the day. Well, there is a truth to that, but there's other pieces to it that we are clearly aware of that takes a lot more partners to enhance that data. So we don't have that old adage of garbage in, garbage out
perspective. I think our crew does a fantastic job of distilling the data that not distilling, I'm sorry, cleaning the data that comes in with that. But as you all know better than I, it's an arduous process, and we can eliminate a lot of that through front edge education and training as well. So data informed and the future of this. The last highlighted, well, it's not highlighted on the screen, but the major challenge is really what I'm after from this standpoint here. I will tell you up front, we have no intent to compete against or capture any of the patient care or extensive data of NEMSIS, none. But what we do intend to do is maturate where we can and feed off of each other to enhance each other's data as we go forth to make it a lot better. So they're flashing signs at me, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 4 minutes. No, we're not there yet, but we're getting there. So these comments that are on the screen are pre-decisional statements that I put together that people such as Eric Cheney, Clay Mann, myself, some of my experts within the NFIRS system are working on to address within NFIRS and NEMSIS. And honestly, where a lot of this came to the most current fruition was during the pandemic, which we're still in, by the way. But as we have been working in the pandemic, especially Eric and myself and Dave Bryson and others from the federal response to COVID, data obviously became a huge issue. NFIRS has a dynamic, ongoing data analysis, collection and analysis on our website. If you want to look at the information related just to COVID, we enacted the very first special study option within NFIRS during COVID. So literally in February of 2020, we engaged that module. And when that module went into effect, we almost had 14,000 fire departments immediately start using it in the country. Today, we have over 17.5 million incidents recorded in there. We're continuing to analyze that data as well. But that became a topic of discussion, matching it and trying to figure out how things work together within the NEMSIS system as well as we are going forward. What systems are common themes? What can we match? How can the information talk to each other across the board? The data was obviously skewed significantly on the front end where we have, fire departments filling out PCRs and submitting them to NEMSIS, and you're getting all that great data. At the same time, we're getting NFIRS data that has a completely different incident number, different information associated with it. They can't match. They can't talk to each other across the board for that. So those are some of the general areas that we're talking about doing. I know one of the interest levels that NHTSA has had is identifying EMS organizations across the country and capturing all the associated data with the number of people that are actually credentialed and the like with that. We happen to already do that for fire departments across the country. Almost all of the fire departments in the United States are in our fire department registry. And although the fire department registry itself, could be improved, and we're working on doing that at the same time to increase the information we're obtaining there. Literally, there's nearly 30,000 departments. You can go right on the USFA's website and access that information. It's referenced constantly or utilized constantly with it. That's all part of the National Fire Data Center. They don't just do NFIRS in the data center itself. NFIRS is obviously the big ticket item, but we have the fire department registry. We do all the line of duty death reporting for the United States government as it relates to fire and EMS for that. And that's what the public safety death benefit feeds off of for that data as well. And there's probably several other areas that I'm missing, but these are some of again, just the general topics that we're discussing to really enhance the operations, the relationships we have with you across the board by building this rapport, hence why I'm here. And hopefully next year, the branch chief and some of their staff will be here from the Fire Data Center. And in turn, as we go forward, we're trying to rebirth something that we used to do decades ago, similar to this. We have a data system of all the state managers and the like as well, and bring them together, but that's been unfunded for the last 7 or 8 years for that, but we're turning the tide. So I'm going to pause there before I'm flashed any more warning cards and see what questions anybody has to what we're doing, where we're going, and next steps. Hopefully the microphones show up first. How's that?
Last slide about synchronizing the 2 data sets, NEMSIS and NFIRS. We are a fire department that is having to complete 2 reports for every call. Are you talking about trying to grab information out of the one data set, or just making them so they're the same? So it's the same data elements in each set?
It depends. That's a government response. It depends. Eric, I know that was discussed. I'm gonna put you on the spot. Do you know any more particulars on that, where we stand?
So actually, a month ago, I was up at the U.S. Fire Administration and met with Dr. Lori Mormero and with Rick and her deputy. That was one of the questions. We had heard that the NFIRS was doing this process, and talking with Rick, David Milstein's the other person I worked with throughout COVID, how that process would work. And really right now it's a little bit of both. It could go either way. The idea is to link the data sets. The data standard would be harmonized. That's the important part. One of the primary reasons I wanted to meet with them was to discuss the injury to the firefighters piece that the U.S. Fire Administration has, because they are leaps and bounds ahead of us. They can pull specific lists of injuries and things that have happened to fire personnel, but I can't do that for EMS. They have specific injury types to fire personnel, but we don't have those to EMS. And that's very important for the violence against EMS personnel project that we're looking at now. So the answer to your question is, it could be either one, but the guarantee is it's not duplicated, that you're not doing 2 reports. It's either going to be a linkage, whether that's through UUID or whether it's to another linkage, or it's going to be just ingesting data elements specific to EMS. But definitely to get you out of the 2 report business.
We're actually looking at doing the entire redoing the whole fire department ID system as well as part of this, which will be more of a major uproar for the fire departments themselves than probably even the data collectors. So, but it ties into what Eric just said as well.
The other part of that, I'm not trying to give you a little bit of answer. Their RFP, their contract for writing what this should look like is in the development stage right now. So the answer to your question will actually be developed in that RFP stage. But it could, like Rick said, so it could be really.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, just to follow up on the diagram that you had put up. So are you saying you're going to have all the vendors submit everything straight to the federal reporting system, not have to go state by state any longer?
That is the intent.
Okay.
That is the intent. Perfect. Yes, sir.
So 2 questions. First, in regards to developing the new data set for your NFIRS standards, will you be, are you working to align those with NFPA 1710 or 1720 requirements, or AFG and SAFER grant requirements?
The latter, yes, the federal grants, and it is the federal grant system where we develop the primary first run at what the data set is going to look like with that. The first part to your statement is it depends answer with that, and it's because it's a nonprofit, non-federal entity. So to maturate directly to, a standard like that, I will say that we participate in that standard, and what that'll look like in the end might change both.
Okay, all right, but
That makes sense.
The parts that AFG and SAFER specifically referenced out of 1710.
Yeah, specifically, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Second, do the state NFIRS program coordinators, do they have any kind of open comment period or seat at the table in developing the data set?
Not the data set, no.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I will give you a caveat to that, though. If you have insight, share it with me. So it's not an open, it's not, we're not turning away anybody's input if they want to give us input. It's just, we're not going out and seeking at certain levels in order to, make this decision moving forward.
I just wanted to mention that to Eric, we already have the outcome 03 in the NEMSIS section, which could function as the NFIRS number for reporting. So there's already a link
I'm not sure I follow you.
from NEMSIS to NFIRS. There's already a link. Oh,
So I think what you're saying is you already have in your e-outcome section, the ability to send NEMSIS to NFIRS. And there are several vendors that have that capability now. And there are several vendors that have a built-in NFIRS piece and EMS and EMS piece and NFIRS, depending on how you want to look at it. So it really depends on who you are and what your product is as to how that process works currently.
Yeah,
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely.
yeah,
not.
agreed. Agreed,
We're-
totally.
We're
Yeah.
looking to see how this contract, this statement of work turns out. And that'll determine this gentleman's question over here, which is how that data flows back and forth. And then where it ultimately lands is a part of that process as well. And again, I'm not trying to give you a political answer. By now, you all should know that's not my nature. The real truth here is that as this process is being completely rebuilt, they are looking at all the different new technology pieces, how info should be structured to answer all the questions they're asked. And for all the authorities that they have, how do they address those questions? So all that gets built into what is a very complex statement of work and contract. This is just one little piece of it.
Well stated. Thank you, Eric. Because if I wasn't clear on that earlier, we are actually letting a contract on developing the RFP for the new system, as Eric said, but this is running at a jetliner speed type of thing. And I mean that jetliner speed excluding government slowdown obstacles. The politics have already worked behind the scenes to get approvals and authorities to move this forward. Because I saw eyes rolling when I said about making this an external, moving it out of the government too. That's what we're doing. So, and we have about as high as level as you can go in the US government support to move this forward. So as long as the funding comes through, it's happening. And somebody did ask yesterday, I will just share that ties into this. We will be sunsetting NFIRS as you know it today. So the system will run parallel when the new system's up and running, but as soon as it's up and running, it will sunset. When that date will be will be dictated by powers that be as the new system, gets closer to that stage. No. 6 years maybe, but
I was actually going to ask about that. So when you say it's going to be a separate group, is that like an existing group? You're making a new group, or what does that look
new
like?
group.
That transition?
I'm not sure I follow what you're asking, sir.
You said moving it out of the federal government.
It will be a contractor who will actually get the system at the risk of similar to what happens with NEMSIS, general concept. It will not be housed, the data system itself, within the US government, where it is currently now.
And would the mandate still come from the federal government?
Absolutely. 100% controlled and run by the National Fire Data Center in the USFA, but through a contract. Any other questions? I'm around through tomorrow, so if you do, feel free to pull me aside. Thanks for the opportunity.
Just one key takeaway. Thanks, Rick. I really appreciate this. If you've learned nothing out of this, it is the absolute fact that we are working very closely, and Rick's presence here speaks to that, to harmonize NFIRS and NEMSIS with one primary goal, and that is to decrease the amount of time clinicians are spending in the field documenting things and decreasing and eliminating duplicative documentation, because that is the number one complaint that we get from our clinicians, and they have better time to spend than punching in things into a computer. So that's our goal.
Yeah, well said. And a little bit more time, I would have been able to walk you through the entire new system as well. We just don't have the time allotment here to do that. I actually have those slides and everything to how that whole thing would work. But another time we will be sharing that and go from there. I cannot. I can show them to you, but I can't give them to you. So pre-decisional by US government rules, so. Timeline's gonna depend on what the budget looks like for FY 23 and 24. So it's up to Congress now at this point. Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, we'll queue up the next topic. Find it on my list. There we go. We appreciate your willingness to ask questions and be involved in these discussions. We take furious notes and keep track of the issues that are of concern, the questions that come up, the unanswered questions. We want to make sure that we're capturing the things that are important to you and to your areas of responsibility. So in that vein, we have a list of topics that we just didn't have time to add to the agenda, but we want to get some immediate feedback from you all on a couple of issues. And please feel free to raise your hand. Our mic runners are going to be going as fast as they can. It is really important that as you comment or ask questions, that you wait for the mic. I know it adds just another couple of seconds, but we're trying to really provide a good experience for our virtual participants as well. So we appreciate your cooperation in that aspect too. Clay's going to set up I'm going to set up the question, then we're going to turn some descriptive over to Clay to kind of dig in. Some of these we've already hit on, but we want to go just a little bit deeper. And there's a couple that we may not have hit on yet. We did touch already a little bit on the race and ethnicity documentation, but was that yesterday? Was that with the state data managers? Okay, so we want to get into that a little bit more with the broader group. Clay, do you want to give a little bit of context to that?
Yeah, happy to do that. Yeah, so this is just a rapid fire. What we're trying to do is just collect some ideas from you that we can take back and begin to germinate, and then we'll all work on these over the next year through the implementation calls and the DMC calls. So yeah, we talked about race, the importance of us being able to correctly and consistently collect race. The document and the work that Eric was talking about in regards to the injury registry that the CDC and the Department of Transportation is working on. Only 2 existing registries collect race: FARS from death certificates and NEMSIS. And so our data is incredibly important. We talked about that we need to develop some educational products that would help our providers understand how and when and under what circumstances to collect race. Let's collect some more information on that would help us be able to build that kind of educational piece. So one thing that's been mentioned is developing a priority of sources. Yep, a priority of sources. Should we develop if you can't get it from the patient, get it from a family member? So that might be one idea. That's the kind of thing we're looking at. And please, Samantha.
So fun. I know that I've gotten requests several times for an unknown or a pertinent negative here if there's not an ability to see and guess, or they don't want to estimate it, or the patient refuses to give that information. How are they supposed to collect that? So that would be something
to add.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So pertinent negatives. That makes good sense. Thank you. That's a good idea. Yep, that's pertinent negatives. Yep.
Over here.
Right here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Peter.
The other thing that
Yeah,
would be
point.
helpful is a greater understanding of what each of the entries means. I mentioned this yesterday,
Yes.
Middle Eastern or those from like the Middle East somewhere are actually classified as white, and where they come from, where those definitions come from, to make it easier for the EMS providers to understand how to fit somebody into something.
Thank you,
So
Peter.
education materials on the existing values.
One of the things we talked about yesterday was instead of as an option, with the unknown being an option that a lot of people may just choose consistently. Having an option that the EMS provider can say whether the person, volunteered the information or gave them the information, or whether or not that the race that was defined by the EMS provider and what their what they had would, have that documentation availability to do that instead of having the unknown, having the ability to say that it was assigned by the EMS provider.
Great. I have a quick question. If we develop these educational materials, what's the best way to make those available? Should we build them into the actual XML, right? So folks probably know our data dictionary is built off of the backbone of the actual XML. So we have that section where you can put notes in. Is it valuable to have that rather than just adding to the extended data dictionary, something like that, a document that would sit ancillary to the standard? Yes.
Hold on.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Yep. There you go. There's your mic, Chris.
Follow.
There you go.
I would say both. In Georgia, the number one complaint we get is because our agency directors will go to the NEMSIS website. Well, that's not what it says on there. And so then when we provide them an educational piece that actually shows them how to train their medics. So the directors start with the NEMSIS site, and then the white paper can be something that they can use in a PowerPoint presentation to train their staff.
Okay. Yeah, good thought. Would someone flash us a stop sign when we get to 5 minutes in the back? Yeah. Yeah, please, Andrea.
Yeah, so I guess I have like a two-part question. So one of them is like, for your race and ethnicity codes, are you using what is defined by CDC or what is defined by the general EHR communities at this point? Or is it like a federal definition? And then on top of that, what are some of the attempts of getting this documentation from previously documented sources? So if you were to have a patient record already in place with this patient and you're able to match it to them, then you would have that race and ethnicity a little bit more consistent across the records, so you're not guessing.
Great. Yeah, it's an OMB standard that we're using now. Yeah, and I think that's another great idea for the list of priorities, right? And perhaps where the source is coming from. Any other broad sweeping ideas? Okay.
All right.
Yeah, the two mics. Can we turn up the roving mics a little bit? Thank you.
The floating mics, not necessarily ours. Okay. Okay. All right, we'll try it on the next question. And James, you tell us if we've hit the mark. All right, so the next topic for discussion that we've touched on briefly, we actually touched on it in the session downstairs a little bit with Eric, is injury severity documentation. It's been a really great indicator of what we've been able to provide that comes out of the EMS data that other data sources do not collect as well as we do, because we've got the clinical documentation to support that injury severity. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, so again, this is going to be very, very important to us moving forward, is being able to calculate an initial injury severity at the scene. And we have relied on RTS, right? And its constitution was mentioned before, right? So GCS, a respiratory rate and systolic blood pressure. We actually have an element that's optional that to capture that, eVitals 33. It does indicate that it should be unweighted, which was a mistake. It needs to be, I think we need to put the weighted value in there. The weighted value provides a probability of survival, right? Where you can actually indicate how severe their injury is, right? Instead of just a number, right? So we need to work on this a little bit, but what we also need to do is work on how we as an industry want to calculate it. So if you folks as software companies want to provide the RTS, is it based on the first systolic blood pressure? Is it the best or the worst systolic blood pressure or set of vital signs? How close do all three of those vital signs need to be together at the same point in time to be captured together? So there are definitions associated with those things, but I think that's kind of varying a little bit. Did you? comment?
We've got one with Brooke. And then Doug, are you willing to talk? Can I put you on the spot? Okay, all right, and then Doug next.
I know one problem we have as providers is that in our software, it will calculate the RTS automatically, but only if all of the elements are documented on the same line of vital signs at the exact same time.
Oh.
So what we encourage providers to do too is upload monitor reports, and they don't always have everything on the same line. They can be staggered. So that would be an important part of building that, to be able to, you know, have that kind of within a certain time frame instead of all at the same time level.
Yes.
So your RTS is going to change then throughout the lifetime of the call.
It
Yes, it
could,
will.
depending on what vital signs are documented.
Okay, good to know.
Get informed in the second event. And it's not one line item. Much better. Okay.
Thank you.
So I was just agreeing that, and I also, you said initial, Clay, on scene. I would encourage this to be added to all sets of vitals, especially trauma patients, and, you know, you can trend that score throughout the care. Because if you just say on scene, someone's not gonna do it, and they'll be like, I didn't document on scene, or I didn't get the vital signs on scene because I was moving too quickly. Now they're gonna admit it. Something I did talk about is considering adding the injury severity score from the trauma registry into as a outcome field in NEMSIS. I think it's valuable that we get that score back so we can start comparing and looking at outcomes on our side. And I know the trauma registries have it, and the UID is going to help with that, but not everyone has access to the trauma registries. If we can make that as a outcome field for us, I think it's going to add a lot of value for our research and start comparing our pre-hospital medicine and protocols.
And would you recommend multiple, and I'm saying you as in all of you, because this idea of multiple RTS scores in the EPCR is new to my brain right now. So is that something that you would want to see trended in the EPCR?
I would say if we can collect it, and then you can go in your reporting service and pull the first one or last one.
First one or last one? Okay, we've got some online with Chris and then Keenan.
Perfect. So from Judy asks, what if ISS calculation in EMS records conflict with the ISS score in hospital trauma record?
Yeah, so the ISS can't be calculated at the same. ISS is an anatomic measure of injury severity, where RTS is a physiological measure. And it's only calculated in the hospital because it needs diagnostic confirmation, right? That there are broken bones or there are internal bleeding. To get AIS scores that form the ISS score.
Keenan?
I wanted to respond to your question about having it in multiple sets of vitals. If you want it programmatically calculated based off of a vital sign set and included in that vital sign set group, the best way to do it is to basically associate it with all of the vitals in that group. And then give you multiple groups and multiple e-vitals 33s.
Correct.
Downstream, you could programmatically figure out which one's the first, last, best, worst. It would be up to you and however you want to parse it, but the simplest implementation is to just put it in every group.
That's correct.
So doable,
Yes.
just plan it right.
Like the person from Unified said, if you don't have all the data elements in that vital sign set, you can't actually do the full calculation to get the vitals 33 for that set.
Okay.
It is part of the spec now that there is for every vitals, there can be, every vitals group, there can be a RTS. So you will see multiples already.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Monet, can you give us a sign to stop every 5 minutes? We make sure we get through each of them. Okay.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and go on to the next one.
Okay.
Schematron warnings. So we're looking at ways to utilize schematron warnings to improve data quality, collection in the field, and be able to communicate what the values or what the elements are that are most appropriately collected. We talked a little bit yesterday with the data managers about some of the highest warning schematrons. rules that get triggered. And we just want to bring that to this bigger group on zeroing in schematron a little bit tighter to improve that data quality.
Yeah, and one piece of this, so we spent a fair amount of time talking to the data managers about these 4 measures, right, that we went over in great detail. One of the questions that I wanted to make sure that we talked about here was when we look at the number of schematron warnings that make it to the national level by software product, it really differs, right? Some products send us essentially none, where some products will send us many, right? So I think there's probably some implementation issues there. The fact that we get none is a little scary, right? So we have to maybe dig into that a little bit more as an industry, right? And try to figure out what are kind of best practices for providing schematron rules to providers. Does that have some validity to kind of have that? Is that something that we want to entertain doing? I don't want to step on the toes of any vendor in their processes of actually presenting warnings and correcting warnings, but it seems like there's some real variation.
Keenan, did you?
I do have the microphone. I'm not answering that question.
Okay.
Staying away from that one. I just want to remind you yet again, at 3 a.m. after I ran my arrest and my 48-hour shift, I don't care about the primary method of payment. And if it's a warning, I'm skipping it.
Yeah, and that's
Yep.
and that's the whole reason for this, right? Is we've got to, because Keenan's absolutely right. I think there are schematron warnings that just flip and nobody cares. Well, that's not the purpose of having them. If that's true, then let's get rid of it. Right? Let's make it so that a provider opens it even in 3 a.m. and there's pertinent ones that show up that he needs to change or wants to change to have a correct record. So we need to tighten it up, loosen it up, make some modifications, tailor it so that it's valuable for them, right? So, yes.
Yeah, Clay, just to say, I think standardization would really help, between how the schematron is actually written and then also how it's interpreted by the crew. So sometimes the description that they're seeing is very difficult for them to decipher. And so as a vendor, we have to go in and adjust that text to make it readable for them.
Thank you. That's a good, that we could do better at that.
And James, when you find those where the definition coming from the data dictionary, coming from NEMSIS is too vague or just doesn't fit the bill, let us know. We really do collect all of those so that we can adjust and tweak so that if it's coming from NEMSIS, it's as close as we can get to what they're going to need in the field.
Maybe it's not just
Right.
state level.
Yes.
Standardization,
Oh, microphone, sorry.
I feel there could be some standardization between the two for some cohesiveness. Because I'm not sure either NEMSIS is sending a specific text and then the state's changing that when they're creating the schematron rules and they're adding all of the language, that's embedded within the XML to where it interprets it. Sometimes there's a very significant disassociation.
Okay, thank you.
We're at 5 minutes for this one, so go ahead.
All right, EMS data interoperability. We had an excellent discussion with Amit, and I apologize, I pronounced your name wrong. So Amit and Andrea and Josh, are there other things that we can implement, talk about, entertain to improve this data interoperability?
Yeah, I just wanted to extend, this is in here because Josh asked it in a great question, right? What are the next steps we need to take? There are vendors here that haven't kind of stepped into this realm at all, and vendors who are doing this successfully, very successfully, right? So clearly we're all across the board kind of on that in regard to our products and what data is becoming made or is available. But are there pieces of this? Let's just spend a couple minutes. Are there pieces of this process where we could provide Josh, Amit, through the pathway to production? What could we develop that would move you forward, right? Are there standard templates like in fire that you want for the NEMSIS standard? Or what could we develop in the use cases through the pathway to production that would be most valuable for you to make the next step as a vendor?
I think a lot of vendors obviously are good at the technical side of this. I think historically speaking, it's more the politics of dealing with the health systems as well as the EHR vendors. I don't know how much you guys can influence that, but I think right now, even the vendors that have been successful still have to sell this deal one hospital or health system at a time and then negotiate how much outcomes will come back out besides just demographics and insurance. So I feel like that's the challenge ahead.
That is a great question. And when we've asked this question before, that's the number one barrier is that how do you add hospital data to an EMS record? You know, how does that work? Is it still the bona fide record that the EMS signed to? All those kind of issues. Eric did a great job of asking Ryan and PWW to address that, and he will answer every single one of those questions tomorrow. Everyone.
You know, I think maybe putting together some kind of a packet or a white paper or something with the different hospital side professional organizations, so that when we at the provider level go to have the conversation with the hospitals to say, please link up with us, and we're pursuing those kinds of conversations on the provider end, that we have things that say, look, the Hospital Association, National Hospital Association supports this, National Physicians Association supports this, Medicare supports this, all these organizations that say that this is a good thing and okay, like having that as a combined thing to go and take with us when we have those conversations, I think would be useful.
A toolkit or your little arsenal that, and that is super valuable for those one at a time. And I think that's where we're getting to some of the efforts with the hospitals. You're meeting with your local hospitals, you're convincing them one at a time. And then how do we do the big hospital system so that it's not the one-off every single hospital, every single visit, and getting to that whole system issue.
Yes.
Hey, Ben, did you get that on a note?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great. We have just a couple minutes for one last topic that I wanted to make sure we covered. Oh, I apologize.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm rushing too much. As folks know, the American College of Surgeons has come out with the new trauma triage guidelines that are quite different from the previous set that had 4 steps. It's now been combined into 2 steps. They've added some components, clarified some components, and dropped some components. So we've completed the mapping and kind of a change log, kind of what happened in regards to those 2 standards. We'll be making that available. Josh, have we made that available in any of the venues? Yeah.
I don't think we have.
It's been prepared. I
It
don't know if
is,
went out.
I think we're still waiting for some final sign-offs on that.
So how we've thought of dealing with that, because with version 3.5 that we're rolling out, E-injury 03, injury 04 is still the old criteria, right? How the old criteria are built. So what we have thought would be the best way to do this, rather than looking at a new version of NEMSIS or something as drastic as that, is building national custom elements that support the new versions of E-injury 03 and E-injury 04. Thank goodness we only had 2 elements associated with those criteria, because now we can just modify what's there into these red and yellow criteria that they now have, and will provide a rough back mapping, right? So when the data comes to the national level, it will back map into the old standard as well as we can. So that's the approach we're thinking of taking. Are there questions in regards to that?
And this is a topic that we've hit on V3 calls and will continue to address on V3 calls. So if you have any comments that you want to share, we're happy to take those too and continue this conversation. We are out of time. Sorry.
And we're at a break.
And we are at a break. So I think we've got, do we have 10 or 15 minutes? I didn't bring up a
30?
15, 30. All right, so Lori, what time do we
15
want you back
minutes.
here? We'd like you back here at 2:15. And there
There's
are
cookies back
cookies
there and drinks
and
here.
there are drinks there. 2:15. How about that one? Does that one look okay?
Oh, works for me.
All right.
Works for me. So let's talk about the vendor meetings for a minute. Actually, for a couple minutes. So I'll do the introductions and then Jen can address all the hard questions. So I'm not sure when this conversation started, probably around February. We were in one of the meetings and there's discussions going back and forth between the state directors about the vendors and in talking with some of the vendors about the state directors. That's where this started from. So my thought was I wanted to meet with each of the vendors and each of the state directors independently to ask them a specific set of questions. So then the question became who to start with. So I started with the vendors because I wanted to get their perspective from the operational level. I wanted to understand what was truly going on in the field, what the true concerns were before I started talking to the administrative staff who manages these projects. Good, bad, or indifferent. If someone ever asked, that's how I selected which one was going to go first. We basically listed all the vendors in the United States, put them on a list. Jen and the team at the TAC set up 30 minutes with each of the vendors. We are happy to say all but 6 or 7 decided that they didn't want to talk to me. They didn't want to have a conversation, which was fine. We gave them multiple attempts at having that conversation and they declined. So there are 7 that are not accounted for. Otherwise, we have spent 30 minutes with every vendor in the United States. 30 minutes. We asked the same series of questions, a little bit different. I'm sorry. Oh, how many vendors? 30. Thank you. So we asked the same set of questions. Sometimes the conversations drifted a little bit depending on the vendor and what their focus was. We asked a lot about, for example, harmonization with fire was one of the questions that we talked about. We really wanted to get a flavor for the concerns the vendors were facing in terms of challenges overall. And then we asked specifically about the compliance process to get a flavor for what you had to say about those. And then the rest of it was sort of free form depending on the answers to those first 2 questions. So that was the overall take. Jen's going to give you kind of the high level of what the responses were.
So the high level takeaways is how we labeled it on here. And these are very general, some were more specific. The frequency of changes, the response of how often should we change was, well, the type of change makes a difference, right? There's a lot of discussion going on right now about versioning. And we need to be more agile to be able to respond to the EMS environment, right? So I think it's been 8 years or 9 years since the last release of the standard. But the overall answer from the vendors was that the type of change should be considered. Interoperability, most vendors want it between the registries, hospitals, EMS data, but they're not, there's not a lot of specificity in the conversations yet. Custom element utilization was everybody's favorite topic. Sometimes that veered us really far out on our 30-minute calls on how it's done and how much it's utilized. That's partly where the custom element toolkit really started to get formed, that we put out, making suggestions and having us say, I know you guys are probably tired of hearing it. Before you develop a custom element, really talk to each other, make sure something out there doesn't already exist or it is being worked on.
And then the compliance process. For the most part, most people said it's really not difficult, but it is time consuming. It takes away from other priorities that the vendors would like to pay attention to. They felt that it was somewhat repetitive because every 2 years they're testing something that they've already tested as compliant in. And the additional yearly testing requirement for one of the states it makes it an even higher burden and seems even more redundant to them. So the consistency among vendors, no matter what the size was, more agility for the NEMSIS standard really depends on those changes. Like I said, custom elements needed some education, and combining compliance with the updates may allow for more effective utilization of vendor resources. So trying to tie our versioning in with the compliance testing that they're going through, kind of killing two birds with one stone. Some of the unique issues that we ran into, some of the vendors are highly involved with their education of the EMS providers. So more training materials on what changes are, how to teach them, what the expectation is, why the change was made, things like that. Some vendors brought up that it wasn't very transparent how the changes were approved, what process was followed. So what happens after I submit a suggestion? Where does it go? What happens to it? And then capturing struck by and near miss data for EMS clinicians. Some folks are doing it, some folks aren't. So it was kind of unique out there. Some of the requests that were made of the TAC or Eric at the OEMS, standardization of custom elements, work with the state data managers regarding schematron rules that force data entry. So kind of definition of that would be, you must always have this, but the clinicians might feel they don't always know that information. So working with the billers to coordinate version changes and minimize the need to translate data between versions. Some of you may have seen that we are working on starting up a EMS billers stakeholder group. Our first meeting is in October. And so if you have not, if you want to make suggestions for billers that should be included, or you just want to check if they are, please feel free to email me. More than happy to let you know and include anybody's biller. And then Mark.
Oh, I was just gonna say, since we're the state that's requiring, requiring once a year testing. When that was originally put forth, the number of data managers that contacted me and said, thank you. You were helping us a ton because we couldn't get, we were having the same problems you were having. So there was a lot of support from the data managers to have the once a year testing. It has, as I stated earlier, it has proven to help clean up the number of failures that we're having on a daily basis. And so I would like to know, those that are saying that it's very difficult, are those high volume vendors in the state, or are they low volume vendors in the state? And maybe there's something that could be worked out with that.
So I'll answer that one because I thought this was really interesting. And I think if I've captured this wrong, let me know. The smaller vendors think the bigger vendors have it better, and the bigger vendors think the smaller vendors have it better. There's your answer.
Okay, well, so I ran some reports, and we have some vendors that have 2 clients in the state that are doing less than 1,000 calls a year. So I could see where that might be. Like, this is a pain to do this because we have just 2 clients, 1,000 calls a year. So, but then we have some that are, 60% of the state, 2.5 million calls that are being asked to do the same thing. Now, I don't know, does Florida still do their own individual testing for? They do. Okay, so, that was another option, is California could just come up with its own testing process and require everybody to go through that, which then seemed like even more of a problem than just having them do what was already part of the NEMSIS standard. So I'd like a little bit more details. Appreciate it, Eric. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. And this is by no means a sign of the end. It's just what was reported out. There was something else I was going to mention. It had to do. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please. Samantha.
So one thing I want to mention about the annual testing is when that rule or requirement was implemented, NEMSIS National didn't have the 2-year annual certification. So it seems at this point, it's a little redundant to have both. And I think 2 years is the perfect kind of compliance cycle instead of also doing an annual certification for a state, since now that that requirement is in place.
Okay, so, and
We could come up with our own process just for the state of California and make it once a year and not have it involve NEMSIS at all.
I think that's what we're trying to avoid, Mark.
Yeah, that's
be
what I'm
honest with
thinking too, because a one-off is just even more of a problem.
Yeah, and
And then what we're doing by the testing is helping all the states.
right,
Whether
so
like-
let me take it a step back. So excluding the California and a 1-year requirement, I think the theme was, were there ways that we could do things to make it easier to do from an administrative perspective? Like the biggest piece that people referenced for the time consumption was loading the actual data sets for testing. So is there a way that technology can facilitate that happening without someone having to fat finger in a bunch of test cases? People ask if you could reuse test cases. Some folks talked about some problems that might arise. So I guess where we are standing in front of you here today is to say we're not ready to end anything that's in place. We're not ready to start anything new, but we are asking for ways to explore making those compliance processes a little bit more streamlined. And if that includes tying it to a new update standard, a new update timeline, that would be something that we would be interested in talking about and looking at. But it's not something that we're interested in doing immediately. This is going to take a little bit of time to think through. It's obviously quite complex. Each of the vendors handles this a little bit differently. States look at this a little bit differently. And what we don't want to lose is the overall effect of what we were trying to accomplish, which is saying that everybody compliance tested to a given standard. So states developing their own, that's not something I want to see. That's not something I want to endorse. So that's kind of where we are. We don't have a process in place for that. That's what we're asking for, at least to start the conversation today.
I just wanted to sort of iterate that it seems like we might be overstating sort of how long it takes and how much effort and energy it is. But it's not just putting in 5 PCRs, right? If it was that easy, we wouldn't be talking about it, right? We have to spin up phantom fictitious organizations. We have to sort of implement them. We have to get demographic files together for people who don't exist, and then sort of make sure that all that's segregated and in the right place so it doesn't mix and mingle with production data. I think one of the big things we would like to see coming out of this meeting is maybe a work group or something that we can actually start talking about how can we move forward with making sure we satisfy the standard, as well as kind of make it not as burdensome for the vendors.
And that's exactly where we are, Keen. The other comment that came up quite frequently was compliance testing on custom elements. If I serve only a state that has no custom elements, why should I have to test on custom elements? There were questions like that would also need to be addressed by this work group and discussed as a part of that process as well. I'm not trying to do away with the process either. I think it needs to be stringent enough that everybody can walk away and feel confident that the vendors that are compliant will be able to do the job and perform. But it also needs to be, significant enough that it weeds out someone who's trying to circumvent the process. Yes, sir. Peter.
Sorry. No, over
Oh, I'm
there
sorry, I
first.
was looking at Peter.
I just wanted to clarify on Florida. First of all, we depend highly on the NEMSIS compliance process. We don't duplicate any of that effort whatsoever. We validate our custom elements. That's what we're going to do for 3.5, and that's all we do. So it's not a compliance per se testing, it's a validation that just the unique things to Florida. So that's all that
Understand.
we do.
Perfect. Peter.
Back from New York again. What we look for, we have some unique elements in New York. And what we learned over time was that our initial testing on the move from 221 to 340 was not tested effectively. On our side, we didn't enforce it strongly enough. And we found some significant reporting errors that caused some documentation errors down the road and non-compliance with our standard. So that's, as we move or as we implement a new standard, each software vendor operating in New York is going to need to test with us. And they don't necessarily need to sit down and make up agencies and providers. They can use old charts, remove the PHI and send them through according to the new standard. But we're also working with ImageTrend to make sure that we allow enough time for testing, and then we have a warning period, and then then they become actually effective. So we're working on building in the timetables that have been asked for. But we need the custom elements to function because we have EMS providers who have a different level of care in New York State than any of the other 49 states. And that isn't being done by one of our larger software vendors right now.
Thank you. So it was interesting to listen to the different challenges from the different vendors and then hear the different states that they discussed. In one state, it worked fine. In another state, it didn't work fine. And we've heard that from some of the states with similar vendors that work in multiple states. They have no problems whatsoever. The compliance process is pretty smooth. But then when you talk to another state, they have issues with the process. So even when the same vendor was involved, there were challenges across different states and the different ways that business is done. I just point that out to say that was part of the conversation as well. So our next steps with this, certainly Keenan, your idea is one that I would entertain, to put together a work group to talk about the compliance process in general. Absolutely. The second piece of this is not specific to compliance, but specific to having these state by state discussions, is to start to meet with the state directors independently for probably 45 minutes instead of 30 minutes and have a list of questions specific to NEMSIS and to the entire NEMSIS system. I'd like to do that and start that once this liaison position's in place, so they have the ability to capture that and they can take that back to NEMSIS as well. So that'll probably be time dependent on when that person comes on board, but that's my plan for the next step. In the meantime, we're going to talk a little bit later on about versioning, Clay and myself, and some of the ideas and things that we've talked about. Nothing is set in stone. We'll talk more about that. And if you have questions or concerns about the compliance process or anything else that was discussed in these meetings, please let me know. We have the master list. We have kind of prioritized some of the things on that list and said these are things we can impact and take off rather quickly, the low hanging fruit. And then there's some that are going to be part of other processes and changes as we move forward with NEMSIS in the next versions down the line. And I mean years down the line. So questions or concerns about the process or anything else we've discussed here? Thanks to all for taking the time. And if you're in the room and you didn't and you want to have that conversation, I'd be happy to have it with you. Thank you.
Eric tells you a little bit about our next.
Wow, I should have got my glasses. So
You don't read my bio, please.
our next speaker, if you haven't met her, it's probably because we haven't had her out and invited her out enough. It's not because you haven't been impacted by her work and by the things that she has helped us out with. If you remember back to 2020, if you were here then working with NEMSIS, we held the National Security Council sponsored the data summit. We held it in Washington, DC. We had 130 people in from all walks of life in electronic health data, HIEs, subgroups and associations of HIEs that I have never even heard of before. We had speakers from all over the country come in and we talked about all things data for a full day. We're talking about doing that again next year. That was part sponsored by the Office of the National Coordinator, and Rachel Abbey was one of the key participants in that with Dr. Andy Gettinger, who was her boss at the time, who has since retired. Rachel is my go-to person for all things US CDI, HIEs. Her office is setting the standards for what's going on in hospitals and hospital data collections and national standardization of data. So everything that we do as we start to engage, whether it's CMS for billing for our agencies, CMMI for custom projects like ET3 or HHS on any of the upcoming things that could be possibly thrown our way, is really reliant upon Rachel and her office at some degree. So give your attention to her. We're really happy to have her here. Rachel, thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Eric. And I want to also say thanks to Clay, Julianne, and the rest of the NEMSIS TAC. I really appreciate it. Thank you all so much for having me here. So first off, just to level set a little bit, I'm not a tech person. There's only so limited depth I know about tech, but I can talk a lot about the policy work that goes on that kind of supports it and is necessary to kind of build that piece out. And so that's kind of what I'm going to talk about today with you guys, and kind of give you just a brief introduction on ONC, like the Office of National Coordinator, just kind of how we came to be, why we're here. I'm going to talk a little bit about US CDI, which is the US Core Standards of Interoperability data, US Core Data for Interoperability, and then a newer kind of dovetail project on that called US CDI Plus, and how we might think about EMS in the future, particularly around data. Also, I'll talk to you guys about the Interoperability Standards Advisory, or the ISA, and many of you may have seen that or have viewed it online. It's a great resource if you have not. I'm going to talk a little bit about FHIR and just about some new regulations that will be coming out by the end of this year that will affect you all. TAFCA, which is the Trusted Exchange Framework and Common Agreement. Some of you may or may not have heard about that, but I'll just give you a taste about that and kind of get your insight. And then lastly, kind of briefly talk to you about how you all can get involved. And I really encourage you all to begin working with us in any way possible, because we need to hear the voice of EMS. We need to put it forth in regards to being a part of the healthcare system and not a separate system. So the Office of the National Coordinator for Health IT, we are founded in, under statute in 2009. We're charged, with formulating the government's health IT strategy, and really looking at interoperability of health IT infrastructure. So we had the HITECH Act in 2009, and which kind of pumped a lot of money into EHRs, as we know today, around hospitals and ambulatory providers. And then we also developed what is called now the ONC certification program, which is to support, which primarily was built to support CMS and other programs across HHS. Today, we are really working off of the new 21st Century Cures Act. Well, it's not new anymore, but it's still implemented. In 2016, it was passed. We're looking at things around information blocking, building out additional standards such as FHIR and APIs, and then looking at also building out the infrastructure of TEPCA. So we're really beginning to move forward around this new data standards and policies. They're really beginning to transform, digital health data as we know it today. So how many of you all, I think you all had talked, when Amit and Andrea were up here as it relates to USCDI, but how many are familiar with USCDI? Okay, just a handful. All right. So it's basically the US core data for interoperability. We call it USCDI, and it is a real base of data that healthcare systems are going to be required to share across systems, okay? So it's a common core data set to support treatment, payment, healthcare operations, requests from patients. So, patients that may want to get access to their health information, post-market surveillance, research, public health, and other authorized users. And that might fall under you guys. So today, EHRs by the end of this year will be adopting the USCDI version 1. And this is just a sample of the data elements and classes here. It really is defines required data elements and vocabulary standards, and it's in an agnostic format. It is not proprietary in any way. So it's enabled to go across systems, no matter what type of system you're using. And then the most recent version is version 3 that we just finalized, which I think Clay and his team really provided some insight into for EMS. And I would continue to iterate to encourage you all to keep an eye on this and to please continue to submit data elements. It's important that you all are a part of this process as well. Because as you can see here, we're in 2022. We are going to begin the process for looking at a version 4 moving forward in 2023. And right now, version 1 is going into regulation at the end of this year. And then version 2 is then put into what we're calling the SVAT process, or the standard voluntary process. And so the idea being, we recognize that the rulemaking process is very cumbersome and takes a long time. So ultimately, we hope to build in these additional versions as we move forward. Another project that we've been working on just over the past year or so is what we're calling USCDI Plus. And this is a unique agency or program specific data system and requirements sometimes not fully met by USCDI. So when we were going through the USCDI process, we received feedback from many agencies across the federal government saying it really doesn't meet the needs, the programmatic needs that I need in order to share data with the healthcare system. So we've been meeting with agencies such as HRSA, CMS, CDC, the Social Security Administration, and kind of getting their insight as to what additional data elements and classes do you all need that would be helpful to begin requiring health systems to share. And so what we've been doing is building out a kind of parallel system to USCDI, where we're having USCDI Plus, We're just piloting it currently with CDC around public health. But it might be something that NHTSA and the EMS community may think about. There's many data elements that you guys are very specific that you need from healthcare that healthcare maybe doesn't need to share across the system with other partners. So I think it's something you all might want to think about in the future, looking at, and I think, you know, maybe Clay and Eric can help look at things like that to see if it might make sense and might help you all get more into this space, into the healthcare space. The other project is the ISA, which we call the Interoperability Standards Advisory. It's essentially an ongoing public list of standards and implementation specifications that can be best used to address specific interoperability needs. So like earlier today, you guys were talking about race and ethnicity. We have 2 standards outlined in that. One is the CDC one. The other one is the OMB one that Eric mentioned that you all use in NEMSIS. And so it goes into detail about both of those standards and into the detail about like the definitions of that they use, things like that. So it might be very helpful for you all in today and in the future in regards to any sort of future standards that you all tend to use. It's mostly used by many folks. Some folks build it into their funding requirements. Some have it actually in regulations and laws and other policies. Developers of health IT definitely use the ISA and the specific standards. There's nothing that we require in them. It's just a place to kind of house all of the different standards in healthcare. And you all will be proud to know that we do have NEMSIS also listed as the standard for emergency medical services in the ISA. Another is around fire. You know, we've been doing a lot of work over the past few years around fire and really promoting the use of this new and innovative standard. It's a set of best practices and open standards being developed and adopted by a global community to make data sharing more flexible and effective. It's very innovative. I mean, it's so different. I don't even know how to really describe it. It just makes data sharing a lot easier for a lot of different entities across different systems that have such narrow and specific guidelines around their standards. So with that, ONC is requiring fire-based APIs. That's without special effort by the end of this year. It's part of our 21st Century Cures requirements. And they all have to certify the technology development developers will be required to deploy a standard fire API across their entire customer base. So I think that this is really going to help open up a lot of the hospital data that you guys keep running up against. And hopefully make it easier for you all to share and data across your systems. The 21st Century Cures Act also enables ONC to develop a trusted exchange framework for trusted policies and practices for common agreement for exchange between health information networks. So how many of you all, have you all heard about this trusted exchange framework and common agreement? Okay. All right, so basically it is a network of networks, okay? So it is a single on-ramp to begin to share data across all of these various networks. So you all were talking earlier today about challenges with making all these one-off connections with all these hospitals. Well, think about in the near future, how you could just connect to one system and have access to all of these different hospitals, right? You'll have to just maintain that one connection. It could be with some sort of health information exchange in your state. It could be a direct connection to the new nodes that we are building called QHINs that will enable data to be able to flow to you guys from all across the country. So, you know, patients that you may encounter in California, well, suppose they also were served in Oregon. You will then be able to get access to their information. So I think it really opens up the door for you all. And it's beginning now. We're beginning to establish that infrastructure. We're building out what we're called qualified health information networks. Those are the big, huge nodes that will be connecting all of the highways, if you will, across the US. And so we'll be developing standard operating procedures for things like treatment, payment, operations, public health, so that anyone who wants to participate and wants to share data based upon these types of exchange purposes will be able to. So I highly encourage you all to be familiar with this, because I think it could open up a lot of doors and venues for you in the future. Lastly, I'll just briefly talk about HHS's new policy on alignment of health IT activities. We're a little bit more behind in regards to you all. But we are finally, trying to make our policies around health IT standards more consistent across HHS. So we are now building in requirements that language in all applicable HHS funding programs and contracts and policies will need to align with ONC's standards as it relates to healthcare. This is really big because there are a ton of individual programs across HHS that may or may not mention data standards. And it's important that we all align them so that everyone's using the same data across all the different programs and different programs. So this is a list in regards to just how EMS can participate. As I stated about USCDI and USCDI Plus, we're going to be working on, kind of new data elements that we would like in USCDI through September 30th of 2022. So that process is beginning now, and I encourage you to check out our website here that goes into more detail about that. The ISA, the Interoperability Standards Advisory, I encourage you all to learn about that and contribute any sort of additional standards that you all think are important to make sure that they are listed in this document or website. Fire, there are various, active HL7 work groups that affect EMS across HL7, depending upon which kind of use case you all are looking at. It could fall under the public health work group. It could fall under structured data. So there's different types of various work groups. And I do also want to say that, I encourage you also to get involved with the IHE work that Amit and Andrea spoke to earlier. I think being engaged in the connect-a-thons is going to be really, really important. I think that the more that we can demonstrate the uses and the importance of this work will really help push the industry and the policies forward. TEPCA, again, we have the recognized coordinating entity, which kind of coordinates TEPCA. And they have regular public meetings, and I encourage you to listen in and to make sure that EMS is represented in some capacity. And then lastly, our ONC Tech Forum, which is in just a couple of weeks. It starts at the beginning of September. So I encourage you to check that out. Eric and Clay and Andrea will be on a panel specific around EMS and data sharing. So this is really important, and it's great to see that EMS is actually part of the table for this as well. So, and that's it. This is my contact information. I'm sure, you know, Julianne's going to share the slides with you all, but thank you. I'm happy to take questions, by the way.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you envisioning the health information network access to go all the way down to the field level provider or just be an administrative level?
No, it could go all the way down to the local level. Yeah, I think it's how you all are organized at the state, how much that data can kind of flow down. But yeah, it could go all the way down to the local provider level. I see it really at the hospital level, which is kind of equivalent. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think Julianne will probably send it out to you guys or somehow post it. Yeah, no problem.
Sure. Hi.
Hi.
Was wondering, under the 21st Century Cures Act, folks have the ability to file what's called an information blocking charge. And I'll give you a really concrete example.
Yep.
A lot of hospitals have refused, citing HIPAA for the reason that they can't release information and outcome data back to EMS providers. As we know, HIPAA freely permits the sharing of that information, the outcome data. Would this be ripe for an information blocking charge against that hospital entity?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was like dreading that you guys were gonna bring up information. But it's not really my area of expertise, I have to be honest, but you know, I recognize it's super important, and from what I do know, it's very specific to the actual scenario. But we do have on our website a place where you can report that information, and I would say, you know, why not just submit it and see what happens? ONC is going to be really focused specifically on the health IT providers of the certified health IT. We won't be like looking at the provider perspective. That's the other side of the information blocking rule.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Ryan Stark. And I work for a firm that represents a lot of EMS agencies.
Yeah.
Including, you know, ancillary services as well. My other question was, when does the teeth portion of that information blocking kick in? As I understood, there were no actual penalties until a certain date. Is that right? So if we
Right.
filed a charge now, it would be a slap on the wrist, but you know, they could continue to
It could
violate.
be, but I mean, if it prevents them from, you know, from not information blocking now, then it's a win, right? And then later, if it's still occurring, I would say file another one, and then, you know, and see if it needs to have teeth behind it in order for them to do anything.
I understand that the version 1 is just coming into effect now, but you're already getting ready on version 4.
Yeah,
Are you gonna hit 2 and 3 or?
eventually. The rulemaking process is a really cumbersome and long, tedious process. So we hope that, like, showing the progression that it gives health IT developers a leeway to look at version 2 and how that fits into their practices, things like that, before, you know, if there are any rulemaking processes that go into effect regarding that.
So
in
they
the
have
future.
some kind of option to skip version 2?
right now that it's optional that they can use option 2. At some point, it could be required. But yeah, I can't comment specifically on like any sort of rulemaking, future rulemaking, but you know, they've kind of created what's called a glide path for developers so that they can see, oh, the next version is version 2. Should I look at, you know, voluntarily adopting this standard moving forward?
Okay, it's didn't just, but there's no actual live feedback yet for version 4.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Rachel, this is Clay. I'll just comment on, Josh led an effort for the NEMSIS CAC to provide comments on version 3. So those have been submitted for version 4. So if anyone wants to kind of look and see where we are in the process of trying to implement EMS into that data set, we have that information available. Josh, do you want to speak just a minute?
Yeah, Josh, I think it would be good.
Kind of about like how well it's fitting and.
Yeah, so I reviewed all the data elements and classes in US CDI draft version 3. It's now final, and there were a few changes. And I looked at them from the NEMSIS perspective, looking at elements in NEMSIS that might be the same thing. So there's a lot like, you know, payment related elements. Those are pretty obvious. Medications, procedures, patient's medical history, things like that. And I did an analysis to just identify areas where either NEMSIS or US CDI could use improvements to, you know, either for NEMSIS to be more conformant with US CDI or for US CDI to be more inclusive of the emergency medical services type of operations. So, for example, encounter type. US CDI could use a little bit of work there to identify encounter types that represent EMS calls. And then there were recommendations for NEMSIS, like patient's name suffix. That's not something that's in the NEMSIS standard, but it's in US CDI. So things like that.
So Rachel, one question. So we talked about this using US CDI, which is a required shareable data set, essentially, as a sort of backhanded way to force hospitals to share that data back to EMS. I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot. Can you talk just a little bit about how that process works, how that requirement works for data to come back from the healthcare entity to not just EMS, but to other individuals or other agencies?
Sure. Well, from what I understand, so if there's a request made from, say, EMS in the field for specific data and it's part of US CDI, then hospitals are required to provide it in that capacity in regards to sharing. If there's like a data use agreement all in place, things like that, those data elements can be shared directly with the entity requesting it if they're a provider. Does that make sense?
Sure. And that's why when we talk about maintaining that harmonization with US CDI and other things and why it's so important for NEMSIS to be involved is some of these things, although it's not immediate, may solve future problems with data sharing. And it's sort of once you're in the system, you're in the system, right? You can't just fragment things out at that point. So that's another reason why we try to stay consistent with some of these federal initiatives where possible. Other questions?
Yeah, it's actually more of a comment, I think. So when USCI version 4 comes out for comment, one of the things IHE USA ended up doing for the maternal health group was we put up like a weekly call time to go through USCI elements that would help to like what the group would like to see and kind of helping put together those comments for that group. And so by the time the deadline came up, we were able, those commenters who are not originally familiar with the commenting process and the documentation, which can be a little bit burdensome and a hard hard thing to get to. We were able to provide some help with that and some weekly calls. And if that's something the EMS community is interested in doing when before it comes out for comment, we can do that as well with this group and help you put together more stronger comment
Yeah, and
workforce.
Andrea, that's a great point. CDC does something similar where they have a group of, you know, data managers and experts within their programs that kind of provide comments internally. It's synthesized and then submitted as one big package to ONC. And it also allows for the education of US CDI to kind of flow down to the different programs so that everyone understands, oh, this is what it is. This is how it works. This is, you know, the input I can provide, things like that. So it might be something that might be useful to the EMS community to begin doing that as well. Yeah. Great. Okay, well, thank you all so much for everything. Appreciate it. And I don't know who else gets to.
So we are going to move into just kind of an open forum question and answer that I'm hopefully going to facilitate. I'll just, point out you've got Eric and Clay locked in a box for the next 5-10 minutes. So if there are kind of any open forum questions or anything you'd like to discuss, now is a great time to talk about them. Just, hang on a second for the mics and we'll have mic runner bring it over to you. Literally nothing, no questions. Eric or Clay, any topics you'd kind of like to use to kick off or anything in particular you'd like to discuss?
Maybe while Eric's looking at the agenda, just quickly, one item I wanted to make sure we touched on, and I think some folks will probably have to leave early tomorrow. Are there topics that you were hoping that we had an opportunity to discuss at this meeting or as a group that we're not hitting on? Is there some attribute of NEMSIS that you're not hearing us talking about that you feel like needs to be discussed? Okay, Eric, anything else from you?
We're just checking the rapid fire list because there was one topic on there that at the end, I know someone had mentioned.
Probably in the last slide, there were.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
Okay.
I can't remember what it was though. Right, so there is one other one and I'll get up here by Ben. So we talked about this some time ago. The topic of developing an educational program specific for data managers. And it was to be targeted at both new and existing data managers, cover some core topics like legal, covering things, future analytics software or programs that are out there, kind of the new and exciting jazzy stuff on reporting, and a lot of other basics. There were three target audiences: the relatively new data manager, which seems to turn over quite frequently, to be honest with you. The older data manager who can provide some experience, but maybe learn some new tricks as well. And then that other aspiring data manager, that person, and we have quite a few of those. We work with them actually at the TAC quite a bit on research work. These are paramedics that may be mid or in career, EMT basics that may be mid or in career, who work on research projects or work as maybe the data person for their service or for their agency. And they're interested in maybe transitioning into a data manager position or transitioning into the NEMSIS TAC or work at a NEMSIS at DOT or whatever. So we've talked about what would be involved or what would be included in an educational program like that. We might have 10 or 15 different things on the list and just some ideas, but it's by no means inclusive, and we've not set forth a particular project plan for this, but it's on our list of things for development. Just some general thoughts, questions, concerns. First and foremost, does anybody believe there's no value in doing it? Or do people think there is value in doing it? Because if there isn't, I don't want to pursue. No comment whatsoever. So everybody agrees there's value, it's worth doing. Good. Awesome. So we can start from there. We're assuming everybody's online and shaking their head yes at this point in time. So then the question becomes, just kind of throw some topics at me. What you think would be of value to have in a program like that? Forget length of time, forget like how it would be taught and so on and so forth. Just what would be important for someone coming in brand new as a data manager to learn? Yes, ma'am. Hold on 1 second. Let's get you for a mic. Amber.
Yeah, what she said for sure, but
And what did she say, Amber?
I
For
think she
those
said
people who
data
couldn't hear.
dictionary. Wow, everybody's feeding me answers right now. I was gonna say just, coming off the most recent topic, but any sort of regulations or rules, laws about information sharing, I think that's huge to have base knowledge, how to write a data use agreement, what should be contained in there. I think a lot of pieces like that might not be covered in the field. Say if you came from the streets before, that is a pretty steep learning curve to speak like a lawyer and have no idea how to do that. So that's just a basis, but there were lots of ideas here. So I'm happy to pass. Schematron was also listed. Schematrons.
Okay.
I'll let others answer though.
Just, oh, wow. Bouncing off of her ideas, absolutely. Everything you just said, yes. Data use agreements are something that I'm still struggling with as a newbie. Also, the extended data set, like the definitions of the responses, that has been enormously helpful, and I only recently discovered it, so.
Okay. Other topics.
So I would add on there, maybe starting from the beginning and sorry, over here. Give the why. Give the why, give the interoperability thing, how the data coming from an agency level percolates up and where it goes. Because I know that's one of the things I'm running into as I'm reaching out to agencies is give me the why. Why should I change what I'm doing? Why should I give data? Things like that. So that way your newer data managers can take that back to agency level.
Okay. How about including a piece on what Rachel just discussed, how this fits into the federal picture, how it fits into the overall healthcare and HHS data structures and data schemes and data plans, interoperability. Peter.
Just an introduction to the TAC and
Sure.
to NEMSIS. I started out attending the State Data Managers Council's meetings, and they talked in a lingo that I had no idea for the first 18 months on the job. And, you have your V3 calls and you have your state data managers calls from the TAC, and then you have all these things. And I sit there, I'm like, I have no idea what they're talking about. I was given a data dictionary and given full access to blow up NEMSIS 2 on image trend, which was a huge mistake on the state's part.
And if I ask the image trend people, I suspect he was successful in blowing it up.
Oddly enough, not until NEMSIS 3, but yes, you're correct. But the language introduction, what the TAC can do for you. You get a new person, get everybody on, on the visual, whether it's a Zoom or a WebEx, and say, let's talk about how we can work together and how much of a resource we are to you. That took me 2 years to figure that out. Because all I was handed was, here, go register with these people. They're wonderful. And the second part of that was correct. The first part of it was, I have no idea. I love what I do, by the way.
How about introduction to DOT and the traffic records committees and highway safety folks?
I agree.
One last question. I'm sorry, does someone else have something? I mean, I'm not in a hurry by any stretch.
Just some thoughts that might have that would be helpful because we're talking to the national gurus, the super nerdologists at NEMSIS is some guidance on data cleaning. Some guidance on maybe some use some small cell suppression. Do they need to have a little, I know every health department has their HIPAA training and stuff like that, but it would be nice to have some external training. So if you get some information that you maybe question, you would have an extra resource for that. I'm not saying that the TAC needs to become experts in HIPAA and that type stuff, but it would be nice to have some of those extra resources to put down that. And it might be just 15, 20 minutes of training on that. Says, hey, I got this data set. You know, what do you think of this? What's your interpretation of cleaning it from all the years of experience that we've got the NEMSIS TAC that we can take advantage of? I know I take advantage of them a lot and I love them to death, but don't let them know they do a good job.
I think the other one that ties onto that, and we heard some of that from the suggestion a couple minutes ago was, what's some standard background knowledge / education you should have? What are some basic, I mean, this point, the person's been hired, but if they've been hired, what are some of the qualifications that an individual should have? I know the Data Managers Council several years ago shared their different position descriptions for state data managers amongst themselves. And I think there was an effort to try to standardize that. I don't know if that was ever completed, but should a data manager be familiar with a certain analytics program or a certain, certainly things like HIPAA and other things we've talked about here, but are there other basic qualifications that they should have as well? And if that's something like an AWS class, or maybe it's a Tableau class, maybe we sponsor a Tableau class as part of our process for data managers, and we invite those to attend, whether it's in person or whether it's an electronic class. Cassie. I'm sorry, Amber.
I have lots of thoughts.
Well,
No, I think speaking of classes, the general ability kind of building off what Jay said, to be able to assess the quality of your data and do something about it, right? Like that's a very difficult concept to grasp when you have millions of records in a single system. And I know NAEMSP does their quality improvement class. That's maybe another option that helps set a foundation for how to assess and actually implement changes on a smaller scale and then growing it larger. So another class option.
Ms. Cassie.
So like Amber, I have a lot to say. I think a basic understanding. First off, you got to have a basic understanding of analytics, whether it's beginner, you got to understand how to take a data set and get to what you're looking for. And then how to provide a recommended suggestion of how to fix whatever the problem is or what you come up with. On top of, and my brain just went to a blank.
So while you're thinking, let me ask you this. Is it wrong to assume that they have a knowledge of EMS?
No, because how many people in this room don't have an EMS background? There's a lot, most of them are epidemiology.
So should it start with the difference between EMS activation, response, dispatch, patient counter, so on and so forth, over an overview of EMS and how data fits into that system, or how that data is collected in the EMS system, whether it comes from the fire service, whether it comes from the ambulance, whether it comes, what that means in terms of the operations for that particular agency or state.
Correct, but I don't think you have to have a EMS background to understand data, to understand.
I'm not
how
saying that you have to. My question is, if we do this class, should we include a basic kind of primer on the EMS system?
Terminology.
Terminology. Got
You
it.
need a basic understanding of EMS terminology. You don't necessarily have to have a background in it.
Understand. We were asking the question back and forth about a month or so ago, and we started talking about the different EMS data managers that we know. And one of the operational folks, it was actually the internal group that we have, the internal advisory board said, well, you know, I'm working with an epidemiologist and I have to explain the different pieces of EMS to the epidemiologist. They do great reports for us, but we have to explain what it is we're looking for. So that's good to know. Yes, ma'am.
I think the idea of a job description, an idea of a job description that would be something that could be on your site that states could use for data managers. I know Alaska has struggled forever about what exactly is a data manager supposed to be doing. And what should a regional data manager supposed to do? And we've kind of pieced together a job description. But from the experience in this room, you could come up with what are the essential components of what this person needs to be able to do or what the job is. And then having the class to give them an overview would be awesome.
Perfect. We can certainly, and we'll start with the NEMSIS and ask where that project got, because I'm not sure if it was completed or not.
I was just gonna say that folks on the line agree with the comments about the EMS basic class. That's coming from Ridgely Fix in Massachusetts for folks without EMS experience, a crash course in EMS. And then Peggy Huddleston from Missouri, she says she also agrees. She was thrown in and had to learn herself. One of her bureau chiefs was able to guide her. And of course, the TAC help, and then some additional information on medical and or EMS. So the consensus is yes, that class would be helpful.
Perfect. Good to know.
So one of your comments before was about and I do agree, I mean, it's good to have some kind of EMS background or primer or something. I mean, I'm obviously not an EMT. I always tell people that, like, I have no EMS background. But I did have a data background and a science background. I like to think I went in without any pre-expectations of what they should be doing, but it definitely took me some time to kind of figure out what things were. But it's the same thing if you work with somebody with your trauma data set, you're going to have to explain to them there are legs of care and this is how you get your data out. So I don't think that's limited to the EMS database. One thing that if we go back to like basic training ideas is the data set structure and not just like, these are one to many, these are whatever. Well, what does that mean when you try to pull a report for your boss? So you can't just do a straight frequency on certain things because you're going to get 25 of them when really it's just one. Understanding how you can use your data and what it's saying and using it in a way where you're not telling a story that's actually not accurate.
Okay.
Mine's kind of a combination of what they've just said there as far as the writing schematron rules and making sure that maybe you don't know everything about EMS, but how the various NEMSIS sections fit together. So when you write the rules, they make sense to look at a time of a call and a value in the cardiac arrest and the outcome. And if they went to a disposition, how those pieces kind of fit together to outline a call. And the best way I could come up with is a scientific method, right? Try to test what you're trying to do and then test the opposite. Just to make sure that what you're looking for is right, some kind of quality assurance on kind of what you're looking for.
Thank you. So my last question on this topic. I'm sorry, one question, Avery?
I was just gonna say, with respect to the analytics platforms, if you're going to offer a Tableau workshop, perhaps other platforms as well, as a
Oh, yeah, that
advocate,
was just an example.
I think it would be really fantastic to have like maybe several, because I know there are a lot of, programs across the country that are using different platforms.
I know, like, we sponsored some TAC members to do some AWS training when we were doing the AWS migration for the national data set, and just courses like that. To be honest with you, I know about 3 that I could pick off of the list. The rest of them, I'd have to rely on you folks to tell me what they are, and we would work on that list. So my last question, as I said, does this become like a little credential? Nothing super official, but I'll tell you why. And I'm kind of thinking of this in a model that Paige Wolfberg and Worth uses for their billing analysts. And basically I'm probably going to butcher this process, Ryan. So if I do, feel free to step in. Basically, they have an initial training, and then over their conferences each year, they focus on specific topics. And as new things come up, they make sure that individuals hit those. I'm not looking to create something where there's required Con Ed and it's got to be in these categories and you got to do it every 8 months or anything like that. But should it be significant enough that it says, hey, look, you got this really cool little certificate or coin that this person has completed it, so that if somebody's looking to hire somebody for a position as a data manager, if somebody's looking for someone who has that understanding, you can say, hey, look, especially for that person we talked about, that paramedic or that basic that's still working in the field, who's sort of into career, maybe wants to move into or mid-career, maybe just wants to move into the data side. They can hold that up and say, hey, look, I have a basic understanding of what's going on here. I'm not talking about pass, fail, but something that says, hey, look, I took the time to complete this process and I had this background and knowledge. Thoughts on that? Sir.
I think long term, that would be really interesting. But until the answer of kind of maybe from NEMSIS or whomever of what's the position description for a data manager comes out, I'd be worried that a credential would kind of wag the dog a little bit, or lead people towards believing this is what a data manager needs to be, when we haven't necessarily established. Should they be EMS SMEs that then come into data analysis, or should they be analysts or epidemiologists that come into EMS?
Absolutely. Good point. That's all I have. Thanks, folks. Just seeking some input on a future project.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Okay, so last order of business here. So one of my favorite things about that people get to come up with something and then I get to create it. So a lot of the graphics and designs and stuff that you see, the UUID timeline and whatnot, that's stuff that I get to make. But every once in a while, someone in our team comes up with a ridiculous idea, and then we sit there and we go, wait a minute, that actually would be a very, very cool idea. And so Ben, during one of our meetings, when we were talking about what we were going to do during the conference this year, Ben mentioned, he said, you know what, we should have give out some sort of like an award of appreciation, and we could call it a NEMI. And we were like, that sounds amazing. And so every once in a while, the thing would come up and people would be like, how are the NEMIs coming along? And so the NEMIs, through force of will and through a few creative processes, have become a reality. And so now the thought process behind the NEMI is that it is not something that has any sort of, it's not something you can work for. It's just something we wanted to hand out as like a token of our appreciation, and not a fungible token of our appreciation if you're into NFTs. So what I'd like to do here is we're going to call out a few names and say, what? Oh, thank you. Thank you. And so you can see, we're going to call out a name. We're going to have you come on up, and we're going to explain a little bit what the thought process was, so that you can see what the appreciation was for. So you want to go ahead and tell us our first recipient.
Our first recipient, and this, as Chris was saying, we do appreciate everyone in the room. First of all, let me say that. And so we had some discussions. It was hard to narrow it down to just a few, but know that we do appreciate a lot of you who do these things and make an extra effort to go above and beyond. But one person we wanted to recognize today is someone who was willing to help volunteer and mentor a new state data manager, which is just taking time out of your day, we know, to help someone along the road who who doesn't know as much as you do. And they also are always willing to share resources and give input and participate in conversations and B3 calls. And this first award is for Cassie Longhart from Georgia. Yeah. Our second award is also for a state data manager who we appreciate is always asking great questions and kind of pushing us and sometimes pushing the envelope a little bit and helping us see things from a different perspective. And this is for Anne from Arizona. Our next award is for actually a new data manager. This is their first year in this position. And we are really thankful because he was instrumental in helping to bring his state on board and helping to submit version 3 data for the first time. And this is for Jim Adair in Idaho. Is he not in the room? He must have just stepped out. All right, we'll let him know when he comes back. The next one is someone who's actually participating online today, but is not in the room either. And this is someone who we really appreciate her consistent efforts in really trying to submit quality data from a rather large state. She's from Texas, and she emails with members of our team often daily with issues they're coming into, and she just is really persistent in working through those issues and making sure their data that's coming in is on time and quality data. And this is for Judy Whitfield in Texas. So thank you, Judy. We will get that in the mail to you. And then our last one for today is for someone else who also has volunteered to be a mentor for another new state data manager. And this state is one of the first states that's kind of leading the pack in the version 3.5 transition. And they have been helpful in creating resources that they're willing to share with other states. And again, being involved, volunteering, asking great questions. And this is for Amber in Colorado. I think that's all we have. Julianne, do you have any other announcements, or should we just? Yep. So dinner's the next thing at 5 o'clock. We'll be outside again for dinner. And then if you're interested in the scavenger hunt, if you can come see me, I'll give you some details before you leave here today. But we will meet in the lobby at 7 o'clock. Is that right? 7 to 8:30 is when there'll be a shuttle running for the scavenger hunt. Or you can meet for s'mores on the back porch then. And we hope you enjoy your evening.